Hi, Dr. Majid.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Tanshi. Yeah, just give us a moment.
Are we okay? Can you hear me?
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Alan, thank you. Glenn, morning.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Just to test screen. Hope you can all hear me. Welcome to the forum. We have about maybe 10 minutes. I'll wait for the others to join. Thank you for your patience. Meanwhile, have a cup of coffee or tea and get yourself refreshed. See you guys soon.
Okay, testing.
Does this mean my sign off time is? Sign off. I just want to know whether I can still attend it.
Should be okay.
It doesn't matter to me what time I speak. I want to go by 10.
Yeah, that's fine. Because there's some time for actually won't take 10 minutes.
我这里开手指会看到清清。
Well, I'm not sure because ASEAN and sushi. You don't have such a great pair.
Very prompted.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me put on my jacket.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. And perhaps we could just do a sound check.
Okay.
Um,
Morning. Good morning,
morning.
Shaq. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Shaq.
Morning.
Everybody.
I'm from Singapore.
Everybody.
Morning, everyone.
Hi.
Hello from
It's an honor
Jakarta.
to have you all. Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, Shaq.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, Thomas.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Can. I can hear you. Good morning. Welcome, Ambassador Ong. Welcome. I'm glad. We're all here. Check, can we? Hello.
Yep.
Okay. Are we all okay?
I can see you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Thanks. And yeah. Are you in the office or are you in the home?
Ong Keng Yong here. I'm at home.
There's in the same neighborhood. Huh? Good.
Hello, King Yong. Munir here. How are you?
Okay. I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
So
I
you might
will.
come.
Today I have to go to a funeral later, so I have to
Okay.
participate. And after I hear all of you, in an hour and a half, I will just take leave. Yeah.
Just what? A friend or what? So
My brother-in-law. Yeah.
a
Oh, I'm
family.
sorry to hear that.
Pardon? How are you, Munir?
I am fine. You know, sort of hope we all coming back from the war. You know, like the First World War, wasn't it? Long war.
It's tough, lah.
Can we test our systems and then get ready for the opening session? Yours work. Dr. Kong has not come in. I will call him now.
Okay, good morning from Jakarta. Can you hear me?
Yes. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas, could I ask you to help me just check the pronunciation of Dr. Duan Dui Kong? Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes, you can pronounce it that way. That's all right.
Okay, thank you.
The expert will be Munir, who calls him all the time. I think it's okay. He's very forgiving.
Okay, thanks.
Where is he coming from?
He's from Vietnam. He's the
Well,
chairman
Hanoi.
of
Okay.
Business Council this year.
So, Munir, have you been able to travel?
I got permission to go and visit my family in the UK. You know.
Oh, you did that?
That was in September. I was there for a month. And then I came back here and I was in quarantine for 2 weeks, right? In KL. It's not much fun, you know, traveling. And UK is in a mess, as you know, on many scores.
It'll be too tough, lah. They have struggled to put out the vaccine and all that.
But at least they're the first that lady, you know, 90-year-old lady is the first to get the jab. She'll go down in history, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
She's
at least
90 years old or something.
Yeah, she's brave enough to give it a shot.
Yeah. Jakarta, you okay? You got your vaccines already?
Yeah, it has arrived though, but you know, the clinical test has been only for about 1,600 people. You know, it's not enough compared to the 200 more 50 million population. You know, so we're still sort of like hoping and with real hopes. You know, we have 4 different types of vaccines on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Our youth population is quite a big challenge there. It's a huge challenge.
Well, you're getting 40 million doses first, I heard, in the first round.
Yeah, but they limit that for the medical and nurses and teachers and certainly the government officials, those who are in the front lines. And then, perhaps, those who are more than 17 years old will be the last in the queue.
Yeah.
So, a bit
different,
sad, but
from the UK, because you're giving the able-bodied workers first priority, right?
Yeah.
Over aged.
Yeah, our medical doctors and nurses and so far is already very exhaustive at the moment. The hospitals are also full, and still there is a major. Yesterday was actually a major general election, not general election, regional election in about 200 provinces and what we call it districts. You see. So, we'll see. Hopefully, hopefully everybody's okay.
All coming out of it, I hope.
I hope so. Really, yeah.
In a black, dark time.
Yeah. Very tough. Shak, you see my other name, yeah, which is my backup in case.
Yes.
Yeah. So with the internet connection very, very easy in Indonesia.
Hello, yes.
Yes.
Everybody's calling in.
Is that Dr. Kong?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning from Vietnam. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, good. I don't see myself. I don't see myself yet.
Oh, you don't see the baby here. I think you have to put your video on, maybe.
Who?
Dr. Kong.
Why Dr. Chong?
Okay, so we all here. Miss Sip Ang can, okay, everybody has tested the audio. Huh?
Yes, I've tested my sound. I hope you can hear me. Thank you.
Yes, very well,
Thank
very
you.
well.
Yes, Minister, good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I mean,
Good morning, Minister.
yeah. King Yong and I live in your GRC, so we have to listen to you all as well.
I hope to be able to do door-to-door visits to you.
We stay in Pine
One
Grove,
day.
so Christopher D'Souza comes around. Yeah, why don't you? Always welcome. Welcome. I like door-to-door visits, then we can ask some difficult questions. Sorry, just joke.
You can ask me a difficult question now.
Always fun.
Yeah, Thomas, you can ask Minister a question now and then we will all record it.
Maybe the question is, I mean, the government talks, there's a lot of words we hear of sustainability and these things. I guess we just have to follow up after this on more of this implementation. I think that's the challenge. Huh?
Yeah, I think the key thing for me about sustainability actually is about information. Because I think everyone cares about sustainability, but we have different levels of information and data about what works. So it's about making sure that the science aligns with the policy.
Yeah, but I think also there's some parts of it you need a political will to get people moving. At the tone from the top, I think that's.
Yeah. That's true for sustainability and many other things too.
Yes.
Absolutely agree.
Anyway, today is International Human Rights Day, and I thought the opening remarks talking about people is very appropriate as well. Okay, so it's already 9 o'clock, shall we?
We are in your good hand, Thomas.
Okay,
Marissa,
you can start off.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests and esteemed speakers. A very warm welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us today at the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Forum 2020. My name is Marissa Agrasut. I'm the co-founder and Chief Innovation Officer at the Inceptory, and I will be your host today. The overarching proposition of the forum is all in for digital transformation, revolutionizing your profit to purpose in the new norm. Prior to the pandemic, the idea of innovation for the majority focused on incremental productivity enhancements of easier, faster, and cheaper. But we've all likely experienced, and many of us are still experiencing the effects of COVID-19 in all areas of our lives. The focus today is in business. So if anything has become apparent, it's that easier, faster and cheaper are insufficient for the highly tech-led, disrupted and disruptable environment that we operate in. So I think transformation is what we really need. The themes and discussions today will focus on how digital transformation can be a powerful weapon to propel your business to emerge stronger, whilst at the same time building out an inclusive, positive and resilient organisation to thrive in this new norm. This forum is jointly organised by the ACN, the ASEAN CSR Network and ABAC, the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, under the RIBF initiative, in partnership with Brands for Good and the FinTech Academy. The event at large is managed by CEO Asia. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank our generous event partners, the Healthcare FinTech Alliance, Maybank, Sansan Global, and 01 for their benevolent sponsorship. And we would also like to acknowledge the various supporting organisations who have dedicated their generous in-kind contributions today. Before we move on with the day's proceedings, we hope that what you'll hear today resonates and hopefully shifts something within you. And if so, you might be interested in joining us under the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Alliance initiative. We will share further contact information at the end of the forum, so please do reach out afterwards, become part of this important business initiative. So we'll start with a brief overview of the programme flow. We have the day split into 3 parts. The first part is the opening ceremony, the opening panel and the Brands for Good Awards. At lunchtime, we then have the networking session, Ask Me Anything session and a virtual tour of Huawei's Innovation Lab. And then in the afternoon, in the later part of the day, you break out into the various tracks, and we have that will be running concurrently, and we have the second networking and Ask Me Anything session. So since we're in a virtual Zoom event, we have a few spaces that you're moving between. So we wouldn't want you getting lost in the abyss of cyberspace or Zoom purgatory. So we'll briefly go through how you can navigate your way around the day. First, if you could start by adding, renaming yourself on Zoom, that would be great. We'd love to see your first name and your organisation. So you can do that at the bottom of your Zoom bar as shown on the screen here. Go to the participant list and then click your name, and then you can rename yourself. So your name, your first name and your organisation. And then next, we'll be asking you to find your way around the event by going to this reception page that the wonderful back-end team have created. So it should make it very easy for you to navigate. If you just look at this link was sent to you through your email. So if you just go to this page, and this is how you access this session this morning, you can go to the navigation bar there, and in the top right-hand corner, you'll see a help button. So if at any point you get stuck, feel free to click that button and it will take you to a WhatsApp chat function or member of our team who will help you as best they can. Next, if you want to navigate any of the sessions today, you'll go to this page and you'll see on the left-hand side, you have a timeline. So all the sessions are in the timelines there, and you can just click through to the main sessions that you want to go to, and just use that menu, the web page, to navigate, and the timeline on the side. And as you can see, you just click into those pages or those sessions as you please, based on the path that you're holding. And as you see, at one point, we'll have some booths from our main sponsors. What you can do is go into these booths and networking sessions through this page, through this part of the page. And you can visit their booths and you can understand more about the organizations, the special offers they have, and also connect with the teams there. So please do feel free and go speak to them at any time. So just to let you know that the networking and virtual tour is open to all. The networking, is only for the premium and network pass holders. And for the virtual tour for Huawei, that's available to all. For basic pass holders, please go to the YouTube live streaming for that. So now, thank you for your attention for the moment. Lastly, I should let you know that we are recording this conference. We will not be recording the networking rooms, so feel free to be candid and intimate there. And at certain points of the day, we will be taking some photos and screenshots. So just bear that in mind. We'd love to see your faces, but we understand some of you are shy. Thank you again for your time and attention, and we hope you enjoy the day. We'll move on to the proceedings now. We'll begin with our opening remarks. First by our esteemed speaker, Ms. Yanti Chiwadiantini. Ms. Yanti Chiwadiantini is the chair of the ASEAN CSR Network. She is on the board of management of IBL, founder and CEO of Partnership ID, and an accredited partnership broker for development in the UK and a certified sustainability report specialist. She has played a major role in the last 2 decades in multi-sectoral partnerships for various development initiatives with regards to business ethics, youth empowerment, and responsible waste management. Good morning, Ms. Yanti. Thank you for being here with us this morning. We look forward to your opening remarks, and the virtual stage is now yours.
Thank you, Marisa. Thank you, everybody. Our guest of honor, Ms. Sim Ann, Senior Minister of State, Singapore Minister of Communication and Information, and the Ministry of National Development. Ambassador Ong Keng Yong, Chair of ASEAN's Board of Advisors, Ambassador at Large at Singapore Ministry of Foreign Affairs and former Secretary General of ASEAN, Tan Sri Dato Dr. Munir Majid from ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ABAC, colleagues, distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of ASEAN CSR Network and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, I welcome you and express my gratitude to the many speakers, partners, sponsors, supporters, and the members of the ASEAN CSR Network and RIBA in supporting this event. A special thanks goes to Singapore's Senior Minister of State, Ms. Sim Ann, for taking time of her busy schedule to attend this forum and address us. The commitment of the Singapore government for the theme of responsible and inclusive business augurs well for the future of ASEAN and member states. This event would not have been possible without our partners, Brands for Good and FinTech Academy, as well as CEO Asia, providing secretarial support. And for that, I thank you all for your contributions. I also wish to thank and recognize our partner, ABAC, for the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Alliance, or ARIBA, and the support for ABAC members in this forum. Distinguished guests, COVID-19 has infected close to 1 million people in Southeast Asia and claimed more than 70,000 lives. More than 30 million people in ASEAN have become unemployed, and 18 million have been pushed into poverty. It has exacerbated existing inequalities and highlighted our blind spots, like migrant workers, the nursing and the cleaning staffs. Pandemics are blind to national borders, and hence there is a need to strengthen regional cooperation. It is really heartening to know that our region is responding, and the ASEAN ministers have endorsed the setting up of regional COVID-19 response fund, which means enhancing the interconnectivity among ASEAN member countries. In the aftermath of the pandemic, digital technologies have transformed from just strategic priority to an operational imperatives. Lockdowns have led to sudden increases in the adoption of the digital channels for the consumption, production, and transportation of consumer items. And given the impacts of the COVID-19, we have to consider how to harness technological power for inclusive and sustainable growth. Thankfully, there are already several existing frameworks within ASEAN, both regionally and nationally, to harness technological power. And examples for that include initiatives on enhancing digital in financial inclusions, as well as in education. Dear friends, we cannot afford to miss the opportunities technology can bring. A report of A.T. Kearney said that the implementation of a digital agenda can actually add $1 trillion to region's GDP over the next 10 years. The regional governments recognize the need to pivot towards knowledge, technology, and data-driven growth model. So they are enhancing and developing digital capabilities and encouraging digitalization processes through public-private cooperation and provision of tax incentives. However, we need to caution against technology utopianism. Digitalization and technology are a double-edged sword. The move towards a future economy can also hollow out of the middle and exacerbate existing inequalities. How can we protect lower skills workers who may be displaced? How can we make digitalization efforts more inclusive? How can we build financial inclusiveness and literacy? How can we build healthy and affordable healthcare? How can we address sustainability? The World Bank estimates that about 70 to 80% of people in Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam, and about 30% in Malaysia and Thailand have no banking relationship at the present. However, initial hurdles related to regulation in fintech remittance service providers have now been overcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing rapidly. The issues of climate change, social injustice, economic inequalities, and tensions in society need fast and effective action. We need governments to create an enabling environment with resources and mandate. And to help the governments and legal framework keeping up with the changing environment, every stakeholder must contribute in addressing these issues. That is the core of the conference today, right? Not only the businesses in ASEAN must be profitable, but also contribute to the well-being of society. It is also a competitive advantage for growing beyond business case. And for that, businesses need institutional frameworks to embed these values with strong trade unions and civil society. ASEAN CSR Network had been taking a holistic approach to achieve inclusive, sustainable, and equitable growth by addressing some of the hot issues in this region. These include business integrity, business and human rights, environmental stewardship and CSR, as well as labors. And for that, we need to continue to work on these issues. I'm glad that ASEAN has aspects in this plan, in their plans, and the ASEAN CSR network also realized ASEAN objective for a responsible and inclusive business community. Together with ABAC, we have established the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Alliance, or RIBF, to realize this vision. Lastly, I call on a fast movement to contribute to our regional recovery and resilience in this new normal era. We need collective efforts to build up a responsible and inclusive business within an ASEAN flavor. Let's together make a brighter future for ASEAN businesses. Thank you and have a productive conference.
Thank you, Ms. Yanti Srivadyantini. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today, and we hope you enjoy the day too. Now, I would like to introduce you to our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Duan Duy Quang, who will give our second set of opening remarks. Dr. Duan Duy Quang chairs ABAC Vietnam and serves as a Vice Executive President of the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is passionate about helping MSMEs harness digital tools for sustainable development. And in 2020, he was the chairman of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. Dr. Duan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, leaders of business association, ASEAN BAC colleagues, friends from the business communities.
We lost you, Don.
Dr. Duan, if you could just share your video, please.
We lost you, Dr. Don.
Yes. Dr. Duan, could you, observe, could you kindly turn on your video? I think there's some technical issue. Sorry about this. Dr. Duan, could you kindly unmute and turn on your video? Is it possible? Dr. Duan, could you kindly turn on your video and audio as well?
So IFUSYAFATIALIN.
Hi, sorry about that. I think we're having a few technical issues. Maybe connectivity isn't so good. Perhaps we could ask Ambassador Ong if he'd like to have his special address right now. If you just give me 1 moment. Sorry about that. We'll get back to Dr. Duan Duy Quang in 1 moment. So we'd like to have our next honourable speaker, Ambassador Ong. Ambassador Ong Keng Yong is the Ambassador at Large at the Singapore Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the former Secretary of ASEAN. He has been the Executive Deputy Chairman of the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies at NTU since 2014. As well as being the Ambassador for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he is also Singapore's non-resident High Commissioner to Pakistan and non-resident Ambassador to Iran. He is also Chairman of the Board of Advisors of the ASEAN CSR Network. Welcome, Ambassador Ong. Thank you for joining us today. If you wouldn't mind jumping ahead for a moment with your address, please do take the virtual stage.
Thank you. I hope all of you can hear me.
We can.
All right. Good morning, everybody. especially our Senior Minister of State, Ms. Sim Ann. Ladies and gentlemen out there, thank you for having me. We are gathered here today to talk about responsible and inclusive business. I hope we can learn something from each other today, but I'm very sure many of you know more about responsible and inclusive business than myself. But since the organizer wanted me to say something about this topic, let me just go through some of the issues that I see it and remind ourselves of our role in each of these activities. What is responsible and inclusive business? I usually refer to John Ruggie. He is a Harvard professor who used to work on a special initiative at the United Nations. There are three pillars in his defining work, Professor Ruggie's work, on business and human rights. He called it guiding principles. First, the state duty to protect human rights. Second, the corporate responsibility to respect. And third, the access to remedies if these rights are not protected. These three pillars are a reminder of the key elements in building an inclusive economy. It encapsulates what it means to be responsible to protect, respect, and provide access to justice. It also identifies the stakeholders of an inclusive business, namely the common man, the companies, and the state. These three groups of stakeholders rely on each other and are interdependent in order to achieve success. For example, if workers are cared for and their families are provided with a standard of living, enabling them to have stability, they will be motivated to stay with their employers and to run the companies profitably. This will in turn sustain employment and growth, which will be beneficial for the whole country. When the workers are happy, they can work with management to look at their fellow citizens beyond the company. There are many issues which require management and workers to deal with and to support each other. There will be more constructive interactions and relations across the board. This is the basis of what we call corporate social responsibility, or CSR. As economic progress brings more jobs and increases people's income, business activities must be pursued responsibly to prevent harmful consequences such as violation of workers' welfare, corruption and bribery, and environmental degradation. Responsible business has a beneficial ripple effect on the whole economy. COVID-19 has hit businesses hard in our region and led to the closure of many businesses. Many companies are affected. It also affects the livelihood of many individuals and the supply chains of countless businesses. Now we hear that the COVID vaccine is available. We do not know how soon our respective populations will be vaccinated and what level of immunity that will provide. We also read about the recent signing of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. This is a huge trade agreement which brings many countries in our region together. Overall, these two developments, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership as well as the COVID-19 vaccine, have provided an excellent opportunity for us to revisit the way we run our businesses and consider how we can benefit from these developments. Small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, represent around 97% of the enterprise population in ASEAN countries. By the way, in ASEAN countries, we add a particular M to the SME, so it's MSME, because we have so many micro enterprises in our countries. Yeah, we think that it is important to include them as well. So sometimes when you are in an ASEAN meeting, people talk about MSME rather than just SMEs. But for now, I will just use SME to continue my conversation with you. The development of SME in ASEAN region is very important. Many SMEs are part of the supply chain for bigger businesses and corporations. These SMEs can play a role in influencing bigger businesses to be more inclusive and responsible. More importantly, SMEs usually have more freedom and flexibility to take baby steps, and potentially create a butterfly effect within the industry. Several ASEAN countries have taken the initiative to provide support for SMEs to achieve digitalization and technological innovation, or to encourage businesses to grow beyond their own respective countries. Sure, it will take some time to get significant results, but it should not stop SMEs and corporations from moving forward in the quest to transform and be inclusive. Networks such as RIBF, which means ASEAN CSR Network and Responsible Businesses, as well as this particular forum this morning, provide opportunities for like-minded organizations and business owners to get together. I urge all to work on this area and continue the many activities and projects which many of you have been engaged in. There are no shortages of ideas and suggestions through conferences, exchange of best practices, guidelines, and frameworks. Continue the conversation on responsible business, the exchange of best practices, and encourage one another in the journey. Think of this issue from the perspective of an individual, a citizen in your country, an employee of the company, and a consumer of resources. Not only national resources, but global resources. Think out of the box to find creative ways for sustainable and positive changes. And look into small companies that can contribute to your supply chain. Before I end, I would like to stress that every business can start with little steps. There is always room for something to be done, no matter what you do and where you are. Good luck, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to remind ourselves of some of these important elements in responsible and inclusive business. Back to you, MC.
Thank you, Ambassador Ong. Thank you very much. So we'll just take a moment to hear our second opening remarks from Dr. Duan Doi Kwong, and hopefully technology is on our side. Over to you.
So thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So distinguished delegates, leaders of business associations, ASEAN BAC colleagues, friends from the business communities, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ASEAN BAC, and the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, BCCI, I would like to express our warmest welcome to all delegates to participate in this responsible and inclusive business forum today. It is my great honor and privilege to speak at the 9th Asian Business Summit. I'm very happy that ASEAN businesses, governments, and organizations gathered together today in this forum. We are here to exchange ideas to achieve the common wish and goal to economic integration based on mutual benefits, cooperation, and inclusive growth. As you all know, COVID-19 has been affected to all countries in the world, including ASEAN, and also ASEAN member countries. Daily new number of COVID-19 cases are still very high, and many countries are suffering another new wave of COVID-19 cases. With a responsible and inclusive business forum, we have recommendation and discussion to further cooperation, connection to create business and investment opportunities and to help businesses out of this pandemic. However, we cannot lose sight of the new opportunities created under the new circumstance. We need to recognize that this situation will not end soon, and we have to find ways to adapt with the new normal, with the theme All In for Digital Transformation, revolutionizing the purpose to profit in the new norm, which is very important for all of our businesses and people. I would like to take this opportunity to share some thoughts and informations. ASEAN Business Advisory Council recognized the huge potential and essential of the digital economy to contribute to bolstering economic growth and overall prosperity in the region. This year, 2020, ASEAN BAC, as you may know, we have organized the activities in 2020. We have done a lot of activities focused on digital transformation, including one, ASEAN BAC Legacy Project, Digital Stars on digital startups towards ASEAN resilience and sustainability, aiming to create a supporting platform for digital technology startups in ASEAN and facilitating the digital transformation progress of MSMEs, backbone of ASEAN economy, outcomes of Digital Stars. Digital Stars report digital transformation solution to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and to accelerate business development. Digital Stars Showcase 2020, Directory of Digital Transformation Solution for Businesses. ASEAN Startup Forum 2020, virtually held on 16 October 2020, is forum we have awarded top 10 startups with outstanding solution for digital transformation. 2. ASEAN Business Investment Summit, in short, ASEAN BIZ, with the theme Digital ASEAN, Sustainable and Inclusive, was organized on 13 November this year. In the event, we have discussed how we could take advantage of digitalization to make ASEAN digital, hence sustainable and inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, recently, because of COVID-19, many countries, including ASEAN, have to use measures to prevent the pandemic, including close of borders, limit traveling. It seriously affects the economic globalization and every member of the society, especially for vulnerable groups, MSMEs, young businesses, and so on and so forth. As for ASEAN, we submitted our recommendation package named the Pathway to ASEAN Prosperity 2025 to the leaders of ASEAN. Our recommendations were appreciated very high by the leaders of the ASEAN. It helps facilitate ASEAN to overcome the pandemic traps. I do believe that in the later part, Dr. Dato Muni, the chair of ASEAN BAC of Malaysia, will talk about the package in details to all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with distinguished speakers and panelists joining the Responsible and Inclusive Business Forum today, I am sure that we will enhance overall regional cooperation. I truly believe investment, trade cooperation among ASEAN will grow inclusively and responsively, will facilitate the MSMEs to further engage to the cross-border business transaction. However, the United Nations Environment Programme recently has a timely warning for nations making post-pandemic recovery plans. It embraces green policies as the new norm. So I think that in making our post-pandemic recovery plan, we should embrace the green policies in our recovery plans. As you may know that because the climate change has caused a lot of negative impacts on businesses, also on the people's lives. For example, in Vietnam, the people died because of the climate change, the result of typhoon or earth sliding and things like that. You know, the number of the people died because of that was much higher than the number of people died during the pandemic in Vietnam. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the role of representing ASEAN and VCSI, I affirm that we are willing to cooperate with all business promotion organizations in order to further develop the cooperation and to assist all business communities to grow responsibly and inclusively to fight against poverty and pandemic. Bearing this in mind, once again, I would like to express my sincerely thank me this opportunity to speak in this important event. I would like to take this opportunity to wish the responsible and inclusive business forum great success. May I wish all distinguished guests good health and happiness. And we are looking to cooperate with all of you in the time to come in terms of promote CSR in the region. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kong. We really appreciate you persevering with the technological glitches, so thanks for coming back. So now to our esteemed guest of honor, Senior Minister of State, Ms. Sim Ann. Ms. Sim Ann is currently a Senior Minister of State for the Ministry of Communications and Information and the Ministry of National Development here in Singapore. She started her career in the civil service in 1998 with portfolios including health, home affairs, and trade and industry. She left the civil service in 2011 and first stepped into the political arena when she contested during the 2011 general elections. Senior Minister of State, Ms. Sim Ann, it is our privilege to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Marissa. Ms. Yanti Trivadiantini, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Let me first thank the ASEAN CSR Network for the kind invitation to speak here today. I would like to start by saying that 2020 has been an extraordinary year. To date, COVID-19 has registered more than 68 million cases worldwide. Many countries are contending with their second, third, or even fourth wave of the pandemic. Even as we see encouraging news in vaccine development, it will take some time before we successfully suppress COVID-19. The pandemic has given digitalization a very strong push. This is through remote working, digital services, online retail, just to name a few. Consumers that have gone digital are likely to stay digital. The operating context has changed. It is therefore not a case of executing last year's business plan next year. Rather, our businesses must fundamentally rethink their strategy to succeed in this digital economy. On the upside, we are in a region that is well positioned to capture this rapid growth. Of the 650 million people in Southeast Asia, half are digital natives under the age of 30. They are raised in a world of ride-hailing, food delivery, and online shopping apps, and they consume products and services digitally by default. The opportunities to grow with such a customer base are immense. I encourage businesses to look beyond the immediate challenges and explore the possibilities enabled by digital. Beyond driving economic growth and efficiency, digital has also created new ways for us to do good. For instance, in the area of environmental sustainability, technology has enabled us to more accurately track and predict outcomes, which presents opportunities for businesses to manage their carbon footprint. First, data-driven models can help reduce consumption. Google uses AI to optimize the energy required to cool their data centers, achieving a 40% reduction in the amount of energy used for cooling. This is significant when we consider that cooling takes up 37% of a typical data center's energy bill. Beyond energy, AI can also be used to optimize the consumption of other scarce resources like water used in industry and agriculture. Second, digital solutions can help optimize distribution. A McKinsey report projected that 1.8 billion people are expected to join the global consumer class by 2025, a 75% increase over 2010. With this surge in consumption, digital technologies like AI and IoT can play a major role in aligning supply with demand using real-time data. This allows businesses to avoid overproduction and optimize supply chains, which in turn enable them to better meet sustainability goals. To fully harness the power of digital towards our economic and environmental outcomes, countries must work together. Within ASEAN, cooperation to enable the free movement of data will be vital to secure our shared prosperity and build a better environment. Initiatives like cross-border data sharing will allow us to model not just our domestic ecosystem, but also the regional ecosystem. Collectively, we will be better placed to achieve our shared digital and sustainability ambitions. Besides these opportunities, I also want to spend some time discussing the socio-economic challenges arising from digitalization. Across the region, the rapid pace of going digital has the potential of introducing a new divide in our society, the digitally enabled and the digitally disadvantaged. This divide is often exacerbated along the fault lines of age, education, and economic status. For some in our communities, making the leap to digital is an unnerving prospect. Failing to address this can lead to the digitally disadvantaged becoming disenfranchised from society. Governments and NGOs are working hard to tackle these issues. Earlier this year, Singapore set up the SG Digital Office, or the SDO, to intensify our efforts to equip seniors, micro-enterprises, and the underprivileged with digital skills. The office has 1,000 full-time digital ambassadors to help these individuals take their first steps towards participating meaningfully in our digital economy. The government, together with the nonprofit sector and social enterprises, is also investing to help the less privileged students gain access to digital tools like laptops and broadband internet. Inclusivity efforts like these are critical to ensure that we bring everyone along on the digital journey. At a broader level, the pace of change has also highlighted the urgent need to upskill our workforce. The digital economy has created many jobs, with a study projecting that we will face a global tech workforce shortage of 4.3 million workers by 2030. But for many, there is a mismatch in their skills and the skills demanded by these new jobs. Left unchecked, this can broaden inequalities and lead to unrealized economic growth. For this reason, Singapore launched the Tripartite Tech Skills Accelerator Program in 2016, together with the unions and the industry, to keep our workforce relevant in the digital era. These cooperative programs to invest in our people are even more vital today. Governments alone cannot move mountains. Businesses are uniquely placed to be the biggest change makers to solve some of these challenges. For instance, within each enterprise, leaders must desire to invest in the reskilling of their employees. This is a win-win situation that allows employees to continue contributing meaningfully to the business even as we pivot to digital. Businesses also know the communities they operate in intimately. Through corporate social responsibility programs, no matter how small, businesses can reach out to educate the digitally disadvantaged in their communities. These programs are good for society and good for business. Each individual you reach will become a digital consumer and also form part of the community's talent pool. Businesses can also contribute to these social efforts through impact sourcing. Semasource, which is a company based in San Francisco, takes large data and AI projects from major clients. The company then breaks these projects into micro work, such as data entry, data validation, and annotation tasks, which are in turn distributed to developing regions, creating gainful digital employment for these communities. In sum, our goal should be to achieve the triple bottom line of profit, people, and planet. This is essential to the long-term sustainability and economic prosperity of our region. COVID-19 has revealed how interconnected we are as a region and how tightly society and businesses are intertwined. Hence, I would like to urge businesses to look at ways they can invest in digital
I think we seem to have lost Senior Minister. Yeah.
I think the minister's side dropped out.
Hi there, guys. Sorry, I think we have some unstable internet on this side. So if you could just bear with us for one moment. I think perhaps Senior Minister's internet might have dropped. Just a quick update for you. For the rest of the day, our next speaker will be Tan Sri Dr. Munir Majid, and he will be giving our keynote address. We don't have him yet. I think we'll give it a couple more minutes. In the meantime,
He's in.
Yeah. We'll just give Senior Minister a few more minutes maybe to see if she can come back on. Whilst we're here, just to let you know, we actually later on will be introducing a book by one of our moderators, and the book is titled Singapore, the FinTech Nation. This book is co-authored by one of our moderators here, Dr. Lilian Koh, and it describes the relentless pursuit by Singapore to build a global financial service hub with limited means and lots of aspirations. As many of you know, Singapore attracts many people across the region to build their ventures in the domains of science and technology. And this book traces the journey of Singapore from 2015 until today, starting with the establishment of the regional hubs and with the up to the globalization of fintech innovation. So the book was developed through bringing together one-on-one accounts and interviews from 57 founders and enablers of the fintech ecosystem. And in this, they describe how access to capital, customers, talent, and policy initiatives have made them and Singapore successful. So these narratives are set against the context of key regulatory policy decisions and the background of how some of the foundation blocks of fintech nation were set up and evolved. So it inspires, hopefully it aims to inspire the next generation to build their ventures and bring technology to the masses, whilst also, as we're talking about today, improving the lives of the many, of the billions. So this book contains a special chapter from the Chief FinTech Officer of the MAS, Sopnendu Mahanti, and he covers his chapter from the lens of a regulator. So all of the people who have registered today as attendees of this forum, you will receive a discount in your email after the event. And Dr. Lilian Koh has pledged that the royalties and the proceeds from all the orders today will be donated to charities. And those charities are Assisi Home and the Cancer Society. So please do look out for this information and email and how you can buy this book. I'm not sure if we have Senior Minister Nissim Ann back yet. I'll just check with the team. Back-end team, do we have Senior Minister back yet?
Is she there? She's reconnecting soon. Yeah. So maybe we could continue with the next speaker first.
Okay. The next speaker is our keynote speaker. So
maybe we let the minister connect.
Yeah, I think we should wait for the minister to connect.
Okay, yeah. We're just looking out for her reconnection.
Okay.
Just one moment.
Sorry about this. Even though we are heavily dependent on technology, we still have some minor glitches, even with I think the best internet in the world.
Unfortunate technical issue. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So later on, just as a preview, we will be moving to our first panel, and then we will also be going through the Brands for Good award ceremony. And if any of you are unaware, Brands for Good is a movement more than an award ceremony, but it's a movement for micro entrepreneurs, and SMEs here in Singapore and the region who are doing business and doing well whilst doing good. So that's a really exciting section for us. I think you'll start to see some of the emerging companies and businesses, products and business models that are coming out for a more purpose-led enterprise. We have somebody in the chat group. Let me see, Trina. Thanks, Trina, saying organizing this event across different continents and cyberspace is quite a challenge. Yeah, we'll agree. The team has been working very hard for weeks now on this. So hopefully this is somewhat out of our control, but hopefully it's not too long and we won't have too many more issues with the internet. I'm not sure if anyone else is having an unstable internet, if it's across Singapore, if it's a region. Okay. And just as a reminder, if you would just make sure that you have your first name and your organization renamed. And later on, when we have the panel sessions, if you would like to ask any questions, please make sure that you use the Q&A function. I think we have Senior Minister Ms. Sim Ann back, so we'll go back to her address now. Shaq, would you mind helping with that, please?
Yeah, Miss Simon is connecting soon. We're just trying to sort it out. So
okay,
just give us a moment.
Sure.
So sorry about this. Unfortunate. Yeah.
I wonder if anyone else is having internet problems across Singapore. Perhaps you can share in your chat anything that you've heard this morning that has already inspired something for you, even at the start of the day. If so, just you can use the chat function in this part. We won't respond necessarily directly, but if anyone has any of these things that have helped them just think about their business and what's been happening. Okay, okay, I think we are back now. Hopefully, Senior Minister can join us again and continue with her address. Thank you.
Yes, she has reconnected.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Senior Minister. Thank you for coming back again.
I do apologize for that interruption. With your indulgence, I'll continue.
Please do.
Thank you, everyone. In sum, our goal should be to achieve the triple bottom line of profit, people, and planet. This is essential to the long-term sustainability and economic prosperity of our region. COVID-19 has revealed how interconnected we are as a region and how tightly society and businesses are intertwined. Hence, I would like to urge businesses to look at ways that they can invest in digital inclusivity for our communities, even as we seize new opportunities in the digital economy. So I started my speech by describing 2020 as an extraordinary year. And we have seen many disruptions in more ways than one. I think it is fitting that in these extraordinary times, we are coming together to look at new ways to build better businesses, a cleaner environment, and also a more inclusive society. The ASEAN CSR network, through events like this, plays an important role in driving this discussion. I'm confident that this forum will offer many interesting perspectives. Let me wish everyone a fruitful session, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Minister Sim Ann. We're heartened to hear of your support at the intersect of technology, sustainability and inclusivity. I think it's a topic that is very close to all of our hearts, so thank you once again. Now, we'll like to present our keynote speaker for today, Tan Sri Dr. Munir Majid. Tan Sri Dr. Munir Majid is the chair of the ASEAN Business BAC for Malaysia, chair of CIMB and ASEAN Research Institute. He is a chairman of CHARI, a leader in ASEAN research and advocacy, and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Malaysia. He is the president of the ASEAN Business Club. He is a member of the Board of Institute of Strategic and International Studies Malaysia and board chairman of the Institute for Capital Market Research Malaysia. He is also a founding chairman of the Malaysian Securities Commission and a founder president of the Kuala Lumpur Business Club. A very warm welcome to you, Tan Sri Dr. Munir Majid. Thank you for joining us for your keynote. And we're excited to hear what you have to say today. Please take the stage.
Thank you very much, Marisa. Very good morning to everyone, distinguished participants, guests, and I'd like to recognize the Senior Minister of State, Sim Ann. I'd like to also say hello to Ibu Yanti Triwadhyanatina, and also say hello, to my friends, Ambassador Ong Keng Yong, Dr. Don Do Kwang, and also Thomas, who's been working so hard to make this forum happen, to have the CSR network going, and also, of course, to have RIBF established. Technological interruptions notwithstanding, I think I look forward to sharing my thoughts with you now, and subsequently I'll take questions if there are any after my keynote speech, which I have entitled New Era in ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business, ? Now, it's rhetorical, of course, and it is rhetorical because it's predicated, in my mind, on two things. One, the assumption that COVID-19 crisis has had the profound effect of improving human moral consciousness. Two, separately, of there having been good foundation in our region of responsible and inclusive business practices in the business and other spheres, indeed. Now, let me say I'm not too sanguine about both suppositions. Now, starting with the latter, about the foundation. As you're aware, there are any number of documents and declarations, both at regional and global level, on responsible and inclusive business practices, including the code that RIBF is promoting, based on various commitments For example, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the G20 Inclusive Business Framework, ASEAN's own Human Rights Declaration, its CSR guidelines on labor, the ASEAN Consensus on the protection and promotion of the rights of migrant workers, and of course, most recently, last month, in the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework that was adopted, which had digital inclusiveness as one of its 5 broad principles, all very lofty and commendable. But where are we today? Why is there the need to promote the code, such as the one RIBA is embarked on, when there are already so many on these calls to good, responsible, and inclusive practices? Clearly, there has not been satisfactory progress, and much more has to be done. Where might it be the best place to start? Now, we read in corporate governance literature about tone from the top. I'd like to take a step up today to talk a little, very little, about rot at the head, especially political rot, which is the fundamental and foundational weakness of all other responsible and inclusive practices in society. I'll take the 1MDB scandal in Malaysia, for example. It's the biggest and most shameful violation of trust in governance of a country in modern times. The billions of dollars of debt for non-existent investments, which are funneled into accounts of the conspirators, have left a huge liability for future generations. The appalling story is not over yet. There's a possibility of political deals intervening against legal liability. In other words, interference against application and sanctity of the laws. Something not absent in other ASEAN countries, I might add. Now, I bring this up because of the huge negative demonstration effect a violation of the sanctity of the law has and will have, not just on other political leaders, but also corporate leaders who might deem themselves, because of a cozy link with the politicians, too big to fall. Just like, if you remember, the corporate leaders of financial institutions on Wall Street and the City of London were allowed to escape their trespasses in 2008 with both bank and compensation intact. When there is always the prospect of a get-out-of-jail-free card, if you are well connected, statute or no statute, there's unlikely to be a robust regime of observance of laws or codes. This nexus, even if it's difficult to break in high politics and high finance, should not ideally be allowed to worm its way into laws and practices pertaining to responsible and inclusive business. Unfortunately, it has. The temptation is too great. Bad habits, when you're able to get away with it, and where the benefit is considerable and divisible, become attractive. Let's face it, the task before us is formidable, but it is not impossible. It is good, even against the odds, to contribute to society. It is good for fellow men to be treated with decency, to bring out of him the productivity whose profit can be shared, even if not equally. Nevertheless, bear in mind the self-evident truth in the United States Declaration of Independence on 4th of July, 1776, that all men are created equal, has taken some years to be forged and continues to be fought for. You might say, surely these high-level reflections are over the top, when our concern here this morning is more the mundane matter of responsible and inclusive business. However, you must agree with me that fundamentally we have to get the governance right, from top to bottom, from head to body to tail. There must be transparency and accountability. There must most of all be the rule of law. It becomes a real challenge when political systems feign to recognize the rule of law, recognize it in name, but not in practice. And then it is something again when we talk of codes, such as the one RIBF is promoting, which do not bind. There are even deeper issues to be discussed. What are the roots of our society? The social contract. I mean, I do not want to go into Hobbes or Locke or Rousseau, who first theorized about the best way to establish a human community in the face of problems of commercial society. Suffice to say, the values of a society and recognition of the common good are defining. During this pandemic, some countries and societies have stood out well, and some not, which has not a little to do with value systems, discipline, and holding together. For laws, regulations, and codes to work, there has to be an underlying ethos of a particular society, not marred by corrupt politicians and their ilk. If you look at China, the plight of 300 million or so migrant workers who in the last 30 years helped build modern China, relating to issues such as pensions and insurance, got the attention of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, even it is by no means all addressed. And many of these migrant workers, including those employed by foreign firms, head back to retirement in the countryside of China, where they do not enjoy the same social protections as the urban Chinese with permanent residence in the cities. The recognition is a good basis for action, as happened in China, but in the end, the action must be completed. Another instance, the Gulf migrant workers. They are left out of the social contract and the societies there. A very powerful commentary observed, and I quote, "When their workday is done, many are homed into Spartan dormitories by their employers. Whether visiting workers have lived in the Gulf for 2 months or 2 decades, they are deemed to be temporary. Most citizens treat them as a subservient underclass. Sadly, the COVID-19 pandemic revealed more bigotry than benevolence." Dormitories, all this sounds familiar? Now, do not forget, your migrant worker is my national, my citizen. The number of migrant workers in ASEAN is about 10 million. The way one country uses and treats another's citizen is a constant irritant, not to mention violation of the rights of the workers themselves. Although not mainly from ASEAN, in Malaysia and Singapore, abominable housing conditions of migrant workers were exposed during the current COVID-19 crisis, which would not have come out into the open had it not been for the pandemic. There was no place to hide as the virus spread across the community with no differentiation between national and non-national. Laws were violated, but more than that, how could businesses be so unconscionable, especially when windfall profits were reaped from sales, in Malaysia, for instance, of protective gloves against a virus, which was then allowed to inflict the very workers who produced them? Would the lesson have been drawn from this unprecedented pandemic, which would inculcate more responsible and inclusive business practices, I ask you? Now, this brings us to the question I raised at the start, whether the COVID-19 crisis has brought about positive change and moral consciousness such that a good new normal has been established, at least in business practices. Changing after being found out is not a good example of being reformed. Being quick to protect the vulnerable when others are looking raises the question, what about when others are not looking? From the time of the rush for toilet paper at the start of the pandemic lockdowns to physical distancing becoming social distancing, which is an abominable phrase, a wrongly used term, to disdain for individuals, areas, and countries who may have been overwhelmed by the disease, it is still unclear if common suffering from the crisis has resulted in a new human bondage. And this would further be tested as the lines form for available vaccines. Now, leaving aside individual and societal behavior, improvements in corporate behavior cannot be left to chance. The cozy relationship between governments and employers has to be disintermediated by laws and regulations. And where laws are not applied or are not applicable, they have to be disintermediated by civil society and by the good efforts of good people and companies as are involved in this forum today to engender responsible and inclusive business practices. The Swedish experience of consensus building, respecting every voice, inviting everyone around the table should be an inspiration as we in ASEAN seek to have companies build and grow around society. The Swedish companies such as Ericsson, ABB, Scania, AstraZeneca AB are great success stories, not only of profitability, they do make good money, but also of outstanding responsible business conduct, such as in sustainability leadership. Indeed, our own relative success of holding together against the biggest challenge of our lives should be the foundation of working afterwards in a positive direction. After the gale of creative destruction, to borrow from Schumpeter, we are still picking up the pieces and are not quite at a new normal, which has been prematurely pronounced. Now is the time to think hard about what is the role, ultimately, of this unit of organization in society, the association of owners of capital and providers of labor, of human capital, in a commercial business we call the company or the firm. Now that part, how they are fulfilling their role in society, composed of workers who contribute to revenue and corporate well-being, has to be made a reporting requirement in the annual reports of companies. There should not be just the gloss of migration from shareholder to stakeholder value to stakeholder responsibility. There should be more rigorous requirement on sustainability reporting too, as there should be more detailed reporting and on how employees are performing and are being treated. Both should not merely be covered in general terms, in terms that are more like going through the motions, qualitative statements. It would be a great statement for 2021 financial year, would it not, if corporations above a certain size were to announce their employees have been vaccinated against COVID-19 at the company's cost. After all, vaccine-producing companies such as AstraZeneca have announced they are offering them those vaccines at cost with no profit margin. Vaccine availability should not be left entirely to the government in the spirit of employee care and of contribution to reviving the economy after the most challenging time in living memory. As countries come out of the crisis, all the talk is about digitalization, yes, or a new term that has come out called taxceleration. Taxceleration. The pandemic accelerated the pace of digitalizing a lot, as has been observed. A lot of everyday life has been changed. Much of business and government operations have been changed. And inevitably, there are issues of responsible and inclusive business that have been addressed, that have to be addressed. So the all-in for digital transformation clarion call of this forum must have a very strong subtext to it. What about inclusiveness and responsible practices as we go all in for digital transformation? A few things to note as we prepare for this brave new world. We have to make, build back better, real, rather than just nice sounding alliteration. Businesses have a responsibility towards sustainable development, which they could work towards, for example, in terms of immediate healthcare, like doctor and call that you have in Singapore, for example, telemedicine, e-pharmacy, but also in terms of infrastructure, as in good sanitation and clean water. The digitalization and the convergence of digitalization and healthcare and SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, is well enunciated in the publication we put together called A Pathway Towards Recovery and Hope for ASEAN, Pathway 225, a set of 225 actionable steps that should be taken to have ASEAN build back better, which was prepared by the ASEAN Business Advisory Council together with the Joint Business Councils the world over and CHARI, the body I chair. Enhancing health systems and strengthening human security are two of the 5 broad strategies of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. Both documents, however, face the daunting task of implementation, which has always blighted ASEAN regional initiatives, including in responsible and inclusive business. Pathway 225 and the ACRF underline the need for sustainable development, the green economy, the green finance, while not forgetting safety nets and ensuring inclusive digital transformation. The last is very important so that ASEAN workers, economies, and countries are not left behind. It must be part of responsible and inclusive business practices that companies take on the task of reskilling and upskilling their workers. Employment displacement is a serious risk to social and political stability, although it is not all bleak in the digital transformation process on that score. During the crisis, for example, companies that are invested in advanced technologies such as Amazon went on a hiring spree, 135,000 new employees since the lockdown began in March, as did Netflix, that continued to hire throughout the pandemic. It will be a mixed employment picture. A lot depends on the industries, a lot depends on what companies invest in, including how they use existing and bring in new members of staff. There are 2 particular matters which I would like to bring up that have not been sufficiently discussed in ASEAN in the context of the digital revolution, which have a bearing on conduct of business. First, there will be a rise in gig work platforms, a kind of outsourcing model whereby the workers are not on the firm's payroll. We should in ASEAN anticipate this and look in detail into the rights and privileges of such workers who otherwise will enjoy no social benefits whatsoever. There's a need, therefore, to have some kind of statute of rights of such workers, perhaps as addendum to existing employment laws. Second, the history of technological change in the advanced countries shows the falling away of workers' unions following greater sophistication in the production process. So with more readily available data and clearer KPIs, there have been more transparent measures of performance and fewer work disputes. However, we should ensure in ASEAN that there be a code of management discipline on this to protect workers' rights and to ensure fair treatment. So from the standards of national governance to responsible and inclusive business practice to individual decency, there's a long way to go in ASEAN, towards which those committed to make grand declarations a reality have to dedicate themselves. Laws and codes will help, but the real test is in enforcement, adherence, and not least, inculcation of sound societal values. So I would like to call upon companies in the region, including those who today are supporting this forum, and to support efforts such as those by RIBF, and come out to play a greater role than they have done in lifting the standards of corporate governance and contribution to their workers and to the wider society. This has been done in countries such as Sweden without any loss of profits. Why not in ASEAN? On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dr. Munir Majid, for your very thought-provoking and courageous keynote, not just mentioning the elephant in the room, but naming in more specificity the ravaging of our planet and the diminishment of our consciousness and responsibility as a collective towards our fellow human beings. I think these are important topics, and we hope today that the speakers and ideas will contribute to galvanizing us all into transformative action. So before we move on to our last, to close this section, I'd like to extend a big thank you to our opening speakers and particularly to our guest of honor, Senior Minister of State, Ms. Sim Ann. Before we go on, could I ask the speakers all just to take a moment to turn on your camera, and we'd like to take a photo. So if you can strike a pose, our team will ensure that you have the best angles for your social media accounts, and that we'd like your attendees to turn on your cameras too. We are limited in how many people we can fit on screen, but we'd like at least for our panelists and speakers now to turn on so we can take that photo, if you wouldn't mind. Back-end team, are you ready to capture this momentous
Yes, please give
moment?
us 2 seconds.
Okay.
Everyone, please kindly turn on your video and smile for us. Okay.
Are we ready?
1, 2, 3. Yep.
LinkedIn. 1, 2, 3, LinkedIn. 1, 2, 3,
once more.
Twitter. 1, 2, 3, Insta.
Yes,
1, 2,
thank you so
3,
much.
TikTok. Thank you so much, everybody. I'd like to again take this opportunity to thank our opening speakers and especially our guest of honor, Senior Minister of State, Ms. Sim Ann. Thank you for joining us and all of you for persevering and sitting through the technological glitches. It's been a pleasure to have your opening remarks and we look forward to seeing you again soon. So now we'll move on to our first opening panel. And hopefully everyone's ready for more discussion and more interesting perspectives. With technology being a key enabler for sustainable development, all the discussions here today will explore the different frames and roles that it plays across the various sectors and leaving no one behind. Even if these discussions are taking place in the virtual space, we are hoping that the impact will be positive, that we seek to create a very real and very visceral impact. Our panelists now are professionals, many of whom who work at scale and are at the cutting edge. Some may even claim to be at the bleeding edge of their respective field. Through their work, they have the opportunity to see the patterns emerging and the ways we can leverage the tools and data that are becoming available to us. And in order to create the better conditions for our planet and collective humanity through our commercial endeavors. Our next segment is titled, How Should We Achieve an Inclusive Global Economic Recovery? And I'd like to introduce the moderator for this discussion. He's a man I'm sure many of you know very well. His charming, altruistic subversion has many of us rethinking the rules of business. With his career-long advocacy on key issues with regards to corporate social responsibility, business integrity, human rights, social and civil organizations, industrial relations, and much more. He is likely the reason a good number of us are gathered and connected here today. I'd like to give a warm welcome to Mr. Thomas Thomas. Mr. Thomas Thomas is the CEO of ASEAN CSR Network, which provides a platform for networking and cooperation at an ASEAN level. He drives the development of RIBF, the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Alliance, to be the region's network of businesses supporting responsible business conduct. He has served as a nominated member of Parliament in Singapore, and he is active with trade unions and cooperatives and the consumer movement and social enterprises. Over to you, Thomas Thomas.
Thank you very much, Marisa. In fact, I'm blushing, except that you can't see it. That's one of the advantages of having my skin tone. Thank you very much for that. I also want to thank Senior Minister of State Nassim An and the speakers, Tan Sri Munir Majid, for his hard truths, well-spoken, and which hits you in the head and heart remarks. Thank you very much. I also thank Dr. Kong and Yanti and our the ever helpful Ambassador Ong, who is always there whenever I need him. Thank you very much to all of you. We have this opening panel which will look at the subject matter on this issue of inclusive business, global economy, how do we recover well? And we have 4 very esteemed persons. And actually we had 5, but COVID-19 has prevented one of them. Dr. Pompida Hidayatullah from Indonesia is supposed to have joined us. Unfortunately, his family is infected with COVID-19, and his family is just not able to get on to do this. So I conveyed our regards and best wishes for a very speedy recovery to him. Today we have with us 4 very eminent people. Dr. Robert Yap, very long-time friend and always a fair-minded person who is chairing the Singapore ASEAN Business Advisory Council. He's also the president of the Singapore National Employees Federation, the trade union of employers. And he's also the executive chairman of the YCH Group, which is the leading logistics and supply solutions company in Singapore. I always admire him because YCH is truly a Singapore-grown company which has presence in ASEAN and beyond. And it's amazing. I also want to introduce Dr. Surya Deva. Dr. Surya Deva is the member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights for the Asia Pacific region, and he's also a lecturer of the City University he's a professor of the City University in Hong Kong. And Mr. Mahadev Mohan works with Google, and he was long time a law professor in Singapore Management University. Now he's heading the next billion users and emerging department, which has got this name called Next Billion Users and Emerging Markets Policy, Trust and Safety in Google. Last but not least, and also the most eminent person here will be Ms. Jasmine Deegan. She's from Microsoft. She's the Director of Legal, Corporate and Government Affairs for ASEAN and New Markets. She's based in KL. So we have 4 speakers from Hong Kong, KL, and Singapore. And I tell you, this is an amazing group. There are 3 doctors here, except that if you've got a flu, don't consult them. 3 lawyers here, politicians, businessmen, community leaders, huge variety of array. So I think for these opening sessions, I will ask, I have to thank my previous speakers, so I don't have to give some introductions. I would basically start off by asking Dr. Surya Deva to set in context of what is said and what will be said. What are the global trends? What should be the, where are we and what are the pressures that are leading us forward? Dr. Surya Deva, please.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for the invitation. And I would like to congratulate all the speakers in the opening, their excellent remarks, especially the remarks by the keynote speaker were very thought-provoking. So let me highlight 4 elements of the progress that we have seen in the last 1 or 2 decades. Then I will highlight 4 challenges, and then I will conclude with the 4 elements or suggestions as the way forward. I hope that is acceptable, Thomas. So let me start with the progress. I think, let me remind everyone that today is the Human Rights Day. And I think it is very fitting that we're talking about human rights in the context of business. And I would say this is the first progress we have made, that on a Human Rights Day, We can talk about human rights not merely in the context of governments and states, but in the context of the private sector. I would like to remind that in 1970, Milton Friedman, the very famous economist, argued that the only social responsibility of business is to maximize profit. And now, 50 years down the line, I think we have made significant progress because hardly any business now, whether small, big, or medium size, can publicly say that we have nothing to do with human rights. Our only goal is to maximize profit. So I think this is, in my view, a major shift that has taken place over the years. And I think in the last 1 decade, especially after the adoption of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights in 2011, this is a starting point for almost everyone that businesses have to respect all human rights. That's the first point. The second point I would like to highlight in terms of progress is that human rights due diligence as a tool to respect human rights is getting more and more momentum. So there is a growing realization that businesses cannot merely say that they are respecting human rights, they have to show it that they are respecting human rights. And how to do it? Human rights due diligence, which is a 4-step process, and I will not go into details, but I would just like to highlight that this is becoming a kind of a standard tool accepted globally, whether this is soft or mandatory. I'll come to that later, but I think this is the second progress I would say that we have made in the last 1 or 2 decades. The third progress is, and here the role of the governments become relevant, is the adoption or the development of nation action plans on business and human rights to implement the UN Guiding Principles. So far, we have 24 countries in the world that have adopted the nation action plans, 2 in Asia, Thailand and Japan. And I think there are several other ASEAN countries who are in the process of developing such a plan. Based on the information that I have, it is very likely that Indonesia may adopt a nation action plan next year. And some progress is being made in Malaysia, Vietnam, and something is happening in Myanmar and Cambodia as well. So I think I'm focusing on ASEAN countries, but of course, I expect Pakistan and India also to have a nation action plan in 2021. So I think the governments are showing some progress, and I will highlight later on what is still missing there, but I think there's signs of progress here. The fourth and the final element of progress that I would like to highlight is that many new market actors are taking a space in the field of human rights, and I would give investors as an example here. There was a time when it was believed that investors are merely there to make profit and short-term profit. I think now that trend is changing. Not every investor is of this nature anymore. We have, for instance, the Investors Alliance for Human Rights. We have principles for responsible investment. So investors are openly asking businesses to be responsible and inclusive. And they are even issuing public statements. So it's not merely about speaking in their annual general meetings. So I think this is a significant shift that we are seeing. Whether this is an issue about migrant workers, whether this is an issue about Black Lives Matter, or discrimination against LGBTI people, or issue about weakening rule of law, businesses, or attacks against human rights defenders. So investors and businesses are speaking openly and publicly about it. This is a progress in my view. Now let me move on to the challenges. And if I get your indulgence, let me highlight 4 significant challenges from my perspective. One is very critical. It is that the current economic model is not working for all. I think that it is very much clear. We can pretend that it is working for everyone, but reality it is not. And I think our keynote speaker gave hints of that, but I would be very, very clear that it is not working for all. COVID-19 has merely exposed what we had put under the carpet and believed that everything is going fine and everything is going to work and sustainable development goals are going to change everything in the world. So I think we are leaving millions of people behind. We were leaving them behind even prior to COVID-19. So COVID-19 was not discriminating. It was affecting and infecting everyone. but how we are reacting to the COVID-19 infection, the response has been different. So many of us are privileged. We have our jobs. We are still able to earn the livelihood, but there are millions and millions of people who are suffering, and they're suffering because the economic model did not give them the cushion. The social protection is not there. They do not have their savings. So if the job is gone, they are gone. They're on the street. So I think this issue is front and center for my view. The second is that despite all these progresses that I hinted, the awareness about the responsible business conduct standards, whether these are national standards or regional standards or the global standards, remains low. And I would say this applies to governments, businesses, as well as academia and lawyers. Only handful of people in the governments are aware of what UN guiding principles really mean. I mean, it is very easy to read what 3 pillars are, but what it means for different government ministries and departments is very much complex. Same applies to businesses. Knowing the UN guiding principles would also mean how do you integrate across the departments in terms of public procurement, in terms of the contracts that you are engaging with. Yeah? So this is a very big issue. The third challenge that I would like to highlight is that many governments, including in ASEAN, they continue to show a sequencing mindset. What do I mean by sequencing mindset? They still believe that what we need to do is economic or fast economic growth. So development comes first, human rights are on the back burner. And we can take care of the issues about environment, climate change, inclusivity, and all that later. Let us grow fast. And I think this sequencing mindset is highly problematic because you cannot really achieve this. And by the time you think about environment, it might be too late. Then the related issue is about policy incoherence. I think one of the speakers earlier were talking about this significant new trade regional agreement recap. But if you look at the text of this agreement, where are the human rights there? So we are focusing on trade, but we're ignoring the implications of trade on human rights and the rights of the workers. We have to look at all these issues together in a holistic manner. Otherwise, we will promote trade, and again, millions of people are going to be left behind. My fourth challenge is, and I think this was already alluded by some of the speakers, is the informal economy and the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Whenever we talk about business and human rights, whenever we're talking about responsible business conduct or inclusive business conduct, we are looking at big businesses. If you look at the panels, so the two co-panelists are representing big businesses, Microsoft and Google, right? Where are the small businesses? So I'm not saying that we don't focus on big businesses and their supply chains, but the informal economy is absolutely vital. The small and micro enterprises are absolutely vital. The challenges that they face are unique, and I think we need to deal with those. These are the elephants in the room, in my view. Now, quickly, let me wrap up with the way forward. Again, 4 points for your consideration. My first suggestion is that the governments have to be proactive. The governments cannot take the hands-off approach that there's a free market economy, we don't need to intervene, let the businesses do it, and they will fix it. No, it will not happen. Human rights are not optional for governments, and they are not optional for businesses. And that is where the idea of mandatory human rights due diligence is quite critical, and the governments in ASEAN have to take that leadership, in my view. And even if they don't do it, it will have implications because European Union is going to introduce a legislation next year, which is going to impact Asian companies operating in Europe and Asian businesses which are part of the supply chains of European companies. Often we talk about there's a business case. Often we say there's a win-win situation. I say yes, if there's a business case, if there's a win-win situation, why are we having this forum? I said this before and I will repeat it. My point is the governments have a role to play to make a strong business case for human rights. And they can do that by creating incentives for good businesses. Whether this is public procurement, tax incentives, or a green loan for these companies, or creating disincentives for free riders. So business case has to be made by the government. It has to be made by investors. It has to be made by consumers like us. And I think all of us have a role to play in that. My second point is that we need not tweaks. We need a new model of development. The new model of development, which is inclusive and sustainable, and it adopts a bottom-up approach. So it's not the decisions made in the capital of a country that we are deciding that that is what we should be happening in this country. Rather, people have to be consulted at the bottom of the pyramid, and they should be informing what ministers and bureaucrats sitting in the capital should be deciding. I think this process of decision making has to change. The third point is we need to revisit the very purpose of business in society. Merely doing no harm will not be enough in my view. The poverty that we see, the economic inequality that we see, businesses have a role to play. So businesses have to play a positive role, not merely just managing the adverse impact of their operations on human rights. They have, in my view, a positive obligation and responsibility to take everyone in society together. This is a new model of business going forward. And I think I would say that we have to create this new kind of a social contract with businesses. My last point, and I will conclude with that, is that we have to deal with newer challenges. COVID-19 is merely a wake-up call. We will have climate change. We will have artificial intelligence and automation knocking on our door already, in fact. We have issues about economic inequality and poverty. We have issues about discrimination, whether these are migrant workers or people of different sexual orientation or people of which are indigenous communities. All these issues have to be addressed, and both governments and businesses have a key role to play in that. So thanks, Thomas. I will stop here. Happy to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this very good introduction. May I now just ask Dr. Jasmine Begum from Microsoft, what is her take on the subject of today's panel? Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Very clear.
Right. So I'm just going to quickly share my slide. Just give me a second. Sorry about that. Right. I will plug my slide. Just give me a second to pull my slide. So truly powerful opening remarks. I believe that both the senior minister as well as Tan Sri Munir Majid shared was really hard-hitting, and Dr. Suryadeva has actually set our way forward. And I think as we look at the recovery, the area that has been that we have been looking at as a whole around the role of business and human rights and the role of technology in all of this is going to be critical. So I have 4 areas that I wanted to share today. Technology as a platform is an enabler. And what we see today is that, is it democratized enough? Is it focused in only certain areas? I think the challenge remains today that while we talk about technology as a platform that is democratized, but it is not accessible. And as part of economic recovery, it is critical that it is not only used, the word is used is to be democratized, but to ensure that it is bridging digital divide and bridging digital opportunity. And I think that is important as we look at the way forward in the recovery phase, that governments, policymakers take a hard look at how do we make that not only democratized, but also accessible. The second point that I would like to talk about is about innovation as a culture. We do see that today, we talked about SMEs, and how we have seen SMEs across the region being closed down because they don't have the sustainable, they are not able to sustain their business. So how do we now address that? And how do we now build in some of these rail guards to allow them to be sustainable and to be able to operate under, to become more resilient? What are the roles and responsibilities, not only of businesses, governments, and to think of this right as not an afterthought. As we celebrate today, the International Human Rights Day, we cannot look at it as an afterthought. It has to be something that is built in by design. Gone is the era of lip service. I think it's critical, and I think Dr. Suryadeva has rightly pointed out, we have seen not only SMEs not being ready, but we have seen governments and organizations, structures that have been around for so long, just not functioning. And resilience was not something that was built in many of these sectors. I think it's important, as we have now an opportunity to reboot and rethink, and not to do incremental. And I think this was rightly also said by Dr. Surya, where we do not look at it from an incremental point of view. We need to actually look at a world where we get a clean slate. We saw digital transformation at the speed of pandemic. And we hope that this also gives us a new slate for us to rewrite and look at how do we build in some of these gaps that we have missed in the past to now be built into this new normal. I believe we have moved from now new normal to now normal and never normal. If we are going to be faced with that never normal and we are going to normalize that never normal, we actually have an opportunity to rewrite that. And in rewriting that, I think we have now take into consideration and make a concerted effort to ensure that we actually build in the rail guards that we have missed in the past. And it's also important that we look at all of the different areas, people, processes, the role of policymakers, the role of businesses. Human rights, business and human rights should not be something that you should be negotiating. It's not something you would say that it's good to have. Everyone deserves to be dignified, and this is a process that should not be something that we are still mulling or considering. Yes, companies do not go out and say they don't think. I have had questions asked to me, is this good business? Where today in this time and age, we are still being asked that question. I think it's important that that is not the question to be asked. Business and human rights is in fact good business, and it is in fact dignifying the entire supply chain, the ecosystem, and the way to move forward is in fact is building capacity. And with that, I would like to talk about the third point, and that is education as digital skilling. And this is an opportunity for us to also look how do we build and bring in skilling as an important point. Tan Sri spoke about reskilling and upskilling, and let's look also at cross-skilling. We see that across the region, people have lost their jobs, and I think it's important we actually focus on making sure that this skilling is not only available to a certain class. People who have connectivity, people who are in the cities, it has to be made pervasively available. It has to be accessible. As we look about people and community that are affected by the pandemic, the people who we often don't think about are people with disability. And this is a community that needs big consideration. They have been, the pandemic has hit them hard, and it is pertinent for governments and businesses to now look at not only ensuring the skilling is now made available, but it has to be accessible. It is now need to be made accessible to people who are disabled so that they are not further impacted by the pandemic. I will stop there and hand off back to Thomas. That would be my opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. As usual, you're always very precise and up to the point. And okay. Just for the audience, we will try and take questions if time allows. You just use the chat function to put in any questions you may have, and then we'll review and look at it. And now let me ask Dr. Mr. Madhav Mohan. Sorry, you're always seen as a doctor to me. To share with us his views. And although he works for Google, he had a much more previous experience. So I asked him to take a holistic view and share with us your take on the topic for today. Thank you, Madhav.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Just give me one moment to pull up my slides.
Yes, Madhav, you can see your slides now.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you for inviting me to address this panel, Thomas. And good evening or good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests and fellow panelists. Just to reset very quickly as we start, I think all the other panelists have asked us tough questions. And I think Surya in particular has thrown a gauntlet down to Jasmine and myself to talk about, what is tech thinking about this? What is big tech's role in terms of a response to the pandemic? And what is our suggestions for stakeholders, both business and governments going forward? Let me just start maybe by suggesting that the questions that have been raised have suggested that we should be rethinking whether norms or declarations have a purpose. And I would say they definitely do. I think Tan Sri was not very sanguine about how far they can be taken. That's a fair point. But I think in tech companies, especially at Google, one of the teams, the team that I'm part of, the Global Policy and Standards team, we start thinking about, in the pandemic, two parts. Of course, a response and recovery. But before we go to response and recovery, I just wanted to share that we also think about the dangers that are lurking for users of the internet. And at this time, in the context of the pandemic, the earliest problems that we saw was people getting misinformation. So if claims and content were going out without scientific research consensus, which we saw across several products, what is going to happen? What are the dangers? What is the opportunity cost of that? And immediately we would see in the teams for trust and safety as a team, we were thinking about policy coverage, looking at both international best practices as well as national laws, but thinking within the company as to how do we ensure that everyone who uses our products, especially at the time of the pandemic, when the usage was far higher and there were 40 million new internet users in Southeast Asia alone, right? Far more than we've seen before in the previous year. What is the opportunities, but what are the dangers as well? Right? So the first thing we had to do is actually roll out policies and ensure robust enforcement of these policies. Very much like how we would see national legislators coming up with laws and regulations. And of course, there's a question about how far they should be enforced, how robustly they should be enforced all across Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific more broadly. Similarly, tech companies think about what should be allowed, what shouldn't be allowed, and what are, as Jasmine mentioned, what are the rail guards that we would be able to use. So in this process, we think about ensuring responsible use of Google products, safeguarding users' rights, and ensuring above everything else that every decision that we make is on the basis of a data-driven and scalable policy and standard. With that backdrop, putting aside then the idea of whether there should be rules and policies, the answer is yes, there should be rules and policies. But the question then is, as those rules and policies are being enforced, what was the big change that we saw during the pandemic? The immediate change was there was this opportunity for tech companies Google saw this for sure in Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific more broadly to actually help people who are in need. The first response was to respond to those basic needs. How do we connect people, for instance, in India and in Indonesia, to make sure that they have a place to sleep, or they know where they can go for like a night shelter? How do we connect people to see where they could go to have a meal, a hot meal? So these were the immediate needs that we saw that had to be addressed. So the idea of responding to those basic needs was that first point. The second point was, as we were dealing with taking away the bad content or the misinformation, there was an opportunity also to surface the most trusted information and content that people could use. So this would allow people to know precisely where they could go to get medical treatment, where are the hospitals, where are the opportunities for them to get tested if necessary. Thirdly, part of this response was also to ensure that other developers and all the plethora of users on our Google surfaces would have the appropriate internet surfaces and exposure notifications, for instance, if they came, of course, within the midst of people who are testing positive of COVID. We were dealing, as you know, the early days of people being infected en masse in various countries in Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific. Because we were at the beginning, I would say, at the epicenter of the COVID pandemic, we had to embrace technology. And we saw users across the board embracing our technology, as well as the technology of our counterparts. In a recent report that has been put out by Google, Temasek, and Bain & Company, the sheer size and scale of users was astounding, right? 40 million, as I mentioned, people coming online for the first time as new internet users, far beyond the 10 billion the year just before. When the virus began threatening people's health, disrupting their lives, stopping schools, not allowing people to go to work, Southeast Asians went online to see whether they could do many of these things from home, whether they could shop, pay, inform themselves, get education, and entertain themselves from the confines of their house. Immediately, we saw that there had to be something that had to be done. So digital services at this time was an opportunity for us to actually push forward and to help people. When we look at the regional economy in APAC or in Asia Pacific and Southeast Asia as well, we can see that there is a huge appetite to ensure not just traditional areas of e-commerce should be fulfilled, but also in the newer areas of health tech and education tech. And I'm very happy to say that there are going to be two other tracks in this conference alone, which allow people to actually hear about some of these points. And we saw that significantly more than half of the people who adopted new digital services were not from the major cities. They were not from Jakarta. They were not from Manila, but were actually people living outside the major cities, which I think is an encouraging sign of the progress of the region's geographical digital divides. So Senior Minister Simhan is absolutely correct when she mentioned that there is a possibility of an economic digital divide that happens between people who have those means as well as people who may be slightly disenfranchised. But I think this is an opportunity and perhaps even a responsibility on tech companies such as Google to actually respond to this need. And I think that's precisely what we are trying to do. Let me just mention this on 2 points. Moving on to the next slide. We saw that at this instance, when we're looking at recovery, there was an opportunity also then to think about what were people really trying to use in terms of Google services and products. So if we've gone through, as you look at the slide, if we've gone through the challenge of misinformation and fake news, if we're dealing with ensuring people are sent to the right food and night shelters, how can we help these people or other people and small developers and small and medium-sized enterprises? There were two immediate opportunities that came forward. The first was to see whether we could actually use existing services and products such as Google Pay or GPay for short, which was first created in India and rolled out now to Singapore and even to the US. But we were taking technology from what was first put out in one APAC country, one Asian country in India, to see whether we could actually use some of that technology to even transplant it, interestingly, to Singapore. So it wasn't coming from always like a more developed country to a large country. If we could take it wherever it's being developed and seeing whether there could be an opportunity for local hawkers and restaurants in Singapore. We also, and this was an opportunity for people to use GPay for their transactions and for their group deals if they wanted to pay for their restaurant experiences. Importantly, we saw that there was a real need for people beyond doing things like, of course, food and the daily essentials. There was an increasing need for people to think about, at the time of the impact of the pandemic, to see whether they could upskill themselves, to get the appropriate training and jobs, and to ensure also that they, and when I say they, I'm talking not only about people in the big cities, but people in the outskirts, the new internet users maybe coming on for the first time, whether they can be matched with the right and available opportunities. So the virus really accelerated the importance, from what we could see, of the importance of technology in almost every industry in thinking about what kinds of jobs are going to be available and whether workers are going to be missing out on the available jobs and opportunities. Now, here is a position where we actually tried to roll out, and we have rolled out, a product which is entitled Carmel. It's a job matching application which allows people to remotely apply for jobs, remotely attend interviews at a COVID time when there's all these safe distancing requirements and prohibitions. And again, it was first rolled out in Bangladesh, and we will be hearing later in another panel from one of the founders of Carmel, this particular product, as to what led to thinking about this product so many years ago. But this was an opportunity to say, look, there is a real need. People want to be able to find jobs. People need to have sustainable economic recovery. And we need to make this as inclusive and as fair as possible. So it's not just people in the big cities, not just people who have all the contacts, people who can look at their phone and ask for a job or ask for a connection. What about people who didn't have that? What could we do for them? So we looked at the opportunities which were happening, and we rolled this out. First we did in Bangladesh and Indonesia, and now it's been expanded further as well. So we saw this as an opportunity. And I think the next point is, as we saw this, ensuring that any opportunity that is being provided is going to be as equitable and as fair as we could possibly make it. And I think this is something that I'm hearing very strongly from the other speakers as well. But I think what I would say is that as big tech companies, we work with smaller ones all the time. And we are always on the lookout to think about if internet users are coming from all across Southeast Asia. They're not just coming from the main cities. How can we best not only assist them, how can we help them close those digital divides which are disproportionately perhaps affecting them? But how can we also ensure that the most marginalized, perhaps the youngest, perhaps the ones who have got a disability, perhaps women who have been traditionally marginalized in a particular community, how can we reach out to them specifically and get them to not just upskill themselves, but also have opportunities which would otherwise not be available? So this allowed Google to be able to say that make an investment. And we are very, very proud to say that we were able to actually make an investment to help up to 200,000 small business owners, going back to the point that people are making about SMBs or SMEs or MSMEs, as I heard earlier, to ensure that these small business owners and workers from marginalized communities get the technology skills that they need. And if successful, that could be a template, perhaps, if it works in Indonesia. Maybe we could try to think about how that can be upscaled and scaled up to places like Philippines within Southeast Asia, and maybe beyond that to larger APAC countries and internationally as well. What we have seen, as I've mentioned, is that at this time, there is a real need for us to think about digital inclusion, for us as we think about digital trade and data flows being more available. And I'm very proud to say that the country that we are speaking in right now places a strong emphasis on this by ensuring that there are digital identities, e-invoicing, fintech and payments are prioritized. And as we look at this, I think the question that Professor Surya Deva raised earlier is a very important one. In all of this, where are human rights? And I would say human rights exist in ensuring that the people who are designing some of these systems in tech are clearly listening to this. And I would say, at least from what I have seen, that recognition is there. Ensuring that we work with non-government organizations, in our case, working with the Asia Foundation to go for their Go Digital ASEAN program is one thing that we did, helping small business owners in all of the 11 Southeast Asian nations that make up ASEAN. And as we do this, I think we can see that technology has obviously been at the heart of Southeast Asia's response to dealing with the coronavirus. But in going forward, I think as it is at the heart of it as well, it needs to be thought of as a possibility of also being that next step, right, in the new age that perhaps we're going to be having. So Jasmine made a very good point about whether we will ever go back to the way things used to be. I think that's far gone from my perspective. I think we have already embraced the new normal, and it's time for us then to think, if as we embrace this new normal, what more can we do to ensure all of us are speaking from the same register? And as we start on that register, making sure that all the small and medium-sized businesses are enabled to the best of our ability, no developer is left behind. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Martin.
Thomas, you're...
Sorry, I thought I unmuted. I just say, I want to invite Dr. Robert Yap to, sorry, I'm getting, okay. Just think Dr. Yap could say on, I think the whole range, I'm glad that I purposely made him the last speaker because Munir made a real good pitch on the global levels. And now with the inputs from Surya, Madhav, and Jasmine, clearly, and with your background in ASEAN, maybe you can just tell us what you see as the way of recovery with an inclusive and responsible recovery. Robert, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Thomas, and good morning, everyone. I think this is indeed very challenging times. I think the pandemic is unprecedented and created so much issues for everyone. Supply chains are disrupted and also destabilized. Lives and livelihoods are being challenged, right, every day. So I think this is the kind of a situation that we are in today. So as we now transcend towards post-pandemic, how do we see this turn around? I'm actually very enthralled by the Dr. Jasmine. I think when you mentioned about reboot, opportunity to reboot and not to make incremental kind of changes. I totally agree with that. I think this is also a very good time for us to look at how we can actually transform, all right, and then to be more ready, all right, for the normal and not the normal, it will definitely be a new normal. So we all just have to be ready for that. I thought I'd like to share basically from my three hats, right? One as a owner of a logistics and supply chain company throughout Asia Pacific. We do quite a lot in terms of this pandemic happening too, in terms of supply chain resilience. We do cold chain for food stockpile. We do for vaccines, even swaps, right? Program today, actually, as we're going through on that. And that's actually more towards the lives. In the part of livelihoods, in the area that we are, I just want to share how from a YCH actually our family business established since 1955. We do supply chain solutions for many big multinationals across Asia Pacific. And And also we own a huge footprint, right, across the entire Asia Pacific region. So our motto has always been to develop every YCHEs, right, or YCH employees to their fullest potential. So I think this is also the way that we like to run the business. When I hire any employee into the company, I only look into their eyes. So what do I see? Do I see a fire in their eyes? So that's very important. If I see no fire, I think it's very difficult. So I think the idea is to make sure that we actually attract passionate people who are very sort of wanting to make change, right? To whatever they're doing. I think it's very important, right? So we need to align people who are very forward-looking. So they become one of the very important criteria that we look at. We operate like a family enterprise. So in fact, we operate what we call an extended family enterprise. That includes basically various parts of our supply chain. You know, in the area of fulfillment, in the area of doing what we are doing across the region, we try not to do everything on our own. We try to actually empower, enable, and also train. We actually skill basically our suppliers in the area. For example, in Indonesia, we have what 33 SME companies that work with us. In terms of the last mile fulfillment, we also have maybe another 20 in Vietnam. We actually go down to the ground to ensure that we can skill them, improve their back-end processes. In fact, we do self-invoicing, so they don't have to do a lot of invoicing when they deal with us. And we activate payment, right, e-payments and so on, to give them the back-end efficiency so that they can focus very much in delivering the promises, right, that we actually do, right, for our customers. So this is a kind of a thoughts that we do in terms of trying to actually build an extended family enterprise. The entire value chain, you are as strong as your weakest link. I think that's a kind of a belief and philosophy that guides us. At the same time, from the company, we are very much a believer in diversity. If you look at my senior management, I think majority are women. You'll be surprised. Logistics industry, wow. So, but we have actually quite a big group, right, of female leaders, right, in the organization. At the same time, we are very much, because of the family enterprise attitude, we also believe in actually ensuring a level playing field and also ensuring lifelong kind of improvement, employment. We actually design our job, right, and our workplace, redesign in a way that actually facilitate a person to be able working even though he gets older. So there's no disadvantage for being an older person, right? So for example, we have actually invested quite heavily to redesign what we call goods to man system, right? So I mean the whole way of when you do picking and running around the warehouses, you know, you have people around with material handling equipment going around and do pick and so on. So the older you are, the more difficult it becomes as you go. So we design what we call goods to man system, where actually the goods will come to the man and the picking is done with the robots facilitating. So these are kind of a thing that we do mainly to ensure that we have a sustainable, right, and responsible kind of a work environment moving forward. With the mantra of teaching a man to fish, we also 4 years ago, I think 3 years ago, we started this Scala, right, Supply Chain and Logistics Academy, mainly to skill, reskill, and upskill basically the kind of a professionals, right, that comes into the industry. So we are not doing training only for our own, but we train for the entire industry, right, to be able to take this forward. And that has been very rewarding and satisfying, even for myself. I'm in this business for more than 40 years, right, in the supply chain sector. And I see this from the very beginning. Logistics is actually really something that nobody even understand how to pronounce the word logistics, right? So, but it has now come into a very strong kind of a awakening, right? Especially during this time, right? The COVID has shown that logistics is actually a very important part of ensuring things still happen, right? Despite the shutdowns and so on. I think it's very, very important for us to look also in terms of from a region connectivity, how we can help us move forward. We are also very much into the sustainability track in terms of building green warehouse. We put up the first green warehouse in India, right? So we are actually the one that put up in Chennai itself. At the same time, if anyone is here in Singapore or wish to visit Singapore, please visit our icon. We have a logistics icon in Singapore called the Supply Chain City, which will showcase all kinds of the future work, right, in the logistics and supply chain industry. We'll see all kinds of robots, drones flying around to do cycle counting, and so on. I think these are the kind of thing that we are showcasing here. Not so much as a exhibition of sort, but it's actually walking the talk, living supply chain excellence, and then showing that we can actually attract more and build it from the ground up, right? Scaling people and encouraging people to level up. I think this is the kind of thing that we will do, not just in Singapore, but across the region. So in my second hat, which I wear as the president of the National Employers Federation, right? This is Singapore has a very interesting tripartite kind of working. Right? Singapore tripartism is actually one of its biggest, I won't call weapon, one of the biggest success, right? In terms of the way that we all work together between the employers, the unions, as well as the government. Right? So in that aspect, SNEF itself, I think we pride ourselves as the slogan, responsible employers, sustainable business. So we inculcate the value of what a responsible employer should behave, should do, at the same time, how to keep sustainable business so that they can continue to grow, all right, with the country and pay better wages to the workers. So these are the kind of things that we do in terms of low-wage worker. We actually have progressive wage system together with the unions to ensure that we take care of people at the lower end, right, of the value chain. At the same time, we are also very much involved in today. Because of the pandemic, the retail industry today is actually very badly affected. Right? So we are now working on a retail transformation project, right, to help the retail industry to be able to take over this hardship and get back to the new normal and be able then to continue to grow. So this is a kind of initiative that we're doing, and retail industry doesn't mean retailers alone, it means the entire value chain or ecosystem. So we have the retailers, we have the mall owners, right? We have the brands, we have the tech enablers, the fulfillment companies, logistics companies like ourselves, and also the last mile partners. And most important, also this academy, the skills academy that's there to reskill, to upskill and transform, right? Our workers who are actually misplaced or not ready or not able to fulfill due to the digitalization that's important, right? For this new wave. So it's very important for us to also look at how to create more future-ready jobs. So I think together with the government and the unions, we are working towards that retail transformation, affecting an entire ecosystem of players in that area. So the last but not least part of my head is actually more as the ABAC oldest member. I'm actually the ASEAN Business Advisory Council member, chairing the Singapore side for a long time. We came up with this ABAC legacy, right? Legacy projects like SG Connect. SG Connect is Smart Growth Connect, right? So when I chair in 2018, ASEAN Back, we pushed forward what we call a Smart Growth Connect, a legacy project that was endorsed and accepted by all the leaders in terms of looking at how we can create smart growth centers across ASEAN to ensure that the cities in ASEAN will be able to grow without the growing pain, right? Because of congestion, because of pollution, because of the way that the flows, all right, of consumption flows, right, into the city itself is not helping. It is actually deteriorating the kind of a efficiency, right, towards the city and so on. So I think these are projects that we work on. And last month, actually November the 24th, we launched what we call the first ASEAN Smart Logistics Network project in Vietnam, right, together with our Vietnamese partner TNT Group. And it was launched by the two ministers, by the prime ministers of Vietnam and also our prime minister of Singapore. So I think that project is going to be very interesting, as it's also meant to be a kind of a very necessary infrastructure to connect ASEAN with the rest of the region, ASEAN China, ASEAN India, and also to be the showcase and the trailblazer in terms of the first ASEAN Smart Logistics Network infrastructure project. So I think this is something that we're doing. So I've been keeping busy with my 3 hats all the time. The idea of doing all this is to showcase that we can actually do our part in whichever way we are, whether as a business captain or a trade association leader, or even from a perspective of advising government, right, or on the basis of what we can do. I think we can all do our part to influence basically the direction towards responsible and inclusiveness in the way that we grow together, and ensure that we will grow well together in the future and ensure that we are all future ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much for this presentation. And okay, I just have to apologize that because of time, we may not be able to take much more questions. But can I just ask Dr. Surya Deva to a question? I think he talked about the progress we have made, the challenges, and a little bit of much from the way forward, all 4 points. I realized Jasmine also had 4 points. Made had 3 slides plus 4 important points. And you also, Robert, spoke about things like reboot, rethink, restart, and Dr. Surya, what I want to ask you is this. There is a lot of initiative, a lot of progress being made, yet we don't see much take-up of companies and even governments really implementing things on the ground. Even countries that are proposing moving for national action plans are also passing legislation which are very contrary to giving people more rights and practice of it. I mean, I'm just putting India, Indonesia, many other countries. So, but how do you see that we could motivate people? There's a lot of talk on wanting to do this. If you look at sustainability reporting, it's of the companies, it's so glowing, so nice. But if you look at SDGs, we are behind target. If everybody has been really doing that, we would have exceeded our target, but we have not. How do we really get, your view, real implementation? What is the challenge and how do I get people to do this?
Thanks, Thomas. I think it's a difficult question to answer, but let me try. I think I hinted about it, that we are not really making transformational changes in our mindset. Let me give 2 concrete examples to make my point. I think we are giving more value to products than people. So people, it's very difficult to move from one country to another country. But products, we are putting a lot of focus that products can move and trade can facilitate. A second example is the compensation structure in a company. How much the chief executive officer of a company makes, it is normally 300 to 500 times more than the average worker in the company. Are we talking about these issues? How can we eradicate poverty and economic inequality unless we are talking about those fundamental transformative changes in how we conceive the role of business in society? And I think that goes back to changing this mindset. I think the 3 colleagues in the panel here, Jasmine, Mahadev, and Robert, they highlighted really concrete examples how businesses could be part of a progressive change. And I think this is good. Will this be enough? No. I think businesses have to do more. And I think, as I've said earlier, the governments have to create incentives for right businesses. So if they're responsible businesses, they're progressive businesses, the governments have to come out of their shell, because many governments are working for the 10% people in society. They are not representing everyone. That is the difficulty. The governments think that they are designing these policies and frameworks and laws and legislation to benefit the entire society, but really it is not this. They're not benefiting the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we need to remove the democratic deficits, both in the governance, but also in the corporations, because some corporations have democratic deficits as well. Jasmine highlighted this democratization of technology. That's a very interesting point. And I think we need more of that. So I think the inclusive participation is absolutely vital. How much, let us say, the workers who are migrant workers making gloves are informing the policy of the Malaysian government. Let me take one concrete example, right? How much the migrant workers in Singapore are informing the policies of the government. Are they consulted? Is the government listening to them? I think that has to change first. Otherwise, I'm afraid building back better, rebooting, recreating will become just slogans. And after 10 years in 2030, we will again not be meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya. I think I just realized that we're almost time's up. We never know time flies when we're hearing such great things. So could I just ask Jasmine, in rounding up this session, do you have something to say very briefly, and so we could end? Sorry, I'm sorry to all those who wanted to ask questions, and my apologies. We just have to blame the glitches in the IT for the delay. I'm sorry about it. But Jasmine, you can say that we are not using Microsoft into Zoom or something. Anyway, Jasmine, could I get your views on this? How do we move forward?
I think as a society, as humanity, as a business, as nations, we now have an opportunity to do right. We need to build in, and I said this at the outset, we need to now build in the rail guards by design and not an afterthought. You know, you don't slap on something because it is the flavor of the month, but truly believe that principles, policies, we need to bring those principles, the UN guiding principles into practice. And that means everyone in the society plays a role. Dr. Surya said that, that does the immigrant in Singapore, no, does the factory worker in Malaysia, no. Everyone has a role to play, but it is also about creating awareness. Industry shifts are going to happen, and industries, businesses have a big role to play, and we cannot wait for governments to start that. Government policies need to be progressive, and in making this progressive policies, they need to be future-proofed. We now need to build resilient and human-centered policies, not the 10%, but for everyone. We need to take into consideration the workforce changes that are happening in whatever form, the white collar, the blue collar, the collarless, everyone and their rights, and the business opportunities that come with this change. I think I would like to leave with, as we celebrate International Human Rights Day today, don't look at others to make a difference, but all of us to reflect and to see how we can be a voice, be an advocate in making that change. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. Could I just ask Robert now, just to tell me, if you have one message to give to your fellow business leaders on responsible, sustainable, what would that message be?
Yeah, I think for business leaders, I think the important part is to look at the entire people resources that they're using and focus right down at the base, like what Surya had been mentioning. A lot of times we only focus only on the winners, right? The couple of people that are on top here and there, but the focus right at the base and look at how building skills framework and so on to bring them up, I think is the key. I think we have to be very, very cognizant of this fact. This is a time where an opportunity for us to really look at how we can reboot this very quickly in the right way and bring everybody up in an inclusive manner.
Oh, thank you very much, Robert. Sorry, Matev, now what is your take, Matev, of this session and going forward?
Thank you, Thomas. I think it's been a very, very instructive and helpful session that we've had. And I think there are many points that we agree on. If I would to say one message for all businesses, especially on Human Rights Day, I would say is to think about really the individual and think about how we are helping people on a day-to-day basis. How are people using our products and features? And in doing so, can we actually shape something differently as we rebuild and reassess the situation now? We're all taking a moment before the new year begins. But as we reassess, can we shape digital education? Can we help businesses, smaller businesses digitize? Can we partner together across the board with governments, businesses, and civil society organizations to solve some of the bigger problems that we face? I think that's what we need to do.
Thank you very much. And which is exceeding time. I want to thank all of you. And I think some of the things that we learned is that in the past, we talked about a business case for things. Today, we have moved from the element of business case to say it's the morally right thing to do, to be inclusive, to be responsible, to look beyond profits. I think profits are important. If companies don't make profits, they can't exist. But it's more than, but how you make that profits, is it by making other people poorer, or are we all making society richer? I think the past model of maximizing profits at the expense of everybody is not working. I think COVID has taught us a few lessons. One of it is, as Tan Sri said, does not respect not just national borders, does not even respect your rank and your individuals. Everybody gets it. I mean, the US president to the laborers in the third world countries all get affected. The COVID has showed that it is completely non-discriminatory. But I think to also show that we need to get things going, I think we have to have value-based things and political will. The political will has to come from the politicians and business leaders. One of the messages that I got hit is, I've been always believing the tone from the top. But when the tone is wrong, it becomes rot from the top. So I think we should change it to nice tone, nice music from the top. And finally, I think one of the key things that message gives us, if we said all these things and we cannot wait for each other, we just have to institutionalize and get moving. And Ariba is one of the things. I think when ASEAN CSR network became, we have lots of networks. Some of it is so corporate driven that it becomes a little bit of corporate capture by certain people just to run it for themselves. But I think we need the kind of organization that can institutionalize responsible behavior and inclusive. It's good for organizations, good for people. And I urge more support for our initiatives and our things, and because eventually we have to work together and do more together. On that note, again, thank you very, very much for the tremendous contributions all of you have done. I'm sorry for the glitches in there early on, and sorry I had to reduce a little bit of sessions so we couldn't have more dialogue, but I think what has already been said is so profound and so heavy and so nice. Thank you very much, and wish you all success and in whatever you're doing, and wish success for our work. And on this note, I pass it back to the MC. Marisa, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you to all our opening panelists for those amazing and kind of, again, hard-hitting and honest remarks and thoughts. Before we move to the next section, could I just ask all the panelists just to turn on their cameras for one group photo, and then we can move on to the next section. Were your cameras on? Yeah. Back-end team, is everything okay there?
Yes, one. No, let's wait for some more. Just 1 second.
Okay, anyone could, if you could all turn your cameras on. I think the panelists have.
All right. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
This is to prove that we all attended the session. Thank you.
taking attendance.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And once again, thank you to our panelists and to Thomas. So now we come to the next part of the forum that I've personally heard a lot of excitement and activity around, and that is the Brands for Good Awards. Though they are in one sense awards, more importantly, Brands for Good highlights a movement for positive business. It recognises the contributions of micro-entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs and SMEs who are building invaluable, you might even say priceless, social and environmental capital, both into their enterprises and far beyond for the greater good. Before I pass over to the next presenter, I have one recommendation. And if you want to be moved to an authentic and heartwarming, joyful tears, I would highly encourage you to take a look at the YouTube video at the Brands for Good 2019 Winners Tribute. It was a beautiful and heart-touching way to one of those who won last year. As I watched it, I myself was moved to joyful tears. So I'll pass over to Mr. Alan Ng. Alan is the managing partner of ABBA Consulting, a firm specialized in building intangible assets for businesses and a consultant to their Asian Development Bank. Among some of his key management positions, he has been the Director of International Engagement Department at IPOS, advisor to the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, project director at IE Singapore, and he represents Singapore as a private sector liaison officer to the World Bank Group, but to name a few of his positions. More importantly, he is the co-founder of the Brands for Good. So I will pass over to you, Alan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marisa. Okay, one thing great about our online conference and this event is that we don't need to have lunch break and no tea break. I trust everybody is comfortable and able to take care of that on your own. Okay, good morning, everybody, and also want to welcome Minister Edwin Tong, Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, and Second Minister for Law, Professor Lilian Koh, Founder and CEO of FinTech Academy, and representative for the Brands for Good 2020 judges. By the way, Prof. Lilian, congratulations again to your book launch this morning at the opening panel. Ms. Esther Wee, President of the International IP Commercialization Council of the Singapore chapter, IP Council at Harris Elias Partnership, and my co-chair for Brands for Good, and Thomas, CEO, ASEAN CSR Network, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again for joining us here today. The journey of Brands for Good started in 2017 among three partners, IPOS Society, IIPCC Singapore, and CEO Asia, with a belief that intellectual property and especially IP has great potential to do good. Right? IP not only is an economic asset, but also an instrument that can turn a brilliant invention into a means for the betterment of human life. In the face of daunting global challenges, and we heard many new ones that are coming up because of all the changes that's happening around us, right? And especially, I think, in the wake of COVID pandemic, we have learned that science and technology can uncover big solutions. But these solutions don't just happen, right? It takes dedicated people, passionate entrepreneurs, purpose-driven partnership with countless toils, and possibly countless failures before you can make that significant difference. Therefore, the celebration of Brands for Good is not just about financial success, which is important for sustainability, but also about the inspiration and perspiration that often go unnoticed. Brands for Good, as a non-profit organization, builds its vision around threefold purpose. Firstly, helping good brands differentiate effectively and create transformative value by their intangible assets. Secondly, helping them make waves with their Brands for Good stories so as to inspire the world. And thirdly, building a global community of responsible and inclusive businesses with partners who shares our passion and philosophy. And to energize our community, we organize the Brands for Good Award and Gala Dinner annually to congregate and celebrate our collective achievements. In 2018, the year we started, we had 80 nominations, 24 winners, over 300 participants from mostly Singapore. And in 2019, we had 120 nominations, 43 winners, and over 600 participants from Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Indonesia. But this year is not like any other year. Despite the inconveniences and uncertainties caused by COVID, we had 23 winners from 80 nominations and 2 other winners from the Brands for Good Carbon Care label, so 25 in total. And like many others seeking new ways to serve old objectives, we too are trying out this virtual mode for the first time, so do pardon us for any imperfection. Together with the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Forum, where Brands for Good is a supporting partner, we were able to extend our reach to all over ASEAN member countries and beyond. The forum successfully invited over 30 panel speakers and moderators to share their valuable insights and updates. I hope you will all stay to take full advantage of it. Also, do join the networking and ask me anything sessions. Over the years, we have also been refining our processes and award categories. And this year, we introduced a new category called Leadership for Good, alongside Business for Good and Technology for Good. Now, at this juncture, I would like to take the opportunity also to thank our volunteer judges who has put in their precious time, efforts, expertise to ensure the integrity of the award is upheld, while encouraging all the nominees to pursue their rainbows. So going forward, Brands for Good will continue to partner ASEAN CSR Network to build our community together, also known as the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Alliance, or RIBF in short. And as an ASEAN community, we hope it will also be a platform for business opportunities for the members. Secondly, since the launch of Brands for Good Carbon Care label at Brands for Good last year, we will continue to work with Carbon Care Asia, or CCA in short, to help our local businesses by encouraging and recognizing their efforts to tackle climate change by measuring and reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. And since its launch in 2011, CCA label has been awarded to over 300 listed and private companies, government departments, public bodies, social enterprises, and non-profit organizations across Hong Kong. Thirdly, we will continue to create more programs and projects with our partners, such as People Association, Invention Convention, FinTech Academy, Asian Development Bank, ASEAN CSR Network, and many more to come, so as to bring more value to our community members and beneficiaries. Finally, all this would not be possible without the financial support of our kind sponsors. I'd like to thank particularly 2 of our key sponsors, Maybank and 01, and especially Maybank, who has been with us since we started in 2018. I also want to thank the Brands for Good Secretariat team, also known as CEO Asia, Glenn, Firas, Shak, Francis, Trina, Tok Ming, Jesse. Good job, guys. Today, we are very honored to have Minister Edwin Tong to join us to congratulate all the winners. And Minister, thank you for the great encouragement. Mr. Edwin Tong SC is a Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, and Second Minister for Law. As the Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, he drives efforts to build a caring, cohesive, and confident society in Singapore. At the Ministry of Law, he focuses on the development and promotion of Singapore's legal, dispute resolution, and intellectual property sectors. He also handles wide-ranging aspects of law reform, including intellectual property, corporate restructuring, and insolvency and legal aid. Over to you, Minister. No sound.
Technological University. Prof. Su Guaning, President Emeritus of Nanyang Technological University. Friends from Brands for Good, IPOS Society, and International IP Commercial Council. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to speak at the 3rd edition of the Brands for Good Awards ceremony. The Brands for Good Awards seeks to recognize businesses that use IP and intangible assets to grow and expand while benefiting the communities. I'm sure everyone here today is well aware that IP and intangible assets make up an increasing proportion of total business value in today's innovation and knowledge-driven economy. According to Brand Finance's 2020 Global Intangible Finance Tracker study, the value of the world's intangible assets today stands at an all-time high of US $65.7 trillion, representing 54% of the overall global value. That's more than half. With so much value in intangible assets, businesses which can harness them well will be able to reap significant benefits. The government is committed to supporting businesses in managing and also extracting the value out of their IP. IPOS has been offering complimentary IP clinics since 2015. These IP clinics are conducted weekly, and businesses can approach consultants and practicing lawyers for advice on how to manage their IP. The IP clinics continue to operate even during the circuit breaker via video conferencing. This is the extent of our commitment to help businesses with their IP. We also recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated digitalization and forced many businesses to change their operating models. For example, those in the arts and entertainment sectors have had to turn to digital and online platforms to carry on with their performances and events. The government agencies, including IPOS and MCCY, have therefore come together to introduce a new initiative, Growing with Resilience Through Intangibles, GRIT for GRIT, to help to manage businesses better, monetize their IP and intangible assets in today's environment. IPOS has also made it easier for businesses to protect their IPs. IPOS commenced the SGIP FAST program in September this year to accelerate the registration of patents, trademarks, and registered designs. Under this program, a patent may be granted in as little as 6 months from the date of application. This has enabled many businesses to take advantage of opportunities even more quickly. IPOS has also recently enhanced IPOS Go, the world's first mobile app for trademark applications. Businesses can now renew not only their trademarks, but also their patents and registered designs via the app, which makes the process more convenient, accessible, and of course, cost-effective. In addition, IPOS has also begun to engage aspiring and fresh law graduates on IP mediation through the Young IP Mediator program. Mediation offers a fast and cost-effective means of resolving disputes whilst preserving business relationships. It has been used to settle different types of commercial disputes, and there's no reason why it cannot be used to resolve IP disputes. There's really so much that we have done and much more that we'll continue to do. Even as the government continues to support innovative businesses, it is heartening to see Brands for Good recognize not just their entrepreneurial success, but also their concern for the community and the environment. Brands for Good and the ASEAN CSR Network have come together to help businesses pivot for growth whilst keeping the communities in mind. Their joint platform, the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Alliance, socializes the benefits of contributing to the community whilst still turning a profit. Brands for Good's Carbon Care label mark also helps SMEs signal to their stakeholders that they're mindful of their carbon footprint and have an interest in the environment. As consumers become increasingly concerned about the impact of their consumption, such marks can help SMEs differentiate themselves. Forums like these also help enable businesses to exchange and showcase their innovative ideas and approaches to CFR. We have many such businesses here today to share their experiences and best practices. This year's Brands for Good Award winners, for example, show us how to marry innovation with a concern for the community. They cover varied sectors like the environment, healthcare, and education. They employ persons with disabilities, train foreign domestic workers to do more specialized work, and actively share their values of inclusivity and sustainability with others. Along with past year's Brands for Good winners, this year's winners, whom you'll know soon, show us that if you know how to leverage your IP and intangible assets, you can not only generate profit, but also help the community in the process. I congratulate all of you on their good work in building bridges between businesses and the community, and I hope the examples will inspire even more businesses to do the same. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing the rest of the event, and all of you, please do enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Lilian.
Thank you, Minister. And to have the representative of our Brands for Good judges, we have Dr. Lillian Koh to give us some, give us your speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. On behalf of our judges, I'm humbled to give you this speech. I'm Lillian Koh, and well, I happen to be in one of the judging panel, and I'm so impressed. So congratulations to all our Brands for Good nominees. You all are winners. Minister Edwin Tong, Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, and Second Minister for Law, Mr. Alan Ng, co-founder and co-chair of Brands for Good. Ms. Esther Wee, President of Singapore Chapter of the International Intellectual Property Commercialization Council, IIPCC for short. And she's also IP Counsel at Harry Elias Partnership and co-chair of Brands for Good. Mr. Thomas, CEO of ASEAN CSR Network, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. In the wake of COVID and the post-COVID world, we have seen this shift towards responsible and sustainable mantra coming from heightened socially and environmentally conscious approach to our culture, economic, and business communications of the purpose. So whether you are a startup or whether you are a business that has been in operation for years, you have to ride on this wave. This will be the big de facto theme of the post-COVID world. And this will create new opportunities for many who is able to ride the wave. So don't miss it. Right on the curve. Stay ahead of the curve. Let me quote an article in Business Times 2 days ago. It's entitled, "Why Startups Should Embrace ESG Factors Only for the Big Guns?" Oh, ESG, Environment, Social, Governance. So the article says, a startup that ignores ESG factors will risk missing out on opportunities to receive investments from an ever-growing pool of dedicated impact investors. Yes, and these impact investors are interested in businesses with a strong ESG performance. So be on the lookout. The Brands for Good recognition is a third-party endorsement of a business achievement in ESG. So our niche is to focus on the intersections of proven business model that is profitable, effective, positive impact on society and environment, and last but not least, being innovative to achieve the triple bottom line: profit, people, planet. Brands for Good promote the concept of strategic corporate social responsibility, or CSR. When CSR is an integral part of a firm's strategy, it is also a way of maintaining the legitimacy of the firm's actions in the larger society. By bringing stakeholders' concerns to the foreground, in this way, business leaders need to know how to align responsibility throughout the business. It is a culture. It is in alignment with the core activities, philosophy, the value chain, as well as manage a broad set of stakeholders, from employees to the community they operate in. So this year, all applications for the Brands for Good award were judged on 3 criteria: organizations, sustainability, which includes the business model and financial viability, the applicant's creativity to innovate. Lastly, but most important of all, the impact where the applicants' contributions have benefited the target group of people in need. This includes downstream actions by third parties building on the applicants' contributions. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all our volunteer judges for your precious time, efforts, and expertise to help raise the standard and integrity of the Brands for Good Award. In particular, I think we need to mention Professor Su Guaning, board member of International IP Commercialization Council, Mr. Jeremy Pei, Director of Brands for Good, Mr. Ken Hickson, Chairman of Sustainability Showcase Asia, Mr. Michael Chow, President of London Institute of Banking and Finance, Alumni Singapore, Mr. Sam Chia, founder of SC Coaching Asia, Ms. So Lai Yi, former Executive Director of Viva Foundation for Children with Cancer, Tan Po Boon, Vice President of IPOS Society, Director of Temasek Polytechnic, Mr. Wee Boon Seong, Director of Carbon Care Asia, and Mr. Henry Tan, Chairman of Lions Home for the Elders. On behalf of the panel of judges and together with the organizing committee, once again, congratulations to all the winners. All your brand stories is an inspiration. And may you go on to continue to inspire many more to do good, to do well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Lilian Koh. So now I will have my co-chair Esther Wee to sort of guide us through the ceremony of recognizing an award for the award ceremony. Esther, over to you.
Thank you, Alan. As the co-chair of Brands for Good this year, I want to just say I'm really proud of the organizing team led by Glenn. And also thank you to all our volunteer judges for all your efforts, and also our sponsors, for which without everyone's effort, we won't be here today, being able to do this despite COVID and all that, and to really still recognize our winners for this year's Brands for Good Award. So without further ado, now is the moment that we've all been waiting for. It is now time to celebrate the awarding the Brands for Good recipients of 2020. It is my privilege to ask that all winners turn on their video while keeping the microphone on mute. So what I'll be doing is I'll be announcing the winners. And as I announce the winners, the winners' videos will be highlighted upon announcing their company's names. So as Ellen has mentioned, this year we are privileged to have 24 winners for Brands for Good 2020. While the going gets tough for these business owners during these hard times, they still made it their business purpose to go out of their way to make a positive difference in their workplace, community, and environment. So without further ado, the first category that I'm going to announce will be the Brands for Good Carbon Care Label Award. In a special partnership with Brands for Good and Carbon Care Label. This year, we are proud to announce 2 winners for this particular label. This category recognizes companies that have successfully taken steps to tackle climate change by measuring and reducing their greenhouse gas emission. So the first awardee for this Brands for Good Carbon Care Label Award would be Totally Hot Stuff. And as a homegrown lifestyle retail brand established since 2009 in Singapore, Totally Hot Stuff promotes numerous innovative and creative products to support both local and global design creatives. And the second recipient for this Carbon Care Label Award will be Amazonia. Amazonia was founded in February 2015 by Raj and Yupei after almost 30 years of extensive management and field experience in the Singapore landscape industry. Being an environmental conscious company, they enhance balance between human and nature in their design and installation to create a biophilic garden in a city. Amazonia was also a Brands for Good 2019 champion for the year in the environmental sustainability category. So let's put our hands together for these two companies for this Brands for Good Carbon Care Label Award. Congratulations. All right. We'll now move on to the next category, which is the Business for Good Award. This category recognizes businesses that have managed to find an angle to do good, be it impacting the community, the environment, or their workplace, and also, find a way to remain profitable. So without further ado, let me announce the first awardee goes to Arts Kids. Arts Kids School's unique approach to learning and specially designed curriculum quickly made an impression on many parents in their community. Arts Kids International has partnered with both World Wildlife Fund, WWF, and most recently the Wildlife Reserve Singapore. And together they organized the beach cleaning walk with their students and their parents. In 2020, they adopted many heritage trees in Singapore Zoo to support sustainability and growth while educating their students. The second recipient goes to Fortis Law. Congratulations, Fortis Law. Fortis Law is a client-focused professional law firm committed to offering quality, diversified legal counsel and services. They deliver high-caliber work, utilizing the best technology and intelligence available, and devote themselves to each case with full care and consideration as if they're representing themselves. They want to make law accessible to everyone. The third recipient would be Speak and Span. Congratulations. Speak and Span focused on inclusive hiring and has been partnering social services agencies to provide good jobs to marginalized Singaporeans, including ex-offenders, persons with disabilities, and persons with mental health backgrounds. More than 60 social services agencies have joined the partnership, and more than 300 individuals have been trained, upskilled, and provided employment opportunities for. So good job, Speak and Span. Continue to do what you have done. Now, moving forward, we have the following honoree would be Brooklyn Stainless Steel. Since its inception in 2012, the company has grown by leaps and bounds to work on projects ranging from residential to commercial and governmental to religious, providing services to reputable local and international contractors. Brooklyn Stainless Steel as an organization is based on Brooklyn's. It's extremely diverse and inclusive staff trained to be the best skilled workforce regardless of their backgrounds. The next honorary recipient for Business for Good is Seoul Garden Group. Congratulations. Seoul Garden Group of Restaurants, the pioneers of Korean dining concepts in Singapore since 1983. Leveraging on its diversified presence and experience in Korean food and culture, an expression of the group's transformation journey clearly denotes its vision to set its global footprints as the leading international Korean dining provider anchored in Asia. Congratulations again. The next recipient for the honorary, I'm proud to announce to recognize Goshen Art Gallery. Goshen Art Gallery is a family heritage business of 30 years, specializing in fine arts and supporting artists in need. Some 40 years ago, they started off as a bakery running a small but brisk business, and they started to give out leftover bakes to the needy artists in the neighborhood. What started off as a passion, an act of humanity, has now evolved into a business that spans for 30 years and counting. Goshen Art Gallery is the first and probably the only one gallery that gives salary to the artists even before any works was sold. To date, they have impacted over 300 artists locally and overseas, even covering travel, medical, and funeral expenses for some. So thank you for all the good work that you have done for the community around. Moving forward, we will have SIMCC. Congratulations, SIMCC. SIMCC is a Singapore-based social enterprise that conducts 26 international competitions and assessment in math, science, English, and digital technologies in various levels of challenges. They nurture grades 2 to 12 students from average to advanced level, targeting different segments with the overall objective of assisting educators to unlock student potential. And lastly, we want to recognize Ageless Bicyclists. Ageless Bicyclists, or ABL, creates healthy lifestyle programs for different athletes, including sibling family members, youths, and silver communities. The education and training programs include pedal-enabled recreational experiential inclusive cycling, health and outdoor education exercises and retreats. So well done to all our honorees for the Business for Good Awards. Can we get all of the winners to take a group photo together? It's the back end.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Well done. Now we will move forward to the next category, which is the Tech for Good, Technology for Good category, and we want to recognize the honorees for this category. This category recognizes companies that have successfully leveraged their IP assets and commercialized the same for profit. At the same time, what they do, find an angle for a good cause. So we have 3 winners, 3 honorees for this category. The first one is I Can Read. Congratulations, I Can Read. The I Can Read system originally came about through research conducted between 1995 and 2000 by Anthony Earnshaw and Annabelle Surgeon. It is structured, cumulative, and hierarchical, and is the first system in the world to link clusters of letters to single sounds in a unique manner. The I Can Read reading programs enables the students to see how letters combine to create invariant sounds and empower the students to take control of his or her own reading program. The second recipient honoree for this Technology for Good Award is Motorist. Congratulations. Motorist is the first of its kind in Singapore. Its app allows drivers to manage and simplify vehicle matters such as car insurance and road tax renewal, traffic fines, offences, and so on and so forth. In 2020, this year, they launched Co-Driver, a dedicated driving companion that sends real-time audio alerts when approaching police enforcement camera zones. So developed in conjunction with the traffic police, Co-Driver was created to encourage safer driving among Singaporeans by discouraging reckless driving acts such as speeding. So good job there for using technology to solve this problem and to create a safer environment for our drivers. And last but not least, we want to recognize TransSwap. As part of TransSwap's mission to empower people, they support SMEs by providing a low-cost and efficient global payment solution and help them save on international payments while expanding their global reach. During the COVID-19 crisis, they also offered fee waivers to support migrant workers and conducted a webinar to show employers and their employed foreign workers how they can open a free account and send money safely through its platform without leaving the comfort of their homes. This is part of their efforts to keep them and their employers' families safe. So good job there. And a round of applause for our honorees for Tech for Good. Now over to take the group photo for Tech for Good.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, all winners. And we'll move forward to our third category, which is the Leadership for Good honorees. This category recognizes companies that have pioneered a good cause and is leading by example for others to follow in their respective fields. So we have the first honoree for this category is Watchwater. Congratulations. Watchwater is passionate and dedicated about improving water conditions to save the environment. And their vision is to bring a world with safe and secure water. They are committed to enhance drinking water to healthy water, polluted water to recycled water, to benefit everyone and the environment, using the most effective German water treatment solutions for industrial, commercial, and residential applications. Moving forward, we want to recognize AJT Wellity. Congratulations. AJT Wellity is a premier hospitality consulting and management brand, creating superior and innovative wellness projects for hotels and resorts. Fueled by a strong passion to always place holistic health at the center of their conceptualization and designs, Wellity was established with a vision to develop and manage hospitality projects by synergizing and integrating aspects of wellness and hospitality. So good job there. Next, we want to recognize Seed SIP. Congratulations. To date, Seed has positively impacted 400,000 people and incubated about 35 social businesses ranging from F&B restaurants, urban farms, and recreational activity providers through their efforts. During the COVID-19 season, SEED has led the Leadership for Good for social change by supporting businesses and communities through giving activities during the circuit breaker. They've also launched webinar series and campaigns to cultivate mental resilience among people, and communities and their restaurants provided free meals to disadvantaged families. Together with SEED social businesses, they have kept and sustained about 100 jobs amid the COVID crisis. So thank you so much for all that you've done for the community during these hard times. Next up, we want to recognize Field Experience. Field Experience equips leaders and organizations, representatives to enable them to contribute to positive impact in a cause that's congruent to their chosen UN Sustainable Development Goals. They train leaders to focus on humility, reciprocity, and strength-focused community development approaches. Moving forward, we want to congratulate the MASK Fellows. The MASK Fellows was set up in March 2020, and due to the COVID-19 situation, there was a sudden shortages of masks in the global and local context. So this company remain in Singapore's surgical mask factory with a monthly capacity of 10 million masks, serving the community, and they have been proudly manufacturing surgical masks for Singaporeans since July. So thank you for all, all that you've done, all the masks that we're wearing and providing for the local community. Good job there. And last but not least, we want to recognize Tong Eng Group. Congratulations. Now, Tong Eng Group is a Singapore-based real estate development and investment company with over 70 years of legacy. The group has owned and developed close to 200 acres of land encompassing office, retail, landed housing, and apartment, and stands committed to shaping lives for generations to come. So can we give a round of applause for all our honorees for the Leadership for Good category? And yeah, let's take a group photo for this.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, apart from the honorees, I would now move forward to recognize our distinction winners. Starting with the Business for Good category again. This year we have 2 distinction awardees. The first will be Animal Human Alliance. Congratulations. Animal Human Alliance is founded by animal rescuers. In every market that they are in, they support and work with local rescue groups and leaders and feeders. In Singapore, the business supports their rescue work. They also do palliative care for cats and runs a cat sanctuary and does many rescue works. The next distinction awardee for the Business for Good award is Tea Ideas. Congratulations. Locally conceived and home brewed, Tea Ideas is a social enterprise that aims to uplift the social, mental, and physical well-being for elderly and renal patients with their tea. They adopt flexible working arrangements and redesign their work processes to accommodate their beneficiaries' needs and inclusiveness. So good job there. And I'll go on to also announce the awardees, the distinction awardees for the Leadership for Good category. Again, we have 2 winners. Well, being Singapore Pain Care. Congratulations. With the motto bringing pain relief closer to you, Singapore Pain Care wants to provide good pain care and treatment to the masses in Heartland. Singapore Pain Care aims to provide the alternative to surgery, giving good pain relief through commitment to excellent service experience and touching the lives and hearts of their patients. And the second awardee for distinction category for Leadership for Good goes to Genesis Team. Genesis Team Innovative Learning is the pioneer for e-learning in Asia. Genesis Team's mission is to leverage technology and the internet to develop and connect marginalized communities to the global economy. Genesis Team has to date 100 employees, all working remotely across 6 continents, 10 countries, of which 60 are persons with disabilities, 25 are Middle Eastern refugees, and 10% are LGBT seniors and the HIV-infected employees. So good job to our distinction winners for this year, for the 2 categories. Shall we all gather for a photo session?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Last but not least, I am honored to announce our champion for the Business for Good and Leadership for Good award. This year totaling, we have 3 champion winners. Congratulations, a big round of applause to you. And for the Business for Good award, the first awardee for this category will be One Care Employment. One Care Employment Agency is operated by a group of Singapore registered nurses as a social enterprise organization to provide elderly care services. One Care provides well-trained caregivers to take care of clients in their homes, whether it's stay-in or stay-out cases. Their focus groups are seniors who need medical and physical attention, and for them to live a dignified life from the comforts of their home, and at the same time obtaining proper care. So congratulations, One Care Employment. And our next champion for the category for Business for Good goes to Kids Treehouse. Congratulations. Kids Treehouse provides authentic learning experiences for young learners via an eco-centric learning environment that infuse the values of resilience, grit, and love for nature. With more than 15 years of extensive research and experience in the education industry, Kids Treehouse offers premium student care services and children enrichment programs, focusing on character development through experiential learning and self-discovery in nature. So well done, Kids Treehouse. Last but not least, the champion in the category for Leadership for Good award goes to none other than Honor Singapore. Congratulations. Honor Singapore is a non-profit organization dedicated to promoting a culture of honor and honoring. Honor Singapore is a citizen-led initiative founded by concerned citizens and guided by a multiracial and multi-religious panel of community advisors. Honor Singapore is motivated by 2 concerns about the future of Singapore. Number 1, honor as Singapore's blueprint for success, as a culture of honor remains essential for Singapore's future. And then number 2, honor as an enabler for constructive, respectful debate as to spearhead national development, cohesion, and inclusiveness. So good job, and a huge congratulations to 3 of our champions for the Business for Good and Leadership for Good award. And let's gather now for a photo session for the champions. Brands for Good back end.
1, 2. Oh, sorry. This. Are you ready?
Yes.
Just a second. Yes. 1,
Everybody
2,
smile.
3. Smile. One more.
One more. Smile, big smile.
2, 3.
Yay!
Yay!
Congratulations again to all our 24 winners. Their details can actually be found on our website, www.brandsforgood.asia. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. We have exciting videos coming up. And I'll now pass the time back to Alan.
You're the engine that makes all things go. You're always in disguise, my hero.
I see your light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard.
There's no way to ever pay you back. Bless your heart, no, I love you for that. Honest and selfless. I don't know if this helps it, but good job. You're doing a good job, a good job.
You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, 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 yeah. You're doing a good job, good. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, 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 yeah.
times of troubles in this pandemic.
Our world is not quite the same.
We are the toughest crisis of our generation. Watchwater knows that it has been hard.
I know it has been hard.
I know it's been hard.
I know it's been a hard period for everyone.
So we want to say to our staff, our partners, our friends, and all our customers.
We just wanted to say this to all our SIP partners, champions, and the team.
We want to encourage our community to stay positive and hang in there.
Thank you everyone for doing good.
Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you.
For all that you continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you for energizing us.
I want to thank all our winners, our partners, our sponsors, and not forgetting the team that worked tirelessly to make this possible.
Watchwater love you.
Good job.
Doing a good job.
Doing a good job. Don't get too down. Know that you mothers, the fathers, the teachers that reach us, strangers to friends that show up in the end. From the bottom to the top, the listeners that hear us, this is for you. You make me feel loved. You're doing a good job, a good job. You're doing a good job. Don't get too down. Go easy now. Know that you
Leadership makes good things happen that on their own would not happen. What we treasure most is never made with our hands, but through our heart. Let's build a community that will make the world a better place.
Well, I hope you all like that the little video, and we can see, you know, when we were asking everybody to sing off, everybody say cannot sing well and all that, but see the power of the bits and pieces when we all come together. So thank you all for your contribution. Now I'd like to pass the time to Mark Leong from Maybank to also, you know, share a few of his congratulatory words. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Alan, by the way, you sang very well. Yeah, I was noticing your voice. Very good. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, guests, friends of BFG movement. Okay, I guess we have entered into the more festive and happy month of December. I think December is a blessed month of hope. I think some of the vaccines are already being in production. In fact, in UK, it's already been received by some of the healthcare workers. So that's really good news for the world and community at large. Well, the effort to continue doing good never ceases, it never stops, I guess, whether it's festive or otherwise. Over in Maybank, we are grateful for the continued opportunity to do our part. And this is our third year of partnering Brands for Good movement. It's been three very long, fruitful and rewarding years. It's certainly been. And I always like to congratulate, and I always continue to congratulate Glenn, Alan, Esther, and the team for your tremendous vision, perseverance, and hard work they've always put in. We're always happy to work with you. And over the last 3 years, Maybank has successfully combined to open a total of 50 deposit and loan accounts for some of the BFG winners, some of you see here today. We've also dispersed over $18 million worth of working capital and property loans to many of the BFG winners. And thank you so much from the bottom of our heart in believing our products, our services, and most importantly, in believing in Maybank's efforts and our brand. This means a great deal to my team and I. Now, I've always said that Maybank's collaboration with CO Asia, with IPOS, and the BFG movement is one of the most rewarding and meaningful partnerships for us in Singapore. And again, take this opportunity to update on the Maybank's community outreach programs, as I always do on a yearly basis. Now, on the past year itself, our flagship program, Maybank Family Fund, give you an update. This program has been around for 10 years. It's almost a decade now. And in totality, we've helped over 3,500 family members in Singapore. We've dispersed over $800,000 worth of match savings in Singapore and underwritten over $64 million worth of personal accident insurance coverage in this period of time. Now, during COVID-19, Maybank Singapore has donated over $300,000 of cash to the Maybank Food Aid Program. This program has provided over 60,000 meals to 8,000 people in need. And these people in need includes Singaporeans, migrant workers, as well as Malaysian workers who are stranded in Singapore. We even engage some of our own F&B customers. We appoint them, we pay to provide these meals, of course, at a cost. Yeah, so it's really kind of magnifying the effect that we do, and together with our customers to the community. Over in Maybank Malaysia has initiated a program called Sama Sama Local campaign. Well, Sama Sama Local, and if you want to talk about translation, would be means similarly in local. Right, this helped, it's actually a digital platform. It helped many smaller SMB businesses manage the orders and delivery via online digital platform called Sama Sama Local. And this kind of helped them to sustain their business during the movement restrictions situation in Malaysia. So that I thought was pretty good. And in the Maybank Foundation front, it's a bit more regional work. Our Maybank Foundation once again got to work with our Maybank Women Eco Weavers program. I talked about it last year at the ceremony as well. The Women Eco Weavers program produced over 70,000 fabric masks to address the shortage and high cost of face masks in Asian countries. And I myself personally bought some. You find this little here. Yeah, it's a little bit biased, a bit of a Maybank bumblebee color. Yeah, the yellowish. So yeah, if you come across this, do support us. This is from the Maybank Eco Weavers program, as well as also support the women's livelihood as well. All right, as they weave this and amongst other things. Next year, 2021 coming up next, we will continue to work with our 5 Singapore CDCs, focusing on supporting jobs and skill sets improvements, future-proofing some of the less privileged in Singapore. Next up, in a very, very short few weeks' time, we will be announcing a special grant for small charities and a special banking package, a package of digital and banking services at a good price for charity organizations in Singapore. So this will be the first for Maybank in terms of comprehensively serving the charitable or the charity communities. So thank you guys for being here this afternoon once again. Always a pleasure, always a blessing for me to say a few words, and maybe continue to do our very best in bringing good and bring a lots of goodness to the next level. So God bless and thank you so much. Back to you, Alan.
Thanks, Mark. The next sponsor we have is 01. Actually, the whole team, we are all at 01's office. And so, Stuart, please, over to you. Thank you. Stuart, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, can hear you already.
Okay, Ken, sorry. So sorry. In fact, we're all in the different rooms. I'm in my own room. I think, Glenn, you're in the conference room. Okay, so I just quickly say something. So that's my slide. I think you guys can see my slides. So what a year, what a 2020 extraordinary year for all of us. I think, first of all, I want to congratulate to all the winners, 25 of you all. I thought it was a very special award for a special year 2020. Okay, something I want to share personally and obviously as 01 as well. So I can't remember when was the last time I stepped into the airport. I thought it's something like last year. It's almost 12 months right now. So for the past 25 years, ever since I entered the business world, I visit the airport almost on a yearly basis. I can't remember how many times. So for the last whole year or this year, I haven't even stepped into the Changi airport. Mask. I still remember at home, I have 4 boxes at home, all with marked different names. Myself, my wife, and my 2 boys, so that we don't mix the masks together. So wearing a mask today is like wearing clothes. Just last week when I was walking my dog in the evening, I was walking, and my neighbor was giving a very strange look. I remember that I realized that I forgot to bring my mask. Okay, from fear of unknown to anxiety, that so many combination of things that's coming our way. to finally the last few months to acceptance. I still remember during the early days 01, so we went to the team A, team B, then eventually we all went to lockdown. All staff are being asked to work from home. And when eventually it's opened up again, our frontline guys are getting a bit concerned because we are serving the customer that walk into our shops. And eventually we all come to the acceptance that this part and parcel that we need to adapt. Okay, 01 is just like any other SME in Singapore, like many of us today. I mean, we will evolve to have a better and brighter 2021 for sure. I think time really passed. I think last year we had gala and dinner. I really think that the year went past so fast, and we are end of the year again. During the pandemic, we actually went through a rough journey as well. I mean, for 01, we went to a point that we got almost zero sign up, or to the point that hardly anyone sign up on new plan, new subscriber, and we continue to evolve. And we actually upgraded our unlimited data plan, the 990, to better serve the always connected through mobile connectivity. So we continue to fight. And again, congrats to all the 25 winners today. And today also mark a bit of a big milestone for 01. We have actually achieved 100,000 of sign up since the day we went to the came to the market 2018. So barely 2.5 years. So we have achieved today. We have achieved more than 100,000 of mobile subscriber. So we all know that besides being a technology sponsor for Brands for Goods, today I also like to extend that support to all the 25 winners and all the people in the organization, that let's assess the market collectively, let's have the conversation. And I believe that Zero is a means to all our digital connector world right now, you know. Okay, lastly, thank you everyone. Stay safe and stay healthy. Okay, thanks. Back to Alan.
Thank you. Thanks, Stuart. And also thanks, Mark. So as you can see, this year, because of COVID, we also have to innovate. So we come to the end of our award ceremony. I know this is a little short because the last 2 years, we had a very nice grand gala, and, we had a good time networking and celebrating. But let's pray and hope that the COVID will be done and over with. And next year, we can come together as a community and do our, have a time to shake each other's hands and get together. So thanks again for, joining us here, making this short celebration possible. So now I'll pass the time back to Marisa to carry on with the forum breakout sessions. Marisa, over to you.
Thanks, Alan. I think there's a little bit of a delay, but thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Esther. And congratulations again to this year's participants and winners. Amazing work, I think. So, esteemed guests, we have come to the end of our first segment for this morning. We hope you're feeling inspired and empowered just from the start. It's a really uplifting way to bridge the next session. So just as some of you may be going to connect with others in the networking. So just as a reminder, apologies, I think we have a slightly unstable internet connection. So just as a reminder, the next session is the networking and lunch break and the Ask Me Anything session. So for the premium and network pass holders, this is available to you. If you'd like to go to the networking or the Ask Me Anything session, please navigate back to your reception webpage, and this is where you can go into the networking rooms. Networking rooms do have small breakout rooms, so you can have more intimate conversations there. And after this, we will be having the virtual tour of Huawei's Innovation Lab. They'll be showcasing some cutting edge technology and what they're doing in the lab there. The Ask Me Anything session will be with brand expert Jackie Tai. He is an author and renowned consultant in brands. And just as a reminder, if you have any problems, please do go to the help desk or the help button on your reception webpage. And then after that, we'll go to the third half of the day, which is the tracks. But you can also, sorry, just as I mentioned to our kind sponsors, that you can go into the booths that they have there. They have ways to access them directly. They'll be able to talk to you about their products and services, their organizations, and the special promotions they have available just for the participants and attendees of today's forum. So please do go and visit their booths and say hello and find out more about them, because they've made this this possible through their generous sponsorship. So if you want to go to the networking and Ask Me Anything session, please do go into those rooms now. Don't forget to rename yourselves within your Zoom so that people know your first name and the organization that you're from. If you have any questions, go to our help desk, and the sessions after lunch will be the Huawei Innovation Lab and the 2 concurrent tracks within the rooms. Thank you. just as a quick reminder for any of you who are still here, who are premium and network pass holders, you can go to the booths within the networking, and you can also go to the Ask Me Anything sessions that will be here today. So do feel free to jump around and also go and meet some other of our attendees here, where you can have almost real life networking experience through the number of breakout rooms that we have there. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I just want to check for the speakers, if anyone is using slides, right? You might want to try out the slides now. Fook Yen, are you going to use any slides?
No, Dennis, I'm not going to use any slide, Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me see.
Sure.
Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Are you going to use
Hi.
slides?
Yes, I'm using slides.
Okay, so maybe have you tried it to see whether everything's okay?
Yeah, okay. Let me do it now. Give me a sec. Okay. And that's the one. Okay.
Yep, it's coming up.
Okay.
Yes,
Good.
very good. Thank you very much.
Right. Yes. Then let's move on.
Let's see who else. Felix. Felix, will you be using any slides? Felix, can you hear me? Okay, maybe he's not there yet. Who else is there? Okay, I don't see anyone else for the moment. Okay, Daniel, thanks. I think you can unshare. Thank you very much.
Okay, right.
Dennis.
Yes.
I think one of the panelists, is having problem with the video function and the speaking function. He just sent an email. You may want to check it out. Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, thank you.
Problem.
Fu Yan, do you know who was it who was having a problem? I don't seem to have any email.
Just a moment. Let me check. Yeah, just a moment.
Thank you.
I think it's Vicky Russell.
Bickley. Oh, Bickley. Yes.
Yes.
Do you know what problem he's having? I unfortunately I don't have any communication.
Let me just read out his email. Yeah. He say, I'm in Zoom call, but I don't have an option to speak or share my video.
Where
But
is
maybe
he?
I think someone just need to give him the right, as a co-host or as a panelist or something like that.
Yeah, I think we need to send it the right link.
Does he have the right link? It should be 922580900421.
Let me send an email to him now again and see whether is he in.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Yeah. Let me just go.
Thank you for logging in early.
Hi.
Sorry, we were experiencing some technical issues. Yeah. Hi, Daniel. How are you?
We still got time, not to worry. We got 20 minutes, so let's just take it easy.
Yep.
98919 64 35 967.
Dennis, he can actually hear us, it's just that he's joining as a guest. So I think we just need to get somebody to give him the panelist function.
Okay. I can just send the link to the chat. We can just click on the link.
Hello.
Hi,
Can
Joey.
you hear me? Yeah,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes, hear you very well. Thank you for joining us.
Who's this am I talking to?
I'm Dennis, I'm the moderator.
Oh, hi, Dennis. Yeah.
Shaq, Bickley is having some problem. He's logging as a guest, is that correct?
Yeah. Bickley is logged in as a guest, so he's still not able to get the video and audio function.
Maybe you can modify for him.
First, we have to find him.
Yes, we are upgrading Vicky. Just 1 second.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Just make all of them panelists. Everyone. Yeah. Thank you.
So we are just missing Katrina and Yanti. Oh, Katrina is here.
Katrina is here? Yes.
You're on mute, Katrina.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. I got here.
Do you have any slides you're going to use, Katrina?
No, I can't name host. Virus is still the host.
No.
If you have any slides, you can share them, Katrina. Just see if it works.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to share them.
Yeah. Let's just check that it works properly.
Yeah. Share screen.
Yes, you can see it.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Joey, we assume there are no slides, you'll just be talking, right?
Yeah, I have no slides.
Okay, thank you. Who else? Let me see.
Start, so we're good.
Yes, we can see it. Very good. I think it seems to be working well.
Okay.
Is Bickley, you have any slides you will be sharing? Is Bickley on already?
I think Bickley is in already, Bickley, you just need to unmute the microphone and also you can switch on the video.
Where is Bickley? I don't see him.
I just saw him just now, he was in.
Hi. I've been able to enter via the browser. Sorry for all the hassle. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you like to
okay,
just, do you have any slides you'll be sharing?
No, I don't have slides.
Okay.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Can I just test my video because
okay,
can you see me?
Let's see. Where are you now? Seem to have. We can't see your video yet.
Okay. All right. Let me figure this out. Video is not working, right?
No.
I think Katrina. I think we need to stop sharing. I think Katrina needs to stop sharing her video for a minute on the screen.
Stop sharing. Thank you very much.
And I think Vicky may need to use the app version of Zoom just in case he's not.
Yeah, it's a complicated story. I use the Android app from my laptop, which is a bit odd, but I wasn't able to get in via the Android app. So let me try again. That one, the video definitely works. We have some internal issues from Google to use Zoom, unfortunately. So I can't use the desktop client that you typically use. Let me try and come back. Thank you.
Okay.
You can still see my screen right now.
No, you've stopped sharing, but we don't see you anymore.
Oh yeah, that's all right. I turned my camera off for a
that's
second.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
Who else? So we're just missing Yanti.
Dennis, can I get my staff to send my slides so that can be shared? Just one slide.
Okay, no problem. Where is Yanti?
Okay, you should be able to see me and hear me now.
Yes,
we can.
Okay, yes. I was just added as a panelist now, so that's why it took a while. All right. I won't touch anything, so hopefully it works.
You have a nice, powerful voice. Okay, so the only person missing is Yanti. Let me try and see if I can. Shark, everybody seems to be here except Yanti.
Yeah, sure. I'm going
here.
to call her.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, where do I? Oh,
Can you
yes.
hear me?
Hi. Yes, yes, yes.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi, guys. I'm in.
Your name was spelled with an I. I thought it was an I, so I didn't know it was you. You
No,
spelled it
it's
as
okay. I just
I.
got in anyway.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear
yes.
me?
Do you have any slides you want to share?
I
Later on?
thought we have shared that with you.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
do you want?
Yes, we'll be sharing your slides
Yeah,
for you. Yeah.
you're going to share it from your end. So you want to try that out?
Yes,
You want us
one
to share
second.
our slides? Hang on.
Yeah, if you have, it's not necessary, but if you want to share some slide for the 6 minute for the 6 minute
Okay. I think we said. So, do you want us to control it from here, or
yeah, it's better if you control it from there. It's
all right. So we're
going to
gonna
be more streamlined. So for
Okay,
all
hang on.
yeah, maybe we just share it and see.
Yeah, actually, I'm sharing for her if she likes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yanti, would it be all right?
Looks good.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So
All
yeah,
right,
that's
sure.
that's my
Yeah.
slide. So is that okay? You just
Yeah,
control it.
wonderful.
I'll just.
Thank you.
All right.
So
Okay.
just let me know
I
when you
think
want me to
everybody.
go
Yeah,
next.
I'll tell you when
to
to
the
say
next.
next. Yeah, no worries.
I think
Thank you.
everybody's in. So I just remind everyone in terms of the timing, that when we first start, each of you have about 6 minutes, and we will give you an alert somewhere. Maybe should we do at 5? At 5 minutes, we give an alert, and maybe 30 seconds left, we can give another alert. Is that okay, Sharp? Can we do that?
Okay.
Yeah, the bell. We can ring a bell when there's 5 minutes mark. Yeah.
Yeah. So that when you hear the bell, it's time to just wrap up the talk that you're going to give on the subject that you're most passionate about, and then we'll go into Q&A after that.
Sure.
After everyone is done. Okay. Anyone has any questions? If not, we're all set. Thank you everyone for being on time. And we're going to have a great discussion today with all of you as our very experienced experts on the topic. Shak, are you there? Shak, can you hear me?
Okay. It is 1:30, so we are due to start this next session. I will go ahead and start then. I hope we're getting people back. Welcome back after lunch, everybody. So we'll be now commencing the next panel. Just as a quick reminder, we've got 2 concurrent tracks running. We have 4 tracks this afternoon, A, B, C, and D. And in this room, we will be having track A, and in the second webinar room, we'll be having track B running concurrently. So if we could just ask you all to rename yourselves with your first name and your organization, and then you can obviously navigate between the rooms if you'd like, using this reception page, so just so that you can jump between quite easily. Don't forget to rename yourself and your organization. And for the panel discussions, we will be muting everyone for the benefit of the speakers and the enjoyment of the group experience. So if you have any questions, please do go ahead and type them into the Q&A function within the Zoom. We won't be using the chat for questions, so please do make sure you go to the Q&A section at the bottom of your screen. So track A, we have the topic of how can skills, jobs and education be empowered by tech? So first we'll hear from our esteemed moderator, Dr. Dennis Koo, and then he will then entice the panelists to hear their thoughts and their perspectives on this. So if you do want to ask questions, if you hear something interesting, please use the Q&A function. So a brief introduction to Dr. Dennis Koo. He is the CEO designate at GROW, the Asia Growth Bank. He's a pioneer in digital banking, having built digital banks in the ASEAN region, and was responsible for the strategy, growth, and delivery of the Tomorrow Digital Group in UOB's footprint. He is a certified Gallup Strengths Coach and was awarded the IBF Distinguished Fellow Award in 2012. He is a key driver behind the variety of innovations in consumer banking in Singapore, such as eSaver, Extra Saver, and retail bonds. Thank you for joining us and moderating today, Dr. Dennis Koo. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Marisa. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Track A. How can skills, jobs, and education be empowered by tech? It was only a few decades ago that globalization was held by many, even by some critics, to be an inevitable, unstoppable force. Rejecting globalization, the American journalist George Packer has written, was like rejecting the sunrise. Our distinguished panel is here to discuss a key lever in addressing the problems brought about by globalization, education and its impact on skills and jobs, and how technology could revolutionize it. One of the problems brought about by globalization is job loss and depressed wages as jobs shift to where labor is cheaper or where scarce expertise are more readily available. In practice, this has often meant that industry would move from rich countries where labor was expensive to poorer countries where labor was cheaper. People in richer countries would either have to accept lower wages to compete or lose their jobs. But no matter what, the goods they formerly produced would be now cheaper and be imported. And the unemployed could get new, higher skilled jobs if they got the required training. Mainstream economists and politicians upheld the consensus about the merits of globalization, with little concern that there might be political consequences. However, many of the resulting unemployed did not get the required training and education. As a result, they were left behind. Focus groups by the Pew Research Center confirmed that the story of being left behind remains common in both the US and the UK. Participants highlighted the ways in which the forces of globalization left them rudderless, closing industries, leading people to abandon their homes, and harming them economically. But the group conversations also reveal a narrative of being swept up by globalization. Those who are swept up experience dislocation because of too much attention from global forces. Investment and new job creation supplant traditional work, inflating real estate prices and displace some people from their homes and communities. Stories of being left behind, swept up both, lead to the feelings of alienation and loss. Education also plays a key role in sustainability. You may be surprised by this connection. Well, if you are, I would highly recommend David Attenborough's latest documentary, A Life on Our Planet, currently available on Netflix. His witness statement to what has happened in the world in his 93 years on Earth
humans have taken over the world and given the added fuel from globalization, are living a life that is unsustainable. There are just too many of us on Earth, and all of us wanting a good life with the means to travel the world and live a life with all the benefits that modern society can bring. At the end of the documentary, David makes a seemingly obvious link between sustainability and education. In every statistic you find, there's a clear inverse correlation between women's educational attainment and the number of children per woman. So while humans are continuing to grow, the UN Population Division report of 2019 reports world population to continue growing, although at a steadily decreasing rate, to reach 10.9 billion in 2100, with a growth rate at that time close to zero. After 2100, it will begin to fall, creating a different set of problems. One way to slow the effects of climate change is to speed up the population decline, and hence to slow the rate of growth of humans and our destructive impact on the environment. Education is potentially that weapon. With this context, I would like to introduce our topic and our distinguished panel. The role of education has always been central to the success of transforming individual lives, national economies, and even the world through the generations. However, the pandemic has raised the bar for digital skills as the job market transforms. Digital competencies are becoming necessities. Furthermore, educational technologies, EdTech, have become even more relevant. How will this play out in skills development, in the job market, in our education system, in a post-COVID-19 world? Let me now introduce our distinguished panelists. First, we have Mr. Joey Concepcion, Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship, Chairman of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council of the Philippines, and he's President and CEO of RFM Corporation. We have Ms. Siti Rosa Marie Yanti, or Yanti for short. Yanti is the Chair of the ASEAN BAC Brunei. Next, we have Dr. Daniel Tan, Group Chief Learning Officer, Taylor's Education Group. Mr. Felix Goh, Program Manager, Worldwide Public Sector, Southeast Asia, AWS Educate. Mr. Bickley Russell, Head of Operations for the Next Billion Users Initiative from Google. And Mr. Chong Put Yen, Senior Social Sector Specialist, ASEAN Development Bank. And last but not least, Ms. Katrina Hossi, Psychologist and Project Coordinator, Future of Work Institute, Curtin University. With that, I would like to call on our distinguished panelists to give their opening remarks. We'd like to start with Mr. Joey Concepcion. Mr. Concepcion, your opening remarks, please.
Good afternoon. First, when we talk about education as the great equalizer, being the chairman of ASEAN Business Advisory Council in 2017, what was foremost on our mind was how do we create a prosperity for all, leaving no one behind. And that was our theme when the Philippines hosted it. And can we share the screen, please? My slide. I felt that education is important, but of course, quality of education is not equal with every country. The quality of education in the Philippines is, of course, a challenge because many of our teachers move overseas to teach other children from other countries, and that has somehow deteriorated in the educational quality in the Philippines. But having said that, I myself am not a graduate of any college degree. I basically went to college and was able to make it through, failing to make passing one subject, and just decided to drop college and forgetting about my diploma. Having a college degree is not an assurance of success, being an entrepreneur. And having learned this in my growing up years, it's really the right mindset and the right attitude in life. And having the opportunity to really create something and create that vision. So from the many years of helping two presidents in the Philippines create a framework on how do we democratize an ecosystem, we decided to create a framework, basically focused on mentorship, money, and market. Mentorship is very important, either from formal education, whatever school you come from, and it doesn't stop there. Creating a structure whereby allowing mentors that will have be available to mentor the millions of MSMEs. Those that are being left behind are those in the sectors of micro, small enterprises, which comprise in the 10 ASEAN countries, that's basically bulk of the entire entrepreneur community, 90+%. The 1% are 1 to 2% are basically the large corporations. So what is important is that we are able to, beyond the formal structure of education, mentor them moving up as they become entrepreneurs and guiding them through. Of course, guiding them through and providing them access to money and guiding them through and access to market. That's why we call this the 3 M's. Now, the greatest equalizer really as we shift, and we've learned it and we've seen it prior to the pandemic has accelerated the process of the shift towards digital platforms. And I call this a very democratized ecosystem, which means that now education has to focus on teaching our micro and small entrepreneurs on how to enable themselves to maximize the different digital frameworks that are out there, whether to mentorship, which we're doing right now with government, mentoring them before offline, but now online, basically having a mentor and the mentees in one session, like what we're having right now, and 45 to 50 mentees are part of that session. Teaching them on other areas, on marketing, digital marketing, basically, and how we access money through different fintech platforms and different market platforms. So this pandemic has actually forced a shift to the digital platforms, which in the end, the speed of coaching, guiding, and helping them through these different platforms will give them a better edge, so that even if their businesses are offline, they can enhance it with online platforms. Social media alone has equalized the level of brand building. Before, you had to go to traditional TV and pay as much as $50,000 to $100,000 in the Philippines for the highest rating show. But we all know with social media and the ability to adapt to it and use it can allow you to promote and build your own brands. So now we're seeing that change happen, whereby a small entrepreneur can challenge a larger entrepreneur using this different access to different platforms, whether access to money through fintech platforms or access to market. And this is basically the program that we are using now in the ASEAN Mentorship Entrepreneurship Network, which we started, and now it's being adopted by all the ASEAN countries. So our goal is to leave nobody behind, and the democratized ecosystem using the digital platforms is the way forward. Thank you.
Mute. Thank you very much, Joey. We'll now move on for the opening remarks from Yanti. Yanti, please.
Hi, Dennis. Can you share the slides, please? Thank you. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everybody. I would like to first say thank you for your kind invitation to be part of the panelists for this afternoon forum. So it is indeed a great honor for me to speak, and on behalf of Brunei and also on behalf of ASEAN Business Advisory Council Brunei. So I will touch on education technologies that will be beneficial, especially touching on Tibet, briefly on ASEAN chairmanship to Brunei next year, and how ASEAN Business Advisory Council plays a role to enhance business and industry collaboration in ASEAN and also on Brunei Legacy Project. Next slide, please. So I'm going to touch on this few contents and briefly to actually touch on with regards to the pandemic, and that has actually accelerated digital transformation on the 4IR. Skills as demanded by the industry and how they are delivered are rapidly changing. And this is including Tibet education. Now, I am in the construction industry. I am very passionate in Tibet. So there is the importance of Tibet. And now that mostly Tibet is mostly like training in terms of physical training, we do have this challenge in terms of having training via online as well. And we hope that we can actually strengthen this Tibet, even though we are facing during this pandemic time. Now, this Tibet system have to be more flexible. It needs to be quicker to adapt. And also it needs to be put into a greater emphasis on the lifelong learning. So we need to look into how this will be affecting the overall management of how Tibet education can be delivered and the assessment, as well as certification of the Tibet to ensure that they are employable by the industry. So for Tibet, teaching and learning will need to be digitalized as travel restrictions are in place. So Tibet institutions need to build the capacities to take advantage of digitalization and integrate digital media. There are so many areas that can actually be done, especially on e-learning into their teaching and learning services. Now, VR would allow visits to 3D simulation places, but perhaps we still need to face reality where mixed reality experience to allow people to see and immerse themselves in the world around them, as they still need to interact with a virtual environment using their own hands. Now, for the skills development, this is where business and industry need to come in. We need to identify what skills are needed, as well as areas of de-skilling with the emerging technologies. We will also need to improve the responsiveness of educational system to the emerging trends, which require close cooperation between the education policymakers and also industry to allow Tibet systems to provide skills training and emerging areas. Now, Tibet schools would also need to focus on provision of soft skills to prepare students for the IR 4.0. Now, as what everybody actually has acknowledged, quality apprenticeships, particularly through the mechanism of integration, is really important, and of the job training, to fill the gap of well-qualified workers with target-related technological qualifications and work experience will need to be emphasized. Now, innovative alliances of companies and training institutes to develop dual for digital. So these types of alliances will benefit businesses, especially the MSMEs, and this will align with the ASEAN Future Agenda for Tibet. Now, educational technologies, of course, have their own challenges. Face-to-face interactions would always be preferable. So how can we address this together? Next slide, please. So now, since Brunei is chairing ASEAN next year, we would like to actually share that the theme for next year for ASEAN chairmanship will be "We care, we prepare, and we prosper." And this is really the right time to do this as well. So for ASEAN Business Advisory Council Brunei, we will be championing the legacy project, which we actually called HIRED, which means harnessing impact with relevant and employables digitally. Now, the role for this, it is to our mandate as ASEAN Business Advisory Council to enhance close and effective collaboration between the private sector and also the public sector in the Southeast Asia, especially when we are recovering from the pandemic time. So with this HIRED project, we hope that we will address and bridge the skill gaps in the ASEAN region ensuring the workforce is to stay relevant by realigning skills, especially with the pandemic, and enable ASEAN to balance and supply and continuous demand of the workforce. And we are looking at a digital platform and taking note that we do need a dual for digital platform. So as an overview, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome partners and to partner up with and collaborate with Brunei for our legacy project. The chairmanship will greatly ride on the digital transformation to push, rethink, and also reshape, strengthen Tibet to be one of those pillars of economic development underneath this new normality. So I believe with educational technologies that played an important role to boost delivery of Tibet, it has been emphasized that regional collaboration is essential to minimize the economic damage for the pandemic and restore our economic growth. So on behalf of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, I am inviting partners to work together with us to make this legacy project a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yanti. Next, we'll have Daniel.
All right, let me just share my slides. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. It's just so wonderful to have this opportunity to share with all of us here, some of the common vision as educators. I'm the board chair for Alpha e-learning forum Asia. We just finished our annual conference effect just on Monday and Tuesday, and we've been in Asia for 15 years. And it was a forum to gather people from all over Asia to share best practices on how we can do teaching, learning, and education better. So today I'm very happy to share with you on one of the key themes that we had for a few years now, and that is to look into what we call the future readiness, the future of work. I think we are all aware that digital transformation has changed in healthcare, in public service and business. Education has been one of the slowest to respond and to bring itself up to speed. But thanks to, well, but no thanks to the CEO or to the CIO, but thanks to COVID, we've been able to push a change from the very bottom grassroots practice among our faculty and teachers, all the way up to senior management with great support from them. I think many of us are aware of the World Economic Report about the future of work and the skill sets which are being expected, in some cases required, from industry. And what we have here are three categories of skills: those which are growing, those which are trending, as well as those which we recognize as declining. And this is a concern because with this decline, with the decline of these skill sets, these are the jobs that would be, if we like, replaced by technology, by robots, by algorithms. And so there is a concern in education and the industry that the disconnect between the students that we produce and the expectation of employers, the gap will not be widened, but it will be closed. And so one of the things that we'll be thinking very much about is how to make it happen. To help us also to appreciate this, I've got this slide from the McKinsey Global Institute. And what they have done is to quantify the, in terms of numbers, what is the change. And I think when we see a trend versus a number, it gives us to a sense of urgency. And so as you can see from here, the demand for jobs, both in the US and in Western Europe here, you see a trend downward for the requirement for physical and manual skills. And this is because of robots, and machines that are coming in place, as well as a reduction for the basic cognitive skills. And this is because of AI, deep learning, big data, and algorithms. And what we see increasing is the need for higher cognitive skills, social and emotional skills, and technology skills. And to help us to see the bigger picture by taking a step up, what I have here is to look at the first two as the hands and the head. And these were the kind of skills that were required and expected by industry. And those were the actually primary focus in education from the K-12 all the way to university. And when we look into the new growth area, we still see the head and the hands, but replaced by higher level of cognitive skills, as well as the new addition called the heart. And this heart has to do with the way we work. And this is becoming increasingly more important in the light that robots and algorithms are taking over some of the routine tasks. And there's the need for us to recognize that while jobs we should focus on those skill sets might be at risk, we need to humanize, if you like, to make sure that the robots and humans will augment and complement each other. And as such, the realization that there is a need to include and to develop emotional and social skill sets in the work environment is becoming important. And this has been more so when, because of COVID, people that are being locked down, they work from home, and suddenly people realize that emotional support, empathy, mental wellness are very, very important in this context. And so the response that we have is here, and I will quickly give you a framework that we have been looking at, and how do we transform education so that we will have future-ready graduates and students who will join the workforce. So this is the current situation. The institutions and schools have focused very much on academic excellence, and we have brought in a certain proportion of life skills, which is represented by the green circle. Emotional well-being was outside the syllabus, and as such, it was not evaluated, measured, or even included. Going forward, what we see is the need to put the three of them together. We need to make sure that not only do they come together, but they overlap appropriately. And interestingly, when we put these three circles together of academic excellence, life skills, and emotional well-being, it represents the head, the hand, and the heart. And of course, in terms of the head, we talk about lifelong learning. For life skill, life-wide, whereby we are able to do more than just communicating. We can go to problem solving and being creative. And now the third dimension, life deep learning, which is the heart, ethics, values, empathy, wellness, so on and so forth. And the intention is that when we create this new paradigm of education, it will not just be, for the university level, but it should start as early as possible in the K-12 stages, across all years, across all subjects and curriculum. And so this requires a rethinking on how we see the school day of the student. It's not just teacher teaching, but also how students interact, how they work together, how they resolve conflict, and how they are able to work as a team so that they can do more than the sum of its parts. And we recognize that that is a pathway. We do not expect from day one, the three of them to be there. And so in many institutions, this is where we are. The academic excellence is there, the life skill is there, but emotional well-being, because it's outside the syllabus, it's outside the accreditation, it's outside. But intent is that with time, those three will come together. And as we progress in the curriculum and in the maturity, the overlap between them will increase. And this will be done in a way we look into teaching and learning. We look into what we call the social constructivist learning design. We look into the use of devices so that people are able to connect wherever they are and they are able to share. Before we realize that when people use mobile devices, they tend to be more participative. We also we look at the learning outcomes, analytics, and the use and design of learning spaces whereby students and learners and the teachers will be in the environment whereby they're able to participate and collaborate rather than teachers and students listen. And all this needs to be done with a new thinking about how we develop our faculty. This last bullet point is very, very crucial. We realize that if lecturers and teachers do not necessarily know what to do or how to go about it, And so having a faculty development and teacher development focusing on this new paradigm will be needed, to ensure that we start from this stage all the way whereby the areas of academic excellence, life skills, and emotional well-being will be well integrated across all subjects, across all years. We also recognize that, although the circles as being equal, the reality is that depending on the discipline, for example, if the course is on hospitality or on medical, there's more focus on the emotional development. Whereas if you enter trade or banking, then the academic excellence of knowledge, up to date awareness of compliance and policies, and that will be something that will be more emphasized in the program. So it's not that all the circles will be equal in shape, but it is likely to be varied, and it will evolve in the pathway which I just showed in the previous slide. Now, while we may assume that this is all that is, on reflection, we realized that there is actually a fourth circle. And this circle is that of meta learning, right? The ability to learn, relearn, and unlearn. And when we talk about transformation, we talk about globalization, we talk about a world that is progressing in response to Industrial Revolution 4.0, there's the need for us to realize that there are times whereby we need to unlearn. We need to learn new things, and for some of the things that we have known, it will become more important, right? And so this will require a passion as well as the growth mindset. Last but not least, I just want to quote Jack Ma, somebody from this part of the world. As the founder of the Alibaba Group, he made this remark: we cannot teach our kids to compete with machines, right? Because machines are going to be, if you like, our co-worker. And if we do not do it well, then based on current thinking approaches, this is what's going to happen. And ultimately, a lot of things that machines are good at, they are better than humans. And I like to say that I think Jack Ma is understand and is fully aware and is firm in his belief. And the reason is very simple. Jack Ma, I am, and many of our friends are, he was a teacher. Right? He spent 6 years teaching English and international trade at university. He was an educator. An educator became an entrepreneur and a thought leader. And in that regard, I think he has things to say, wise words that we can learn from. And so with that, I just pass on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for talking about how academic excellence, life skills, and emotional well-being, and how they come together. Next, we'll have Felix.
Hi, everyone. Yeah.
Hi.
Cool. Let me quickly share my screen. Okay. Thank you again, everyone, for inviting me to this forum. And I think it's a very interesting topic and something that I've been working on for a couple of years. But one of the very crucial things, when I saw the title of the conversation, is really around, looking at how technology itself could then empower things like skills, jobs, and education. So when I look into some reports and studies, it really reflects, across the years being in multiple IT large corporate companies as well, it is still the same issue that we are seeing right now. So if you look at a simple report from the World Economic Forum, the very first point that I've always highlighted very strongly is the pace of technology adoption is expected to remain unabated and may accelerate. Right. I still remember back then when I was working in a software company and looking at how the organization evolved from delivering softwares through CDs and then slowly migrating it towards a cloud delivery model. That was a very big transformation, and moving forward, all of their businesses were essentially more on the cloud. And when we look at the technologies itself, working in the organization, every 6 months I would see new updates to different tech. And being a technical person back then, as an education specialist, I had to learn all this technical stuff. And it's quite amazing to say that even until now, when you look at technologies from all different organizations, it's still the same issue. You get a lot of new features, new capabilities, new functions, but there's always going to start creating a lot of skills gaps in the industry as well. And that leads me to point number 2. Because you have more organizations adopting new technologies, new softwares and stuff like that also for their operations. But then again, they're starting to look at people to potentially upskill, or at the same time to look at people who have existing skill sets that could come in immediately to start working on projects and so on as well. So that's one of the key pointers that I can see from here. And you can see, of course, with the current, the recent pandemic, you can see how online learning has also become one of a stronghold, I would say, that would actually encourage not just the workforce, but also younger students, you know, from K to 12 all the way to higher education, to really pick up their learning, right? But with this report itself, when we jump into some common topics or some common skills, right, what are some of the actual skills that are actually in demand right now in the industry? So if you do a cross-reference with a report from Lincoln, you can see over here, you know, if we focus on the top skills, right, the top 10 hard skills, essentially blockchain this year is number 1. Cloud computing has been in these charts for the past 5 years, you know, being like number 1 for the past 4 years. So only this year has dropped down to number 2. And it shows a lot because cloud computing essentially is no longer the new normal. And when we talk about cloud computing now, it should be the normal now, right? Where a lot of organizations, educational institutions, government agencies are now looking at how they can adopt the cloud platform moving forward. But if you look at the other hard skills that are in the list as well, if you look at number 4, artificial intelligence, you look at UX design, you look at sales, you look at scientific computing, even skill sets like video production, this all would potentially correlate back into the platforms from cloud computing. All right, and it's definitely essential for students, not just students, but also the workforce to understand what's the correlation between the different technologies as well. If you look at the soft skills, of course, I think every one of the panels will probably agree with this. It's really along your, when you go through a career path and you start developing all these individual skill sets as well. And this is something that I always share with students also. But what's important is that with these skill sets, within AWS itself, we then look at how we can work closely with not just the government itself, but also look at how we can work with corporate companies and tie them back into the students, right? So with the students, what we do is we develop a portal called AWS Educate. So for the K-12 students, what we do is we provide them online contents for them to actually learn more about cloud computing. And then within the portal itself, the journey is more gamified in such a way that I think all of you are very familiar with the Pokemon game, whether it's you're the one playing or whether it's your kids who are playing. Essentially what happens is that the students at a very young age will go in, learn, they'll finish every chapter, and then they'll gather a badge from that. All right, so every time they collect a badge, they'll start having it in their portfolio before they actually move on to a higher level of learning, or what we call an advanced learning. So once they are done with the basics, they can then go straight into like pathways where they can learn more towards like different technologies and some of the different technologies that are available over here as well. All right, but the concepts very quickly that we want to learn, do for this is that we really want to start at a very young age. If you look at Singapore, you know, students are starting at like primary 6, learning how to code. But what we essentially want to do is while they are learning, we are creating different programs for them that evolves around things like AI, things like AR, VR, and so on as well. But once they finish learning, we then bring in organizations in here to then talk about how they can provide real-time challenge statements for the students. So essentially, we are doing this across ASEAN, and definitely we are looking forward to extend this further to ensure that we enable more students at a very young age, all the way to the workforce as well as we open up more categories across this event also. Right? I think I have enough time to hear the ring. So thank you again for your time, and I'll hand it over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Felix, for that interesting presentation on AWS Educate, the role of the cloud, and also on gamification of education, and how you are really working across ASEAN to enable students at a very young age to really be comfortable with some of those technologies that would really help education in the future. Next, we will have Phúc Yen. Phúc Yen, please.
Yeah, very good afternoon to everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Phúc Yen, your voice is coming in and out. Maybe you want to reduce turn off video. Maybe that will improve the voice.
Okay, let me try.
Go ahead.
You know, 2 points of information. One is to use technology. Are you able to hear?
It's kind of fading in and out still.
Dennis, are you able to hear?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please continue. Again. Again, are you there? While we are waiting for Phúc Yen, Katrina, why don't you go ahead first while Phúc Yen's resolving some of his technical problems? Katrina, please.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just share some slides as well. Hold on. Sorry, just bear with me. Okay, can you see that?
Not yet.
Just let me know when it comes up. No luck.
Seem to be having some issues.
Yes, my Zoom has decided to freeze up on me. Just great timing. Okay. Okay, is that working now?
Yes. We can see.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Yay, finally. Thank you so much. So I probably can't put it in presentation mode at the moment. It won't let me.
If you can just see if you can get rid of the slides on the summary on the left, and then we can just see it on the screen.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
As it is. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. So, hello from Perth. I'm honoured to be involved in this panelist discussion, and I've really enjoyed the insights and contributions from the panelists so far. Just to kind of frame my input to the discussion. So I work at the Future of Work Institute as we employ a number of researchers and practitioners in the background organisational psychology. As such, the lens that we provide to discussions about the future of work is centred around what organisations can do to enable their employees to be successful in the current and future work environments. To further frame my input around the critical necessity of digital skills, I want to...
Excuse me, Katrina, so sorry to interject.
No, that's
If you don't
fine.
mind, could you press the slideshow button at the bottom right?
Yes, no problem.
We are seeing the PowerPoint interface, that's why.
There we are. It's working now.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sir.
No worries. So yeah, basically I just want to use this chance to take a step back and describe an approach to rethinking work skills for the future. So our MapNet approach is based on deep research insights on the future of work and recognises the critical need for digital skills, but it goes beyond this to identify the multitude of skills and activities that are fundamental for enabling success in uncertain and increasingly complex and interconnected work environments. So, as already discussed, the world is facing unprecedented environmental, social and economic challenges with knowledge and technology growing exponentially. These changes are leading to substantial disruption across all industry sectors. And by right, there's a considerable concern about the future of work. Moreover, as mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic is accelerating these trends that are already in motion. For example, analysis conducted by Microsoft shows that 2 years worth of digital transformation has been concentrated in the 2 months of May and June this year. So therefore, global economic recovery will require in part the development of new digital skills by a substantial proportion of the working population. To explore future possibilities, I'll briefly outline this new way of thinking about job requirements and work tasks, starting with examination of 2 fundamental challenges for modern work. First, that work happens in an increasingly uncertain world of rapid, unpredictable and mostly sustained change. Second, we are increasingly interdependent with other people through teams, networks and interconnected systems. For example, from a technology perspective, we are experiencing expansion of remote operations capabilities across industries. And from a globalisation perspective, there are increased requirements for cross-collaboration between sectors, cultures and languages. So these challenges are not new, but the impending scale and urgency of these challenges means that traditional ways of meeting them will be inadequate. So the traditional ways and static approach of reclassifying, categorising skills into new competency frameworks and skill taxonomies is not the way forward. They're too static to cope with this rapid pace of change in the world of work. So, for the sake of time, I'm just going to very briefly go over this. So, regards to optimising uncertainty. Traditionally, organisations seek to reduce or manage their uncertainty through strategy and
Katrina, we have lost your voice.
Uncertainty.
Okay, you're back. We lost you for a moment.
I'm full of technical issues over in Western Australia. So managing uncertainty is basically, it's no longer enough to achieve organisational goals. And in fact, we can use uncertainty as a catalyst for innovation. For example, going around exploring different markets and implementing ways to be innovative to explore different markets. So you're increasing that uncertainty, but you're also possibly introducing new revenue streams. Interconnectedness, likewise, traditionally you have co-located teams and divisional structures working on interdependent tasks. However, co-located teams working in divisional structures are being replaced.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, so it's not only is technology defining new ways of interacting, coordinating between people, and increased integration of AI is also making the connections between humans and machines more complex. So how do we manage that increased interconnectedness? And so I'll finish off with just outlining the MapNet skills. So starting with the foundational skills of mastery. That refers to the ability to undertake core tasks to a core standard. It's a foundation from which skills for uncertainty and activity are developed. So that includes core technical and your social skills. High levels of uncertainty and interconnectedness, so transformational skills of activity and proactivity are key, as well as being able to work on local complex networks. Uncertainty means so in these environments where complexity and unpredictability is particularly high, the ability of an individual to adapt and change to be agile is critical. And what I will do is I'll leave it at there because it is quite involved. So if anyone is really interested to learn more about this framework and how we use it and apply this in organisations, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina, for that interesting explanation of how uncertainty is going to be with us and the unpredictability it brings, and how it can also be a catalyst for innovation, and also an interconnectedness, because most things can't be done by a single individual today. You need teams of people, working with machines and colleagues. So a very interesting discourse on how the two come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why don't we move to Bickley next before we close with Phuc Yen? Bickley, over to you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Koo and the organizers for inviting me. Delighted to be part of this distinguished panel talking about, what is really a really important topic and really relevant today. And I think some of the speakers today have already highlighted its kind of relevance. So I'm a member of the Kormo Jobs team at Google, and we've built a job matching app called Kormo Jobs that's live in Bangladesh, India, and Indonesia. And our product is part of the Next Billion User organization, which essentially means building products, often from the bottoms up, for emerging markets, just like Bangladesh, Indonesia, and India, where the app is live. And the problem we're really looking to solve is that of job matching. And what that means is, from a job seeker perspective, how do we help job seekers improve the way they discover jobs and apply for jobs and trust the jobs marketplace? And then for businesses who are looking to hire, our goal is really simple. How do we help them hire more efficiently and reliably? And that's something we're constantly working on. It's a very hard problem that we've started to generate a lot of insights in. We're starting to see a lot of growth, and we are really excited about working on. We think it's a really important problem to solve. Just for a little bit of context, the Kormo app started its journey about 4 years ago inside of Google's RIBF2020 incubator, which is essentially if you're familiar with Y Combinator or an incubator like 500 Startups, it's a version of that inside of Google, where myself and I think 3 of my colleagues at the time pitched this idea around improving the way day laborers in Dhaka city, my native town, Dhaka in Bangladesh, accessed jobs and increased their earning opportunities. We started 3.5, 4 years ago with a very basic pen and paper prototype, and then evolved from there to where Kormo is today, which is essentially solving the problems or aiming to solve the problems that I described for a different target segment, not day laborers, but actually those people in the early stages of their career across those countries. And what we've seen with this target segment is, it's a very large target segment. Many millions of people in India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia enter the workforce every single year. And they have unique challenges around what skills do I have? What jobs might I be a fit for? Where are those jobs? What am I really looking for in my career? What should I get paid? What are the terms of payment? So there's a lot of challenges there in the kind of job matching and kind of employment marketplace that we are looking to work on. Our focus job categories are not what you would call white collar jobs necessarily, although some may be considered white collar. They're more in the logistics and e-commerce space, a lot of retail, hospitality, food and beverage, although we do work a lot in the BPO and IT-enabled services space. We launched in India fully earlier this year, Indonesia last year, Bangladesh last year as well. And we've continued to see growth even amidst the COVID pandemic, although that has changed the dynamics quite a lot. And we're really excited about working with partners on the ground as well. Whether you're a business who's looking to hire at scale, at volume in the categories that we're able to support, whether you are a organization, government or non-governmental organization who has access to job seekers as part of your kind of community who are looking for jobs, we would love to learn more. And also, one of the interesting things that we have in our app is not only do we try and connect those job seekers to available jobs, but we also try and help them prepare for those jobs. So we have articles, videos, quizzes, and actually an AI-driven coach to help job seekers actually go through the kind of job application and kind of interview process. So again, if you're an organization that's working in the skills development area, we'd love to hear from you and see how we might partner together. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky, for that interesting introduction to Como, your job matching app. And I took a look at it as you were talking. It has a 4.2 out of 5 score, so very, very high. And that comes to almost 113,000 people who have given feedback so far. So congratulations. Next,
thank you very much.
Again.
Yes, Dennis, let's hope that it works this time.
You're sounding good now. Yes, yes.
Okay, and the video is on as well. Let's hope. If there's a problem, just let me know. So I was just talking just now. I want to talk about 2 aspects of education and technology today. One is actually the use of education technology to improve training, delivery, and learning acquisition. The other one is actually on the incorporating of advanced technology into the curriculum content, especially in technical vocational education and training, as well as higher education. But first, a little bit about my organization. It's actually Asian Development Bank, not ASEAN Development Bank. It's a multilateral bank owned by 68 member countries, including Singapore. We actually provide financing of about US $30 billion on an annual basis, supporting sectors such as agriculture, transport, energy, urban, health, and of course, education. So what is our portfolio from 2020 to 2023 for education? In fact, we have a pipeline worth about US $6 billion supporting our developing member country. And I'm actually working mainly on technical vocational education and training, or TVET in short, and also on higher education projects. So, on the first aspect of today's topic, is actually the use of a mixed reality to develop learning content or digital content to complement the practical training. We have so far, before this COVID issue, came into picture. With the lockdown all around the world, we have started to develop 2 modules of learning content using mixed reality, starting from February this year. One is actually on automotive training, and the other one is on HVAC. That is a heat, ventilation, and air conditioning modules. So the reason why we go into exploring the use of mixed reality is that we realize that in many of the developing member countries that we support, we realize that even by putting a new infrastructure, install new training equipments, often after a few years when we go back to see the impact, we realize that many of the TVET institutions are not optimizing the use of the training facilities, mainly because they do not have sufficient budget to buy training consumables for operating this new facility and advanced training equipment. And that is actually a problem, because in technical vocational education and training, without the real hands-on practice by the students, what it means is then the students will not be able to acquire the familiarity of the skill and processes that will help them to secure good jobs in the job job market. So that is one reason why we sort of explore with mixed reality. Of course, the other one is that we also realize that technology turnover is really fast, these days, especially we talk about Industry 4.0. So what it means is that, it's quite tough, for institution, for TVET institution or even higher education institution to continuously to secure budget, capital budget to buy new training equipment or to upgrade their training equipment, but with the use of mixed reality, then, it's kind of easy, all we need to do is do the digital change, or the digital upgrade of the content, and the students could still be able to experience some sort of practical training that is related to the advanced technology. So that is one aspect of education technology I am talking about. The other one is on Industry 4.0. Before COVID came and hit us hard, we already know that Industry 4.0 is changing the workforce, or rather the job market, and the technology that is being used by the employers are changing, and that rapidly as well. So we have a strong focus, in Industry 4.0 in many of our projects these days. And one of the initiative, that we established quite recently, in fact, just last month in November, was the ADB signed a MOU with Singapore Polytechnic to establish a global technology innovation village. And the key idea is to support the implementation or support our developing member country on their Industry 4.0 journey, and also support the establishment of applied R&D as well as a startup and incubation, in our developing member country as well. So what it means is that we will be able to leverage on the facility and expertise that is available in Singapore Polytechnic, as well as the consortium partner. In fact, under the Global Technology Innovation Village, there are so far 19 partners from the industry, includes this Bosch Rexroth Regional Training Center, Siemens Additive Manufacturing Transformation Center, Smart Industry 4.0 Transformation Alliance, as well as Huawei and Ericsson, among the many. So I think my time is almost up. I should stop here. So we will be interested to see there are further industry partners who are keen to join this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fuk Yen. So all our expert panelists have been given an opportunity to talk about the areas in education and technology that they're most passionate in. And now I think we're going to go into Q&A. And if I could also invite members of the audience to give us your questions. We will be able to ask them once we have received them. And I will go ahead and kick things off with the first question. And we'll start with Fuk Yen. Could the education system do away with summative assessment and rely on continuous formative assessment to determine the learner's capability? And maybe before you want to answer the question, you could give us an introduction, because not everybody may be familiar with those terms, summative and continuous formative. Thank you, Fuk Yen, over to you.
Yes, yeah. So, I think maybe I will use a layman, explanation, from the Singapore context. Every students, in Singapore go through the PSLE examination, the N-level, O-level examination, followed by the A-level examination, and in the recent time also IB. On top of that, this every year, I remember, at least during my time, I'm sure it is still happening. There's a end of the year examination, where students really, have to study really hard, to pass the examination and progress to the next level. Right, so that is actually what I call a summative assessment, end of the training assessment, whereas a formative assessment is more, while you are learning, while you're attending classes, there are some maybe bit and pieces of quizzes, and even some exercises, those are supposed to be formative assessment. Right. Unfortunately, our society, especially in Asia countries, are very focused on summative assessment. But then, my thinking is this, now with a lot of digital learning content, that are being used, to supplement or complement, the classroom training. In fact, what it means is that with this digital learning content, we could actually collect a lot of data, and do a lot of data analytics, and that actually would provide a better information, on the capability of the student and whether they are really learning, learning new knowledge, and are they, capable of going to the next level. I mean, if you really want to exploit further, it means that we could even, realize, what we have not been able to do as a education institution or as an educator is the individual learning plan, because, one teacher is to 30 students, 40 students. It is not possible, to customize the learning plan for each and every students, but with all this technology coming in, what it means is also, then individual learning plan is possible, and we can really support the students where they have certain weaknesses. So I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phuc Yen. Next, a question for Yanti. Millions of jobs have been lost due to the pandemic. This underscores the criticality of keeping updated and upgraded throughout our lives as disruptions happen in a more acute and transformational way due to the interconnected world of globalization. How do we convince the most affected on the importance of upskilling and reskilling? How can government policies, subsidies, and incentives reach those who most need them? Yanti, please. We're not hearing you, Yanti. Could you be on mute? I don't think you're on mute, but we can't hear you. No voice coming through. Perhaps while you are fixing the technical issue, we'll come back to you in just a minute, Yanti, and we'll move on to Bickley first. The world of work is changing. The rise of the flexible workforce and the gig economy, facilitated by rapid technological advancements and an increasingly global outlook. In the past, you couldn't match demand and supply, but now many platforms like Gojek, Grab, Airbnb, Chitset readily facilitate this. How will the gig economy change jobs in our children's lifetimes? And how must education adapt to this change to better prepare them for their futures? Vicky?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something that we think about quite a lot on the Cormo team. And I think it's just relevant for, to your point, economies and economies and businesses and people in general. The way we look at it is that you mentioned the Ubers, the Airbnbs, and of this world, the Grabs of this world. I think what they've done a fantastic job at is figuring out how to match demand and supply, where the supply is maybe a little bit more commoditized, right? What's happening more and more now, and one of the things that we're looking to solve, it's not necessarily only gigs, but it overlaps a lot with what you would term as gig work, is what if the individual, the supply, the job seeker, their job can't be as standardized and commoditized? What if a business is looking to hire hundreds of salespeople, hundreds of people in a contact center? How do you then solve that matching problem, where from the worker perspective, you do still want some of the benefits, if you will, of a gig type system? So more flexibility, you want to know, have very clear expectations of what that job entails, what the timings are, and things like that. So I think from our perspective, it brings to bear some very interesting job matching challenges. How do we match the requirements of the job? I'm a business and I need these tasks completed. I need this specific skill. I need this level of experience, to a supply of labor, supply of workers that even if they have those skills are not necessarily as clearly identifiable. And in many cases, to your question to the other speaker, there is a requirement of maybe a little bit of upskilling or a little bit of reskilling as well. So we're looking at trying to figure that out. And I think that presents, as I said, a number of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities. And that's squarely the space that we're in. So if I use an example from one of our customers in Bangladesh, when the pandemic hit in March, this is a retail business. The name's Mina Bazaar. They're the second largest grocery retailer in Bangladesh. They have, I think, 20 to 30 stores across the country, growing like crazy. And when the pandemic hit, they had a lot of their workers just leave the cities and go to their villages. But the demand for their store, demand inside of the store and via their online channel actually grew rapidly, as it was an essential business for the functioning of society. So what they wanted was a lot of shift workers, essentially gig workers. And they came to Cormo, and they'd been working with us before, but we weren't a major hiring channel for them. But overnight, they used a platform like Cormo to hire hundreds of shift workers over the course of the next few weeks. So I think that is not a perfect answer to what you said, but it's an indication of the kind of thing that we expect to happen more and more. Employers needing, I guess, their demand kind of changing frequently, and workers as well wanting more of that kind of flexibility and being able to make that match as efficient and kind of reliable and trusted as possible.
Thank you, Vicky, for your thoughts on the gig economy and how that will change education in our lifetime. We'll now go back to Yanti, but before that, if I could just invite any of the attendees to post questions.
Okay, Dennis, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you perfectly.
Okay,
great. Please.
Right. So I guess what I wanted to actually share, I mean, when it comes to policies and getting the importance of upskilling, it is a very challenging time, but also the fact that local government actually needs to play their role too. So I'm going to share what Brunei is actually going through. As you know, that Brunei is facing the highest unemployment rate among the ASEAN region, and it needs to actually come top down as well. So making sure that the training are there, and actually we are narrowing the gap between the supply and the demand. Now, I'm actually one of the co-chair for the Manpower Industry Steering Committee for the construction arena. And what happened is we make sure that in our committee, we are partnering with the tripartite. So the policymakers comes in, the industry have their voice, and also from the education itself. It's a faster way to actually do it. And so far, we actually have done a quick win, sort of a training program to make sure that to make sure that they are basically waiting for the marketable side is actually being addressed. Now, we actually engaged so many construction industries during the pandemic time. And in fact, we have an open engagement sessions, and just to hear the thoughts and what sort of demand is actually out there. And data is very important. And in Brunei, when we actually have all this data, we have managed to identify in the construction industry itself, the top 11 critical positions that we foresee where our youth or our graduates can actually go in. So now this is what we've been actually doing in Brunei. So we actually split it into 5 different clusters, and construction is just one of them. Now, each particular ASEAN region is very dynamic, it's very unique, but it actually has to come from the government side first, but then they have to really partner with the industry to understand what is basically the demand required so that the supply can actually be met. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanti. We have a question from the attendees, and the question from Kynes is he wants to know what are the emerging trends in terms of support that students can use, especially those who don't have access to technology. So perhaps I can ask Felix. Felix, will you be able to take this question?
Yep. Sorry, Dennis, could you repeat the question again? Just a quick one.
Yes. The question is, what are the emerging trends in terms of support that students can use, especially those who don't have access to technology?
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely something very interesting and a very good question as well. I think what's what's really crucial is that there are definitely different supports available, especially within AWS. We're actually working, an example would be in Singapore, where we are working with organizations like Engineering Good, where it's more like an organization where they keep in, or they adopt, old machines or laptops from different users who don't really need them anymore. And what they'll do is they'll refurbish the machines and then load it out to the students as well. I think going onto that aspect, I think it's a very good initiative that we are working in collaboration with Engineering Good. And it's definitely something that can be ran across different countries across the region. Because just like the question states very clearly, low-income groups or students who do not have access to devices to actually do online learning, or even, not to mention, even internet access as well. This could potentially be a first step to actually help these users. But at the same time, like what Yanti mentioned also, it's also relevant to, in collaboration with the government also, to actually have like hotspots or Wi-Fi points that are being set up within specific facilities, right, for these users to actually go to and do this learning through the devices that they obtain as well. So it's really dependent on that. And I think this is always a question that will always come back to a lot of tech companies also. Like, you have so many technologies, but what about the users who do not have access to the devices to access all those? So I think this would be a very good starting point, working with associations and the governments to provide specific areas for these users.
Thank you, Felix. Vicky, would you want to comment on this question as well, in terms of how we can support students who don't have access to the technology?
Yeah, absolutely. I think definitely the kind of programs that Felix described resonate a lot. And I'd put it into two buckets. One is, how do we reduce the barrier to entry to technology in of itself, whether it's access to the internet or access to devices. And yeah, like companies like Google are doing quite a lot there. And the government and other private organizations have a lot more to do, but I think there's been a lot of progress in that regard. And then the other one is okay. Now, even if you have access to technology, or if you don't, or you don't get access to it frequently, what can you do? And I'm definitely not the expert there, working at a technology company, but from our side, we've learned about a lot of different organizations up and down the countries that we are live in that are doing quite a lot offline, whether it's teaching specific skills, vocational skills, so that they can get jobs in industries like construction or in manufacturing. I think there's a lot more, there's just a lot of fascinating work. One of the areas that I think technology can help, though, is guiding those organizations, whether it's a skilling institute or apprenticeships, into what the demand and what the supply is. So one of the things that, for instance, we're looking at is, how can we help NGOs that are working in skills development in India, there are a couple that we're talking to, know what the demand is and where the demand is, so that they can then, through their communities and their outreach programs, reach the right job seekers and train them. So I think there's a lot more that can be done in that area, where even if the end user doesn't have direct access or frequent access to technology, or is a limited access, there are organizations that we can enable to kind of still empower them and reap the benefits.
Yes, thank you very much. Any other one of our panelists would like to take on that question? Anyone? No? Okay, let's move on to the next question then. For Katrina, how do we support an aging workforce in the future world of work dominated by the need for digital competencies?
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. So it's a little bit different from the topic I was presenting on, but something I am quite passionate about is around population aging, particularly with the number of older workers aged 55 to 64 years is increasing, is actually set to equal to 1/4 of the global labour force in 2030. So this increase in age diversity is simultaneously occurring with a dramatic increase in use of technology. So a key issue then is how organisations develop and deliver training skills and development programs that support older workers who are often quite excluded from education and skills programs. So a lot of research shows that there's quite a few age differences in technology skill attainment during technology training. However, a lot of the research actually shows that in large part this can be accounted for by age bias. And the prevailing assumption that all digital immigrants, I would say, are uncomfortable with technology, which isn't quite a fair assumption to make. This impacts how trainers train older populations. So quite often their bias reduces the quality of their training because they have these certain assumptions and negative age stereotypes, and that kind of, and the trainee then kind of the self-fulfilling prophecy. They're not getting the training quality, but they're also confirming the trainer's expectations about poor performance. So there's a lot of issues around the negative age stereotypes. So also that older workers don't feel they have equal right to access this training. They assume that it should be for the younger populations, working populations. So what organisations can do is around kind of combating the age bias within their workforce. It's around kind of that giving the ability for older workers also to job craft and design their own work to suit, have tasks that suit their strengths. It's about supportive leadership. And there's programs available where you can have reverse mentoring, where you might have younger workers and older workers mentoring together so they can capitalise on each other's strengths and capabilities. So that's just the surface of what organisations can do, but it's really quite critical that organisations do more to ensure equal access to training, but also to combat those age discrimination biases.
Thank you, Katrina. Thank you very much. Now over to David. Given all the changes in education due to the impact of technology, globalization, and the impact of current and future pandemics, how should we assess the quality of education? Will the future focus less on exams and shift towards the application of knowledge through continuous assessment? How will the use of the online classroom make this harder or easier? David? Sorry, Daniel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe you can just ask the question again. Yeah, because I was. Yeah. Can you say this question again, please? Yeah.
Given all the changes in education due to the impact of technology, globalization, and the impact of current and future pandemics, how should we assess the quality of education? Will the future focus less on exams and shift towards the application of knowledge through continuous assessment? How will the use of online classroom make this harder or easier?
Yeah, okay. That's a question, a very good question. And it's a question that I think we are discovering the answer even as we build the plane. Yeah, one of the trends or paradigm shift that I see happening is this a shift from what we call teaching quality, which is what we are familiar with, and content quality. You know, the traditional instructor or teacher-centric model assumes that the learning happens because the teaching quality is good. What we are seeing emerging is that the learning quality is actually as important, if not more important. So let me just maybe share a short story. Okay, there was a seminar that we had on campus a few years ago, and the lecturer and the presenter was talking to the faculty, and he asked his biggest statement: if you have taught them and they have not learned, have you taught?
Right.
Right. Yeah, because if you have taught them but they have not learned, then you have not taught, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, and because of this, I created a rethink about the importance of teaching quality and content quality, which was the traditional focus in schools and in universities. Because even if a good teachers, good content, student doesn't learn, that doesn't help, right? So we have since then moved into learning quality, and that's interesting because we're going to ask the question not so much of what can I teach today, but what can I do so the students will learn, right? And this is where we arise the concept of learning activities, whereby we create learning activities whereby through these activities, students using technology a lot or a little, it doesn't matter. What we found was that when we approached the learning environment that way, students begin to be more participative. Because when you organize activities that talks about learning quality, students get more involved in through their learning as an individual. And secondly, and very importantly, students begin to learn from one another. And this has been supported because through technology, students are able to work together at the same time, or they're able to join a class because there is a record of the activities that were going on. And so because of this, they do not lose out too much, even though they come in a bit later, or they're not coming together at the same time in a synchronous version, right? So this is where when we look at it differently, right, and approach the learning environment differently, we are able to create opportunities that we never saw and see outcomes and results that was unexpected. Suddenly, the student engagement went right up. Students were very, very engaged because they are more involved. And then the role of the teacher become somebody who do not teach as much, but somebody who facilitate, who became a mentor, like what our first speaker was saying, the mentorship, right? So the dynamics of the class changes, and the outcome was that the assessment model also began to change because instead of having a high stake from summative assessment at the tail end, right? Assessment was taking place all the time. Why? Because the students were, because they were participative, they were being evaluated, not by the teacher so much, but by the fellow students as well. Right, and the students are being evaluated, and feedback is given by fellow students, or we call peer-to-peer feedback and peer-to-peer learning. The outcomes was sustainable, the quality was high, and students' engagement was so high that sometimes we worry for them. Because we do not want to get burned out, I mean, this is very interesting, we worry about student burnout because they're so passionate, right? So this is where we try to balance, the level and the number of activities that we give to them, right? And again, technology was the underlying current, yeah. And the technology that we used was not advanced, it was quite simple. Basically, students coming together to share and then to comment and to do peer rating.
Thank you, Daniel, for that very interesting difference between teaching and learning. We are almost out of time, so a last question for Felix. Felix, how would the cloud and EdTech change the shape and role of education as we know it today? Can you paint for us how education would look like in 15 to 20 years' time? Felix?
Education is free and easy.
Definitely. And that's a very, very interesting question. Because as we look at a lot of organizations, especially during this pandemic right now, moving towards the cloud, a lot of the benefits are really essentially around how organizations can effectively manage their resources, especially the IT resources point of view and their manpower resources more effectively. And definitely with cloud itself, they will stand to gain those benefits with scalability, flexibility, and so on as well. Looking as we go along the years, right? If you talk about like 15 to 20 years, you can see that a lot of technologies. So cloud, a lot of concepts are always on cloud computing being just a platform for storage and so on. But essentially, if you look at it now, technologies like AI, IoT, data, and whatsoever are all running on the cloud. And the reason being because you need flexible resources. right? So what I'm foreseeing, like for 15 to 20 years, essentially you can see a lot more new types of technologies that are being developed, but everything will be riding on the cloud. And cloud will essentially become one of the fundamental skills, just like how we are having programming as one of the fundamental skills. And going forward, we'll start to see how organizations or how even in the education system, they start changing and evolving to start training or teaching students at a very young age on coding, on platforms and stuff like that as well. So that's how I'm foreseeing it, but definitely something very interesting to see in the upcoming few years.
Thank you, Felix. And the follow-on question from Heinz from the audience, right? He wants to know whether you can provide some insight as to the possible consequences that we must be aware of once we've gone nearly full digital. So what could be some of the repercussions that we may not be aware of?
I think going digital, I mean, this is based on my own personal experience after doing a lot more like digital trainings and stuff, especially during this pandemic. There are definitely going to be a lot of flaws when you do teaching and learning online, but definitely there are ways to do that tracking as well. But losing that human touch, right? I was looking at a news session early this morning at Channel News Asia. They were sharing in terms of the kids' expression to say that we have lesser interaction with our friends. We can't do group discussions that effectively anymore because not having the right kind of platform to host a team meeting and so on kind of impairs them for that discussions. But I think there are definitely some areas to look at. So when it comes down to, say, for example, like the problem raised by the students not being able to have enough airtime with their correspondence, essentially what could then happen is that you can see a lot more new technologies, especially like webinar rooms like this, coming up with new features and capabilities to enable breakout sessions, to enable rooms and stuff like that. It takes a while, definitely, but that time frame will be very short. Like I mentioned in my opening earlier, it's all a matter of time when technology will just evolve based on all this customer feedbacks as well.
Thank you very much, Felix. I want to call this track to a close. We've covered a lot of ground in the past 90 minutes. We've gone from all forms and topics, I think, in education, ranging from moderation to technology to the cloud. So I'd like to thank our panelists, Joey, Yanti, Daniel, Felix, Vicky, Ian, and Katrina. And also, I'd like to thank the organizers from the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Forum. I think I'll hand it back I think we need to turn on our video and take a group photo. So we could ask everyone to please kindly turn on their videos for just a short while we take a group photo and conclude. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, everyone, kindly please turn on your video. Then we'll take a group photo. Thank you so much. All right. All in 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Keep like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. That draws us to a conclusion of our panel. Thank you very much, and see all of you sometime soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Koo. Thank you to our panelists. So thank you for staying on for track A. Hope you enjoyed the session. If you'd like to stay on in this room, this is webinar room 1, and we are having the next track in here, which is track C, which is titled FinTech for Financial Inclusion, Real or Myth? Question mark. If you'd like to go to the other session, which is track D, the session is How Can Tech Be Good for Sustainability? You can join that session in webinar room 2. If you just go back to the reception web page, and you can navigate from there back into that section and that session that in that room. So we are now just waiting to open track C.
Yeah.
Marissa, you've frozen.
Thank you, Marissa. Hello, everybody. Welcome
Hi,
to track
sorry,
C.
Dr. Lillian. I think Marissa's got a lag. Please carry on. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to track C. This is FinTech for Financial Inclusion. Is it real or is it a myth? All right, we all realize that FinTech inclusion can be defined in so many ways. FinTech inclusion can be defined as the availability and equality of opportunities to access financial services. Sometimes people refer it to a process by which individuals, businesses can access anywhere, anytime, and it is affordable, cheaper, better, faster. Timely financial products and services at your fingertips. Well, it is a double-edged sword. Whether we are looking at banking, loan, equity, insurance products, peer-to-peer lending, accessibility through the phone. We do have got to be careful. All right. So today we have a wonderful panel put together for you to have this very exciting discussion. And we are going to take you through from the academia point of view, right to industry and right to where everybody is experiencing it in the way you live, the way you play, the way you work. So let's introduce our panel. Can you please wave when I call out your name? We have got Dr. Pushpa Wood, who is the Director at Financial Education and Research Center, Massey University. Pushpa, can we see you waving? Pushpa. Yeah, there you go. Pushpa is a wonderful partner in research and in financial capability building. I've been working with her for years. All right, she is the director, as I've said just now, and she worked across schools, tertiary education, NGOs, even industry. She has her research interests include identifying what is it that triggers and motivate people to change their financial capability, attitudes, and their preparedness in planning their personal finance. So we are very proud to have her here today. So the next person in our wonderful panel is, I'm trying to see whether I'm in the right sequence, Mr. Kobasak Duandi. Mr. Kobasak Duandi is the director at the Financial Education and Research Secretary General of the Thai Bankers Association. We are very happy to have you with us today. Can you please wave? I can't see you. Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Please wave. All right. He is he brings with us today the finance and banking experience with banking in Canada as well as, of course, in Thailand. He chairs the advisory group of APEC Financial System Capacity Building. And he also chairs the Asia Pacific Financial Forum and the co-chair of the Financial and Economic Working Group under the ABAC. So we are really privileged to have Mr. Kopsak with us today. The third speaker on the panel for today is Mr. Matthew Tippers. Mr. Matthew Tippers is the CEO of Click. Yes, he's waving. Thanks, Matthew. He has over 20 years of experience in telecom, media, technology, and his work experience as an investment banker in London as well. So with this background, where he manages hedge funds, he's a hedge fund analyst with Citadel, as well as all these kind of exciting background. He has brought it into fintech now. So he experienced in mobile banking, his experience in retail, real estate, and across emerging markets such as Myanmar and Cambodia. And he is with us today all the way from Cambodia. So Matthew founded Click in 2016 to deliver secure, seamless, and smart payments at every touch point and transaction. We'll hear from him soon. Last but not least, we have got Miss Chandrima Das, head of Grab Invest. Chandrima, congratulations. We are so happy for you that you are with us today, because I have known her since she was with Bento, and she has done marvelous work. She is a technology entrepreneur and a product builder with 23 years in banking and asset management industry in Asia and the UK. Previously, she was managing director at the Bank of Singapore. Prior to that, she was CEO of ING Investment Management in Singapore. And of course, she founded Bento. She did this B2B wealth tech in 2016. And of course, she's now acquired by Grab in November 2019 and is now heading the Grab Invest. She's got very interesting story to tell. My ex-colleague all the way from NTU, all right, is Mr. Victor Tay, and he has agreed to join us today. He's now managing director from Scout Limited. So thank you, Victor, for joining us. We are very happy to have you. He is the managing director with this investment banking group with expertise in various areas such as corporate strategic development and market entry expansion strategy. So with his background on understanding what is sustainable finance and what's going green finance, we're going to hear from Victor later as well. So without further ado, let's now have a round robin from each of our speakers before we jump in to have that wonderful group discussion. So Dr. Pushpa Wood, over to you now.
Tēnā koutou katoa, namaste, and good evening my time and good afternoon your time. I will share screen with just a few slides for you to look at. It would be interesting if I can find them. Okay. Can I share it? Let's see. Yes. And are you able to see it? Yes. So what I try to do today in my 8 minutes time is to take you to just give you a very brief introduction to what the center is all about, and then looking at the questions that I have in order for me to decide from my point of view whether fintech for financial education is a reality or is it still a myth, and where my thinking is coming from. So in terms of FinEd Centre, as we call it, or Financial Education and Research Centre in New Zealand, it has three main focus areas: research and evaluation, that's our key focus area, and one of its kind longitudinal study that we started in 2012. We're following 300 young people. When they started with us, they were all young, but by the time we finished, in 20 years. So it's a 20-year-long study where we go back to them every 5 years, but in between those 5 years, we also stay connected with them, checking the pulse. Our second focus area is education and resource development. So we have a number of online courses. We do organization-specific resource development. And the third area, which is growing quite rapidly, is the targeted training and professional development for financial capability workforce. So our focus is on financial capability workforce, whether they are financial advisors, financial mentors, financial counselors, teachers, whatever capacity, community-based or professional. We look at what is the competency they need to have. So we develop competency framework. We're working on self-assessment tool, online self-assessment tool, and we just got approval for micro-credential for the financial capability, what we call practitioners. Now, in terms of financial inclusion, when we're talking about fintech for financial education, I have a series of questions that pop into my head. What do I mean by financial inclusion? What does it actually mean? Do we actually have a common understanding and a common language right across the sector? So I have some questions here for you to ponder on. Access to products and services, including digital devices and access to internet. That's vital as far as when you start to talk about fintech and financial inclusion with the same breath, you need to ensure that the access to product and services is there for all, not for some, not for selected, not for those with resources, but for all. Having sufficient understanding of products and services. So having access alone is not sufficient if I don't understand what each of that actually means. Having the ability to make informed decisions. Do I have financial capability? Do I understand? And can I make informed decisions? The services that are provided to me need to be low cost or no cost, if possible. I need to have access to ethical products and services. We are moving into that area where customers are starting to ask questions where I really want to invest my money in. Especially in New Zealand, the trend is growing quite rapidly where the investors, even the small investors, are saying, but where are you investing my money? I don't want my money invested in A, B, C, and D. We also need to look at that if we are, and that there are two layers, or actually multi-layers, but I'm just going to focus on two layers of upskilling that is required. That is people who are there to provide help and support when is needed. So are they appropriately trained? Are they appropriately capable of providing the support that is needed? Are they customer focused, or are they product and service focused, or are they shareholder focused? Where is their focus actually coming from? And for me personally, I need to feel that I do retain my autonomy in decision making when it comes to making financial decisions through any products and services. We need to also make sure that a variety of options are available which are customer focused and not corporate focused. And that's always as going to be a challenge, always has been a challenge. Can be trusted and safe to use. No? And data protection is secured. So after all of those questions in my mind, I actually have few challenges that I feel. If I am to regard fintech as a financial inclusion tool, it is still hanging on to the myth side in my mind, not completely myth and not completely reality either. Why I say that? Because there are some challenges that we need to face. The very first challenge is digital divide. And that is not only in terms of the instrument, or not only in terms of the device, but also in terms of internet access and the bandwidth, right? So not only having internet access, but does that have a bandwidth to actually cope with what I'm looking for? We still have lack of trust when it comes to the whole of finance sector, if I can use the terminology. Some more trusted than others, but there is a lack of trust. Security of data is still not 100% sure. We still have challenges, and we keep hearing the data breaches. We need to make sure that we are actually doing something about it. We still have lack of common understanding of the term fintech. What does it actually mean for different people? What does it mean for a 65-year-old as opposed to a 15-year-old? And then we need to be looking at what role is financial education actually going to play in all this? What will be financial capability teachers actually teaching people to prepare for this? And in the end, and right at the end, I'm saying we need to be mindful that in our zeal to actually taking everybody into 21st century and on fintech, we are not mistakenly creating or leaving some people behind. And that our zeal to making everybody technologically savvy, there are still people who do not necessarily and are not necessarily prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Pushpa. We'll now hear from Mr. Kopsa Dwandi, who is the Secretary General of the Thai Bankers Association. Over to you, Mr. Kopsa.
Thank you very much. Can you put up my slides, please?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for the slides, yes, I think Pushpa has set the stage for what are the questions that are burning questions. And let's hear it from Mr. Kopsa now. Thank you.
Thank you again. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. I would like to thank Mr. Thomas and the organizer for inviting me to join this meeting today and to share information on the regional digital trade connectivity initiatives on payment and trade. Next, please. With the advancement in digital technologies and telecommunication, every country has been moving toward to digital economy and regional digital trade, regional digital connectivity. Lots of trade and payment transactions have been done digitally, and lots of activities are now cross-border. COVID-19 pandemic is one of the major key accelerator of digital trade transformation, both in terms of payment and trade. My presentation to you today will be on regional digital trade connectivity, both on payment and trade. Next, please. Next page. Yes. On regional digital trade, digital payment connectivity, I will touch on actions and progress in Thailand and in ASEAN. Next, in the age where financial innovation is rapidly developing, digital payment is one of the key developments that can expand to provide various services in the future. This includes having an interoperable infrastructure that increase efficiency, reducing costs, creating better user experience, both domestic and cross-border services. The Thai Banker Association have recognized the importance of the use of technologies to enhance the efficiency of the financial services to respond to the needs of individuals, businesses, and government agencies. Therefore, about 5 years ago, the Thai Banker Association announced digital payment as one of the strategic plans of the association. Digital payment in Thailand under the name of PromptPay started in January 2017 with P2P. Throughout the period, we have added several products and services to the PromptPay, including QR payment. Our digital payment has also provided strong support to the government's initiative on e-government and on being a major payment channel for the government's programs in taking care of Thai people who are economically affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, we also strengthening our national digital payment infrastructure and cybersecurity. Thai banks have also strengthened and expand their digital banking services. On ASEAN regional, next please. On ASEAN regional payment connectivity, we start our cross-border QR payment with our neighboring countries, namely Laos, PDR, and Cambodia, through sponsor bank model, and we are expanding to other countries in Asia. We have joined the initiative of the ASEAN Banker Association on digital payment connectivity on QR payment. This initiative would be for payment and remittance in future. Therefore, soon the regional payment can be done faster and at lower cost, and that this would help regional trade and investment. Next. Next, please. The QR cross-border initiative will facilitate retail payment activities in both countries and also promoting the use of local currency. It will also facilitate the circulation of goods and services and contribute to economic growth via reduction of transaction costs as well as minimizing the risk of holding cash. In addition, as Thailand has more than 4 million foreign workers from neighboring countries working in Thailand, we are also working on using digital payment connectivity to address a financial inclusion on the issue of labor remittance. Next page, please. On regional digital trade connectivity. Next. The principal purpose of regional digital trade connectivity is to improve the efficiency both in terms of processing costs and time of trade transaction through transforming international trade related activities from paper process to digital process and to connect the entire process from end to end digitally. Furthermore, another purpose of this transformation is to enhance the pre-existing benefits of digitization by promoting platform interoperability. The regional digital trade connectivity would be comprising of national level and regional level. On the national level is to create the national digital trade platform to connect all activities in international trade business together through digital process and connectivity, and to connect to national single window of the and ASEAN single window of the government, and to the similar platform of other countries and businesses in the network. This is the project that would be done by each own country. On the regional level, we are doing a study on gap analysis of each ASEAN country on trade digitization and recommendation on standard and best practices, and study on existing digital trade related platform and digital trade platform initiative of each ASEAN countries. Recommendation model and the roadmap for digital trade ecosystem, including interoperability model. And we are going to create the regional digital standards, rules, regulations, and documentation on digital trade transactions. This is the area where ASEAN Bank is focusing on at present, and we have initiate the Digital Trade Connect project to address the compatibility and connectivity and interoperability of the digital trade in ASEAN. In addition, several countries, including Thailand, have also been working on transforming the process of the domestic trade transaction to digital trade process. If the projects on both domestic trade process and cross-border trade process have been transformed end-to-end to digital process, the whole trade system would be digital. It would create more efficiency, transparency, and lower processing cost and time. Next, please. There are several advantages of regional digital trade connectivity, including faster online process, transparency, reducing cost, efficiency, share of infrastructure. For banks, the regional digital trade connectivity would help solving the pain points on double financing and fraud. It would also help banks to provide supply chain and SME finance. There are about 30 digital trade projects. Next, please. There are about 30 digital trade platform projects at this moment. The experimental verified that the digitalization of trade documents would enable all participant companies to reduce trade procedure time and cost. The result of experiment in Japan and in Thailand showed efficiency improvement. Cost reduction is about up to 60%. The benefit effect is particularly large for MSMEs since the ratio of trade procedure and cost to the total is large. Next, this promoting digitization of trade is contribute to the goal set out in AEC 2025. Next, ASEAN BAC has engaged to consultant in this project, namely Mitsubishi UFJ Research and Consultant and MIMC Corporation. The brief scope are shown in the slides. Next, please. There are several key achievements on digital trade in 2019 and 2020. As it's shown in the slides. I would like to highlight that it was recognized by the ASEAN leaders in the ASEAN Chair statements in 2019. Next, please. As we all receive we will receive the outcome of the study and the comments from the consultant by the end of this year. This phase will be complete when we submit the outcome of the study and recommendation to ASEAN BAC meetings and to ASEAN Secretariat and ASEAN government, which should be in January 2021. At the same time, we are start discussing on the next steps based on the outcome of the study and comments from the consultant. In regional digital trade connectivity, we would like to achieve the compatibility and connectivity and platform interoperability. What we would like to propose is to be every country, both private sector and the government, to work together. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Kopsa. Yes, this is a wonderful rendition of what has happened and what we should actually comply with when we want to move forward in our strategic planning. We will now hear from a practitioner, and Mr. Matthew Tippett will take us through. Matthew, over to you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Dr. Koh, for welcoming me on this panel, and it's an honor to be amongst the other panelists, so thank you very much. What I'll do now is I'll share my screen, and hopefully you will see it here. So what is Click about, and what are the problems that we solve, right? We solve first merchant challenges. The issue is that everybody talks about online, which is 4% of retail in Southeast Asia, but nobody really talks about data and helping the 96% of retail, which is happening in the streets, the brick and mortar. There's massive payment fragmentation. They have issues in terms of retaining and acquiring new customers. You know, when you're online, Alibaba or Amazon know exactly where you are, who you are, what you like, and how to get you to purchase more. Brick and mortars is a bit more difficult, you know, with reward schemes and so on to get them adopted. And there's obviously massive data fragmentation. You know, the banks, the cards don't offer much data to merchants to understand who their customers are. Consumers have very similar problems beyond the payment fragmentation and the fact that they don't really get much money for the data they create. And they don't really have that good and engaging loyalty programs. So what do we do to solve that problem? Effectively, our USP to merchants, because we're merchant-centric, is we help them grow their profitability. And the first step is to be a payment aggregator. We enable any digital payment, whether it's with a wallet, a bank account, or a card. In one place, you can do all these transactions, and in any method, meaning it can be in store, it can be online, it can be using a QR code, it can be using NFC when you tap a card on a phone, or when you tap your card on a machine, that's NFC. And we capture being GDPR compliant, so we are one of the first companies in the region to comply with the European data protection regulations, which are the strictest. We capture a lot of data so that we can help the merchant really better understand who his customers are with customer insight and loyalty plans to get them to repeat purchase, and micro-targeted messaging as ways to better engage their customers and give relevant messaging on what they're doing. The key objective is to drive repeat purchasing. But the bottom line is, you can see that we have a universal user case. It can be for the hawker in the street, the small shop, to the largest group. It can be for somebody who's unbanked, and we're the first step for him to financial inclusion, where he just has to download the app and he has access to a wallet or can link to another wallet. And then from there, if he wants, he can, from our app, open a bank account and become fully integrated. So this is what we enable. But the first step to that is basically ensuring that everybody on the platform is safe. And the onboarding process is a critical process. We're going to talk about it later today because electronic KYC, the process of authenticating people on our platform, is critical. And obviously, it means that we need to capture the photo ID of the person, we need to capture a selfie video, but we do all the biometric verification around it to make sure that it's not a machine on the other side trying to onboard, that it's not somebody trying to commit identity fraud, that the document has not been tampered with. And we screen them. So we have access to over 300 databases globally for sanctions, and we can figure out if somebody is a politically exposed person or not. And more importantly, as this is entirely based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, we have a process which allows for financial institutions who use our technology for opening a bank account, for opening a wallet, that it weeds out all the errors of the system. An algorithm will always make mistakes. There's no algorithm which gives a perfect response all the time. There's always a small percentage of false acceptance, false rejection. So we allow for solving that issue. And then when people download our app, and it can be anybody, and that's the beauty of it, they're fully secure, and everybody on the platform is fully authenticated, and you can do payments. And what we enable for a merchant, and we've spoken a little bit about the importance of enabling micro SMEs to have access to digital payments. Well, anybody who fulfills the KYC will be able to accept Visa payments in 5 minutes. You'll be just having to tap your card on the mobile phone of the merchant, and you can accept digital payments. We are actually capable already of doing face pay, of paying with your face, but that's for second half of next year. But in one place, you can do any payments, and that means that anybody can have access to basic financial capabilities for doing payments, for putting their money on their account, for putting it in their bank account, for opening a bank account. And we also enable access to loans with our financial partners. So we are a channel for enabling banks and microfinance institutions to reach our customer base. We're an enabler, so to speak, for financial inclusion. So voila, that's about Click. I think...
Dr. Lillian, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. And yes, we love to hear more later on as you explain your eKYC and all the compliance issues. So now we will have the next speaker to take us through. We will now look at how we can do this in a very, very seamless way, whereby, yeah, we use a lot of Grab, we use a lot of in transport, in food ordering, and now we're going to look at finance, invest. So Chandrima will take us through on what she does in Grab. Thank you, Chandrima. Over to you.
Dr. Ko, thank you very much for that intro. And it sets the stage very well for me. So wealth management or investment is one pain point that touches the lives and the nerves of each and every individual of this planet. We need to save for a rainy day. We need to invest for those of us who have children, for our children's education, retirement. We all hope to retire at some stage, and for other purchases and small goals, small needs. Maybe I'm after a ping pong table for my house. So it's a meta case, use case for each and every individual on this planet. Now, however, this is one thing that also has a lot of pain points. The one is investment products in the past few decades have become very complex. Like when I go and talk to my banker or to my financial advisor, they are talking about things that I don't understand. And it has become, because it is so human-led, it has become very expensive. To buy simple investment products, sometimes I have to pay a front-end fee just to access of 3%. So in a market where interest rates are so low, I lose 3% of my hard-earned capital every time I go to invest. And the third thing is access. Now, there is a lot of work that is done around segmentation. And that means that high net worth individuals, institutions, retail, they have access to very different product. So where I invest to has a dependence on how much money I have rather than what I need. So these are the problems that are in the financial services or wealth management industry. So how have individuals reacted to it? To quote some statistics, in Southeast Asia, the penetration of investment products is south of 5%. In countries such as Europe, in some of the European countries, in UK, it is like 65%. In US, there are lots of financial advisors, it goes north of 70%. What else have we done with our money? A good example is Singapore, where if I have money lying in my bank account, I earn 0.05%. So by keeping in $10,000 for the whole year, I get 5 Singapore dollars. However, we today have close to 700 billion in deposit in our banking system. So irrespective of many of our countries having more banks than 7-Eleven stores, we are not really putting skin into the game and we are not investing. So in terms of investing, what we have to do is, often we have to have a lot bit of time. We talk to our friends and then we try to compare products. And then it gets so complex, we end up with that cash earning 0.05% per annum. So this is the nature of the industry that we are in. However, technology can solve for this. Technology can bring very sophisticated institutional grade products to anybody and everybody. And that's exactly what we are doing here with Grab. So why Grab? Dr. Ko, were you saying something?
No, carry on.
Yeah, okay. So why Grab? Now, along with the changes and that is going on with technology in our life, we don't need checkbooks anymore. We don't need cash anymore. What has happened is that is it all good? Okay. So what has happened is, in terms of wealth management, we are at the eye of a storm. There are ETFs, which are passive investment. There are things like Robinhood that are free of cost. But is anything that is free, is it good for us? Because the company or the provider also has to make money. And then today we have the emergence of platforms. So earlier when we had to do banking, we had to go to a bank. But today we know that there are transport companies like us who have got a banking license. There are, like gaming and platforms like C, which also has got a banking license. So the world is evolving. The digital natives do not need the segregation or boundaries. So hence the industry has changed. The behavior of the new consumer has changed, and technology has enabled us to provide multiple of service as a platform. Now, what has happened with Grab is we have many daily use cases that an individual can do. We can, the other day to Dr. Ko, I send a book, I use Grab for deliveries. I use the taxi all the time. I order food because I don't have a functional kitchen at home. I'm one of those. And then the Grab Mart, or we have micro insurance, we have payments, I don't need cash anymore, and we also have micro lending. So with all of these various use cases with the Grab platform, what we have done is, rather than saving a lot of time for your investment, every time you do one activity with Grab, save a small amount of money in low risk investment automatically. Now this is auto invest. Every time I use my Grab, I can choose to put in $1, $2, or $5 into a little bucket of a portfolio that is managed, rebalanced on my behalf. It is invested into an open architecture, best of breed funds. So I don't have to earmark $10,000. I don't have to read through fine print. It is auto invest. It does it for us. So that's what I do. And that's what keeps me, very excited every single day of my life. You're on mute, Dr. Ko.
Forever. Thank you so much. I enjoyed listening to you as always. Okay, we'll now hear from Victor.
Right. Thank you. Thanks. I guess we've heard from Dr. Wood Pushpa, who actually talked about fintech education awareness. That's important. We heard from Mr. Komsak, who actually talked about ASEAN, the framework, how that actually allows and elevates more accesses to the 660 million ASEAN population here to access to the account. And also we heard from Matthew that talked about capabilities and also in terms of Click as a fintech mechanism that enable. And of course we hear from Ms. Chandri Ma, who actually talks about how fintech is revolutionizing the entire sector when it comes to not just payment, but also in terms of the predicament of why banks are actually taking away commissions and interest away from the commoners, etc. So I think perhaps as I'm the last speaker, let me just wrap it up from a more macro context of whether fintech is a myth or reality when it comes to financial inclusion. And also I will present some of the countries' examples and lessons, as well as opportunities and also some of the risks they involve. Yeah, allow me to share some slides. All right, so to this topic, fintech for financial inclusion, reality or myth. I come from Stout, and I think my perspective for involvement comes from we do impact investment, we do merger and acquisition at the same time. Stout present in 80 over countries, 25 years of services. We do merger and acquisition, investment banking, dispute consulting, valuation at the same time. Right? So now in terms of fintech as an accelerator and catalyst, I think if we look at the numbers, without a doubt, I think we see from the World Bank 2017 Global Findex actually shows that the last 3 years, 515 million adults acquired a financial account. And in terms of that, 1.2 billion people actually has opened an account where that is concerned, including mobile money. So that, without a doubt, the statistics shows. And this is a huge number to begin with. And with this, if we see on the right side, 80% of the adults in India have access to an account, and as a result of fintech. And just within the 7 years itself, because of fintech, we now see more than 200 million of businesses that actually had been adopting and having access credits, etc. Although there are also some of them who have not been. I think there's areas for improvement. And in here, I think for mobile money is concerned, we see that has been one of the fastest catalysts possible that were able to actually across all countries and actually advancing financial inclusion. In here, the numbers shows as well across all sectors. And we see from global investment in fintech ventures, etc., that I think here it is, these numbers that without doubt, and especially I think we see up there 1.3 billion, right, where it comes from. 3 countries that contribute the most, China, India, and Kenya by itself. 80% of the household within 4 years had actually had access to all these bank accounts, etc. So the underbanked and the unbanked are all served here. This from IMF, the data that shows about mobile money as a catalyst. In here we see of all the countries, especially those who have the largest unbanked numbers, I think when they stack it up against a percent of their GDP growth, Zimbabwe, Cambodia, Ghana are one of the highest beneficiary when it comes to the number is concerned. And on the other part, I think we see from this left side, purple that denotes the upper middle class, lower middle class on orange and green. I think within 2017, all of them had the highest leverage where they all comes to equivalent point when mobile money and accounts is concerned. So you could see by itself, fintech is a leverage that even from the lower echelons and also from the underserved, they all have been leveraged up quite highly. In here, fintech credit composition, you could see from Middle East, Africa, etc. Very much consumer base had the largest increment. And then from Asia, Pacific, and Latin America, that very much has been focused on businesses. The numbers on the left side would have shown just in 3 years itself, the numbers almost 300% had increased. Now, I think why are we talking about financial inclusion? Very much we are talking about the SDG 1 of eradicate poverty. And in here by itself, we see the Maya Declaration, which actually highlighted. I think in here, the entire objective of this was to see that there were concrete individual commitments from various national circumstances that are able to address this. And in this case, I think they support the G20 principles at the same time. Financial inclusion, what are the problematic areas and challenges? If fintech had been the be-all, end-all type of a mechanism that allows all, I think in here we could see, even though with the excesses, many countries are now, I think, still having a lot of SMEs, formally and informally, who actually having problems in getting access. So fintech does not resolve all the issues because lack of a credit bureau that were able to give them a proper credit rating, that also results in many of them unable to obtain loans, etc. Now, what are the lessons learned? I think we have about 5 lessons here that we see from all the various countries highlighted, and these were members of the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. Very much, number 1 lesson is that beyond what fintech, there's only a means. In here, the highest level leadership and the political commitment is very much required. And in here, I think we see Mexico as an example, set up a national council just for financial inclusion. And within there, the Undersecretary of Finance, Minister of Finance, Governor of central banks, and all the business agencies are involved so as to ensure that this financial inclusion is actually addressed. Second part of this is about, I think a lesson learned is about data and clear indicator. Just from right up in front, we saw those numbers were numbers that were able to benchmark, and we were able to see how many of them are still remaining a potential group to be actually included within this banking sector. And in here, I think if the inability to collect proper data were then not able to create a properly defined indicators, and therefore they'll be hard to improve. I think that's been the second lesson learned by some of the countries. Lesson 3, the definition. Very much, I think in here, it is important to know what is a vision for each country and definition for financial inclusion. I think that's how we started off with. I think in here, very much Indonesia is one of the ASEAN members here. I think we can see that they actually focus on financial system accessible by all layers, promote economic growth and poverty, etc. And lesson 5 of this is supply side and demand side. I think very much why fintech can't solve all the problem, because I think part of this, there are financial regulations. And I think in here, we talk about financial education and consumer protection as well. With fintech, there are greater accesses, but there are greater risks too. So what about consumer protection? And I guess perhaps the regulation has yet to catch up. And I think in here, it's not just a fintech or bankers or financiers issues alone. And lastly is this, I think many of them have been focusing on accesses, which is ownership, usage, having how many of them having new accounts. But here I think it should be about outcome based, and this outcome should be about sustainable usage and how many have been able to meet their needs, their daily needs. So it is not about just creating bank accounts. And in here, I think we see in numerous of those successful examples up front, I think while bank accounts are created, the usage remain low, right? So I think this comes from an example from Indonesia I highlighted about in terms of adoption. They highlighted actually when it comes to all the small micro enterprises, their needs are quite different. The social norms influence decision making. Because of COVID, we see people are now embarking on fintech. It's a great catalyst. We see that it is all about convenience. I think a lot of them would disregard about risk or cost. And I think in terms of privacy and security in Indonesia, apparently they highlighted this non-issue, but in advanced country, it is remain a problem. And I guess the last two part of the slides where they highlight that what are the opportunity. I think our, in the beginning education talk about financial education, financial literacy remains what we should be looking at. I think the part about mobile banking, I think we see the likes of Click and many of them actually have been strengthening infrastructure, financial infrastructure to do this. But I think the product cost structure remains we want to be tackled. And I think regulation is also one of those that we should be looking at. Other parts, credit bureaus. Without credit bureaus, the micro enterprises remain unable to obtain finances. So that's something to think about. And sixth part of protection about for when it comes to microfinances out. And at the end of this, the last slide, basically when it comes to Asia, I think that's where this will actually survey what the percentage of it across all the suppliers and in terms of demand. And it basically highlighted opportunity, capacity building, but I think they highlighted that the microfinance institutions are the one that should be looking at it. Expanding range on products, I think the private sector has been doing their jobs. We see a huge array of different fintechs mechanism coming up. Credit bureaus, I think that's very much what I should be looking at. Obstacles, I think without fail, 55% highlighted regulatory framework for providers, and I think financial literacy, and thirdly, the inability to understand the client's needs. Yeah. So with this, thank you everyone, and I think the rest I'll pass it back to Dr. Lilian.
Wow, thank you, Victor. With so many issues on your last slide, I think we will need the whole year, every day, to talk about this. So our half an hour is definitely not enough for the group discussion, but thank you. I think with all these many facets that we have and the limited time we have, I think we want to start by listening to the burning issues that the audience might want to hear, because they are already having their own discussion there. If you look at the chat. But then I want to state this, that financial inclusion has been identified as an enabler for 7 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And as Victor rightly pointed out, we have got to commit to advance financial inclusion, not just as a paper dream, not just as a thought leadership discussion that goes on and on and on, but we want to see actions. So maybe, do you want to jump on it and say, okay, so what do we do now? And later on, after we have gone one round, we will address the audience's burning questions. So yeah, let's carry on from where we were discussing just now. And any one of you can just jump in and discuss the points that was brought up by our panelists. So anyone want to take the mic? Yes, Matthew, start the ball rolling.
I think Victor made excellent points in his presentation, where if I summarize it, financial inclusion is problematic when there's a lack of data, right? And credit is also an issue when you have a lack of credit bureaus or data available for credit bureaus. Now, you understand we're all driving to the same point, which is the lack of data, right? And when you talk about financial inclusion, our view, obviously we're biased because we're in the industry, but our view is the first step to financial inclusion is basically enabling access to the correct data, to authenticated data. And that's why we believe that electronic KYC is perhaps the door opener to financial inclusion, allowing banks, wallets, financial services providers like Grab Invest and so on to basically have access to this population. and to be able to enable that financial inclusion. It's also critical to have access to data in a secure way. I think this is a critical part for the industry. It's interesting to hear that in certain countries, security and data is less of an issue, but the criticality of it is, if we look at fintech and we look at the impact of non-traditional data analysis for scoring whether somebody could be a good borrower or not, to allow him to have access to financial services, is going to be critical, because there's only so much traditional credit bureaus can do, because they're not collecting this non-traditional data. And that's why obviously our view is, fintech for financial inclusion is not a myth, it's becoming a reality because of the data. I'll leave it to that.
Yes. Anyone want to react to that? Pushpa?
I think one of the things I'm not directly reacting to it, but adding to it. To me, I think one of the key challenges at the moment, and especially in New Zealand, for example, in New Zealand, we don't have an issue of financial inclusion. Technically, it is one of the most banked countries in OECD because of our benefit system, because of the access to money is there. Our biggest challenge is underutilization of those accounts, for example. Do people actually understand that? But one of the challenges is with the younger generation, the very rapidly increasing invisibility of money is actually creating that disconnect between young people and the money and its functions. They know the functions of credit card and debit card, but they don't necessarily know the function of money. That's one challenge. The second challenge is for us to actually understand at what touch points I have complete control as a consumer, and at what touch point I lose that control and somebody else is making those decisions for me and telling me what to do step by step. And how do we deal in that process? And it might be a perfectly convenient process for people to take up, but how do I then retain that skill set with me? Is that skill set that I have acquired when handling money is now going to disappear gradually, and now I need to acquire entirely different skill set?
Indeed. Yes, when we are, okay, I used to work 17 years in the Ministry of Education and another 17 years in NTU. So I have been advocating financial literacy. And if we ask that question, who is responsible for you to learn about managing finances? Who is responsible for you to be able to adapt to this new world where there's fintech? I guess the responsibility and the onus lies on each and every one of us. So we have got to take charge. And if you look at how we have evolved, and nowadays, you don't need to go to a bank. You can just transact from your phone. You do your Pay Now, PayLah, or you do your remittances through TransferWise, and everything is done just like that, all right, almost real time, immediate. Gone are the days where you've got to go to a bank, fill in a TT form, wait 5 days, corresponding bank, send to your universities overseas, etc. So these are gone, but basic principles still remain. So I feel that the values-based fundamentals are there. So the difference is that now you have got technology as an enabler. So how then you use it to your advantage? All right. Just now, Matthew raised concerns about data. So what do we do? Are we aware that, the data that we have is really, really very, very precious? And if you don't do something about it, somebody else will. All right. So yes. So yeah, life is like that nowadays. All right. And of course, we've got our millennials very happily ventilating on social media, very happily. Well, I think they even go and do their put the gadgets in the bedroom, and they don't realize that everything is being tracked. So when we talk about data privacy, we talk about who, should be having ownership. It still goes back to basics. But then the question is, since these tools are there, are we maximizing it? And then because these tools are there, does it change the way we have, we make decision with regards to spending, saving, investing? So these are fundamental questions, and they are perennial questions, generations after generations. And now with fintech, with new ways of peer-to-peer lending and accessibility, we now have got to be more alert, right? That's why we started by saying, in fact, I think Yanti started by saying that digitalization is a double-edged sword. And of course, the next question is, so how? Are banks still the place to go to, or are they becoming less and less relevant? So if you look at what our chat group, the chat that is going on in a very, very fast pace, asking questions about what's going to happen to banks, what next. Maybe I'd like to invite Kopsak to tell us what do you think about banks? And then we're going to run to Chandrima to talk about the new banks. Okay, let's hear from Kopsak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think everyone, because of the digitization, everyone has to be transformed, including banks. Banks, if you can look at it right now, they are aware and appreciate of the benefit of the digitization, and they are changing right now. Several banks in Thailand are now trying to be transformed and then to be more digitized. And at the same time, they're also working with the fintech company selectively, and then to improve their services and channel in order to service their customers. For example, some of the Thai banks now, they are joining with lines, and some of the banks, they are coming up with the logistic companies and things like that. And then like a marketplace, they are doing a lot of things now. So banks are now improving, and then at the same time, I think they are also looking into the fintech of how they can provide the better services to those people unbanked for financial inclusions. As I mentioned to you earlier, we are doing in terms of the foreign labor remittance back home using digital payments. Right now, they are more through the gray market. Now we like to bring them to the formal one. And this one should help. And then for the SMEs, because of the information, trusted information from digital transaction, and also from the improve in the ecosystem, like in terms of their credit information, credit guarantee, I think the SMEs would be able to access more to finance and be able to participate more in terms of the regional or global economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Chandrima, you want to continue? Actually, Matthew should be jumping in to talk about that, but let's hear from Chandrima.
This is a lot of very interesting things were said in the past couple of minutes. And I'm seeing in the whole chat group, do we need banks? Do we not? And I heard this wise line from somewhere, we need banking, but may not be banks. But however, there are some of us who have been around for decades, and when lending happens outside of the main ecosystem, when you can lend without keeping capital, a like of Lehman or a G capital can happen. And that is exactly what maybe the government in China, they stopped the whole, the Ali IPO from, possibly. So the infrastructure of risk management that something like Basel or equivalent provides it is very important for the stability of global economies. Then the second thing is we spoke about data. Is our data safe? You know, so some of us are very privileged to live in Singapore because GovTech is so awesome. We have rules around PDPA. In Europe, there is GDPR, and it's so we are very privileged to have technology risk management framework and usage of data. But in many countries, there is not. So Dr. Pushpa, you mentioned that financial services or products should be low cost or free. Now, as we all know, there is no free lunch. If I am getting, so today I have become used to everything that I get from my phone to be free. However, as we may have read in news yesterday, there was some religious app data that was sold to US government. So anything that we take for granted to be free is not free, because we are the product. If we do not pay for the product, then we become the product that has been sold somewhere. And so I think there is just, you know, we've got this heady mix where the connotation of free is not actually free. Something is got to give. Somebody is using somebody. Somebody is paying. And then talking about, you know, banks versus fintech, Kun Kopsak. When I was running Bento, we built the robo-advisor for San Commercial Bank. That was the high point of my life. So, and there were a certain B2C robos, but what the fintech are doing, they are nipping on the heels and they're waking up the banks. So when a giant like San Commercial woke up and partnered with us, and when we went live with them, the kind of adoption and data that we saw was unbelievable. And in those cases, we were not talking about active users. We were talking real money, real revenue. So this whole fintech is giving us users a lot of options, is waking up our banks and incumbents to do the right thing by the consumers. And end of the day, as we learn, as we evolve with data privacy and you know, like and what is right or wrong, we get our moral compass in place as an industry. I think the only party that benefits is the consumer. So this is, I think the impact of fintech is just so huge that when I rest after my retirement, after 20, 30 years or whatever, you know, it's like it is like a train's being built after the horses. That's the evolution that we are going through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to add, oh, sorry.
Yes, Matthew. Yes.
Just to add to your point, Chandrima, is you mentioned the important word. The important word is evolve, right? There were questions posed as, you know, what's going to happen to banks? Are they going to be around with fintech? I think you're the perfect example of when fintech and banks get together and basically have synergies. And I think this is the catalyst for evolution. Banks are going to be around. The way they actually provide their services, which is taking deposits and lending, is going to be different because we're having access to different kinds of data. And yes, some fintech guys are going to be focused on that, but ultimately the banks are going to be enabling that at scale, right? The advantage of a bank like the one you were talking about is that it was a massive bank and they can apply this and scale it up, right? This is where I think the industry, where the industry is going. And to your point of where the consumer always wins, fintech and technology in general allows when the rules are properly put in place, and that's a big caveat, right? A level playing field, because it's not the incumbent who's got by nature the advantage. It's also the new players, you know, who are cloud-based, who don't have to spend a lot of money to build something new, and who can really challenge and really create a dynamic market where, by definition, there will be a lot of competition. And when there's a lot of competition, the consumer always wins. Okay, that's our view on that, and that's why I see it very, very positively. I don't see the confrontation fintech, banking, and so on. It's an evolution you're going to see for the main players, for sure.
Yeah, there was this very interesting description of fintech as being a mistress. And I heard another very interesting description of the banks and the fintech being referred to as the phoenix dancing with unicorns. So let's hear from Victor. What did you want to say that we missed? Victor?
Oh, yes, I wanted to address the 3 issues that you were putting up. And I think they were all slightly diagonal or with a tension of issues. And typically that's what in the motor world issues are in that way, right? You talk about education. I want to talk about learning. And I think very much about this. I think we spoke enough of this that I was a vice chairman of United Nations Global Compact, and SDG number 1 is no poverty. Why is it number 1? Because being that eradicate, and that's a fundamental of many other SDGs. Without that issues, it will not be done. And I guess we spoke about awareness, education. But I guess we talk about learning a lot, but we never quite focus about unlearning. And I want to highlight about unlearning because in here, well, Dr. Leland used to be in the university. And I guess in here, we taught how banking ought to be. And we had throughout decades or centuries since the Renaissance in Europe, I think we've seen how banking to be, and we have seen a certain traditional mold and a certain process. And we had even taught our students how banking ought to be, and that is quite molded. That every time as we speak to any regulator, or sometimes as new ideas are being mooted, you will hear some of them who are definitely the more established, someone who is a regulator, or someone who is actually a leader or management, senior management, who will say, yeah, but this one will not work. This is actually part of what we had. Actually, this is a pillar or something that if upon shaken, the whole shelter or the whole architecture will collapse on banking. I guess this is the part, and therefore in here you hear about Basel, the Basel regulations, Basel III. And I guess perhaps there are certain parts we ought to be unlearning and introduce new, where I think some of this fintech aspect of things, I found perhaps our students at times in the university were coming with new ideas, bringing ideas that were innovative and can be catalysts as well. So I guess while we are learning, I think we should think about how to unlearn certain traditions and learn to also be receptive to new ideas. Second part I want to highlight was about speed and regulations. I was also in the past from the Ministry of Trade Industry. I was the Economic Development Board and Enterprise Singapore. And in here, we want business to grow naturally. And I think we're looking at the fintech speed, and with the number, we saw the statistics that is growing at leap and bound. Definitely, I think we could reach of having the next 500 million to come on board with fintech adoption. But what's slowing it? I guess it's go beyond just the propagation awareness. But I think there's a certain amount of regulations that comes in. I think Chandrima actually talked about even the largest IPO that we're looking at from the Ant Financial. I think that's been pulled back.
To put his book in.
There's certain regulations that we're looking at too. So I guess there's a hand in hand where I think some of this diagnostic issues that speed is there, but nonetheless, at what risk do we want to let this happen? And I think many a times the regulators or even the government will actually look at this, that what if a fintech company with a large loans, and we've seen in the past in Singapore, there were new models like off-road. There were bicycles that were out there for rent, and which after everyone put deposits and up to 80 million or so. And when the company collapsed, all the monies are gone. So how about risk of this company? How about, and therefore, I think that's why we're trying to say the third issues will be the fintech versus the large bank. Well, the large bank goes away. And I think that's almost to highlight the issues of credence, credential, and the nimble or agile. And I guess in here, without fail, we've seen, no doubt there are banks who collapse, but of course there are banks who will be sustainable for a long while. And why it is there? Because of risk issues, because of credence, because of the ability to guarantee that if anything that goes defaulted, I think, or somehow if there are certain risks, the bankers or the consumers will have their rights as well. Right, so I guess this covers the three parts of learning versus unlearning, speed versus regulation, and also the bank versus the large versus the agile. Yeah, thanks.
Good. In fact, I wanted to say that's what I covered in my recent book that is hot from press. We wrote a book called Singapore, the FinTech Nation. And we covered this of how, whether are we worried about the FinTech companies, startups, and the ecosystem going to eat the bank's lunch. So yeah. Do read that book. It gives quite an interesting comparison. And some of you, those questions that you discussed just now, they are discussed in this book. All right. Yes, can we?
One thing.
Yes, Pushpa.
One thing I was just going to say, and here's a food for thought. Yes, it is quite exciting. FinTech is creating a new world for people in terms of transaction, how we actually transact with money in whatever form and shape. Back of my mind, I still can't help but worry that while we are increasing financial inclusion, are we somehow unwittingly also introducing social exclusion? Because banks have served more than just simply financial transaction role. Right? If we're becoming totally automated, our human interaction is going to gradually decrease, especially for our retirees. Right? We are forgetting that particular age group that is not necessarily willing, wanting to unlearn and then learn new things, and want to live in a world that they have created for themselves for the next 20 years. Are we also doing something to make sure that that particular group of customers are going to be included somehow?
I guess that's what our government is trying so hard to do, right? To ensure that no one gets left behind. So we do a lot of trying to be more inclusive. But I think inevitably, we might have blind spots, we might miss out people. But I guess, there's a lot more benefits to it. That's why we are still heading towards that direction. Okay, but then we have a very interesting question from Michael. Michael wanted to know, what are your views on green financing and how can FinTech solve this challenge? Anyone wants to take that up on green financing?
Yeah, wanted to highlight on a very general overview of, we typically know in mankind, there are three things that will move businesses or move certain policy in a certain direction. Either one, consumer demand, that's one. Number two, where finances flow, where financing things hand to hand. And the third part, where neither are non-financing, I think it's the third part where government actually comes in to intervene and get things moved on. So I guess where green or sustainable financing is concerned, I think that's part of putting incentive, or if not, you are putting impediments. And I guess you see there have been incentives put in, but in this incentives is concerned, some of these are not good enough. So therefore, countries are putting in impediments there. And I guess what we saw were perhaps carbon tax. And therefore, if you fail to comply to, or perhaps in a certain business activities, their carbon footprints are large enough. And we see in New Zealand, there were carbon taxes. And I guess some part of the world are actually looking at carbon trading, carbon exchanges to neutralize it. That's the second part of it, about it. So I guess it's a mixture of either the catalyst to allow it to happen a lot easier, and if not, that is to educate a lot more about consumers. And I guess we saw about consumers who start looking at products these days, turning around, looking at the back of the product, they're able to see how much carbon footprint are there, or maybe to see that does it have a sustainable FSC or sustainable the Forestry Stewardship Council endorsement mark there, without which they are not buying. So I guess this is a part where three parties has to play its part. I think one is, of course, the producer or maybe the businesses. Number two, the consumer demand. I think if they were to choose sustainable product, naturally the sustainable financing will flow. And I guess the last one, government. And I guess government plays an important role. I think where either incentives, if not, I think in terms of impediments. Now, hopefully that answers Michael's question.
Yes, I think that would be enough for now. Otherwise, you know, you are going to go on and on. But yes, what we're going to do is we are running out of time. I am very, very appreciative of this very interesting discussion, but we have so much more that we want to cover. So maybe we will just round up by having each and every panelist to give us their last words so that it gets you thinking, it gets you Googling more, it gets you asking more questions. And like how Pushpa has said it, we all must learn to, you know, unlearn, relearn. So, okay, let us now invite each and every one of our panelists to go round robin, and we'll have the last closing remarks from each one of you. So Pushpa, do you want to start, or we are going to get...
I'll go last this time.
Okay, let's go,
I'll
Victor.
go last this time.
We reverse the directions. Victor, you may start.
Yeah.
Right. I guess fintech is an enabler, and enabler is a means. I think while the attention that it has actually done wonders in the last decade, where the acceleration statistics shows in adoption and the ability to outreach to the poor and the lower echelons or the unbanked. But I guess I think the focus of attention is not just the means, but the end point. I guess here it is what we ought to think about what financial inclusion truly means. I think that's one in terms of definition.
Yes.
Different country has different definition. And here it is, I've seen in the United Nations, basically as it allows everyone, right, the ability to actually, in a meritocratic way, on their own free will, to be able to live their life to the fullest and without constraint by finances. I think that's one way that they actually define it. But I think in here, different regions have different parts of it. I think is to look at how the three parties of regulators, the businesses, and the consumer, how these three parts can strike a balance and equilibrium. Yeah, with that, thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Next. Hey, I must go in alphabetical order, is it? Chandrima?
So I don't have any, advice. I'm surrounded by academics and by central bankers. So, but I have a call to action. So for those of us who are in Singapore, please log on to your Grab app, click on the invest tile and start investing with $1. I have been reading a lot about micro habits, and rather than, like waking up one day in the morning and going for a marathon, you start with a little, 2-kilometer walk. That's what micro investing is about. And for those of us who are not in Singapore, please wait for us to get to Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Myanmar while you start micro investing. So that's my call to action for all of you.
Great job and great advice. In fact, we should, because habits die hard. And if little things can be baby steps to take to where we should be, achieving our financial goals of, protection and managing it wisely, blah, blah, blah. This is quite an interesting way to shape it so that we can get into the habit of saving incrementally. Thanks for that, Matthew.
Okay, so I think we all agree that fintech is an amazing catalyst for change, and we're seeing this. This is the beautiful part. The only issue is, if you look at it long term, it creates an issue for regulators, and regulators need to catch up to support, right? We spoke about the risks, the digital divide, where people get left behind, about financial literacy, which is also a question of speed. If the technology advances too fast, people do not connect with it because of literacy issues, and these are critical for the success of fintech. which will not end up with a world where there's only going to be fintech. It's going to be exactly the same as today, but the technology is going to be everywhere. It's not going to be like who's going to survive, the bank or the fintech. It's all. They're all going to be together because ultimately the future is entirely about data. And that's what it's going to look like 10 to 15 years from now. And it's not going to be about creating a world where there's no human interaction, because I don't see that as where technology should go. Technology is, as we say at Click, it's really to make payment human. You want payment to disappear. And if I had to point to one company who's done it incredibly well, and we've got Chandrima there, is what happened to the taxi market, right? Grab transformed the user experience. You order, you see it come, you hop in, you get there, you hop out. The payment disappears, the financial service disappears. What she's doing with, you pay a little bit every time more for building up your savings is exactly similar, the same thing. You make your savings without seeing it. It just happens, right? This is where we think you've got the value of technology, because it lets people focus on the human part of things, where you can focus on the human relationship. I don't see the future where everything is us dealing with machines. It will be a depressing future. It's about us not dealing with admin and things happen magically, and we can focus on human relationships. That's where I see the bright future, and that's why we're very excited about the future with fintech. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Matthew. And we'll now hear from Kopsa.
Okay, thank you. I think the digitization and the fintechs are enable for better financial inclusion for both people and SMEs. For people who are underserved or unbanked. And I think the banks and fintech can work together and to improve. This is to benefit the customers or consumer for better user experience. I think the important things is that we should have a level play field, the consumer data protection, cyber securities are the key important things in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And Pushpa.
And lucky last. As I said at the very beginning, I am not against fintech, but I am still need to be fully convinced. All right. I am simply saying it has a lot of potential. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Provided we combine digital literacy with financial literacy, because what is needed is digital literacy first before even financial literacy comes in, if we are talking about fintech in its true sense, with some human touch built into it right throughout. Yes, I like the notion of saving invisible, because at the moment spending is invisible through using credit cards and that. So if we can actually change that habit of making invisible spending to invisible saving, yes, we have got a bright future ahead of us. But a word of caution, what pandemic has actually taught us, we are capable of changing our behavior and our patterns, right? We have learned Zooming rather than actually having face-to-face contact. But what it has also done is increased the social isolation, mental health issues, and human interaction, which people increasingly in New Zealand have actually pointed out that that's what they missed most. So whatever we do through fintech, if we can keep those things in mind, that in our haste to introduce convenience, we are not introducing something else alongside with it, which we may need to then create another product.
Yes, actually it is true. It's just only a tool, an enabler. All right. So it's up to us how we use it. And at the end of the day, we all recognize that although you have high tech, there must be high touch. So with that, I thank you, my wonderful panelists, the best panel I ever can have, because you do my job. Okay, thank you. And my wonderful audience, we love you. We love you to be very interactive. Otherwise, we'll be so lonely on this panel. So yes, this is a wonderful panel. Thank you, everyone. And I really, really must end by saying that all of us have that responsibility of making this world a better place. High tech, high touch. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we'll see you through the book. In fact, Singapore FinTech Festival is going to announce this book on stage, main stage at 5 p.m. All right. So do join us because it talks about regulators, it talks about ecosystem, and it talks about individuals, about beyond technology. So ladies and gentlemen, join us, continue learning, but take charge. Have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Hi, Dr.
Thank you,
Lillian.
Dr. Ko. Yeah, sorry, Shaq. Just to ask if we could ask all the panelists just to turn their cameras on for a few seconds, just so that we could get a group shot. That would be really good. Thank you.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Done?
Yep.
Great. Thanks, Shaq. So thank you again to Dr. Ko. I'm sorry I missed the introduction to you. You were slightly robbed there, but the technology booted me out. Thank you again to all our panelists, not just for the track C, but also the panelists of today. Excuse me. We hope that you've enjoyed this last but very insightful session. So distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and our wonderful moderators, this does bring us to the end of our panel discussions for today. We'd like to thank you all for joining us at the ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Forum 2020. Just as a reminder now, the next section we will be moving on to and is networking. Today you've heard in the morning about the most basic level of regulation enforcement to the immediate needs and responsibilities of businesses, to broadening our definition of what holistic tech-enabled education means, to the broader kind of humanizing of financial inclusion and within the ecosystem. I hope it's given you all some food for thought for the rest of the evening, probably for the rest of the year. We've got one last request before you drop off. We have a short poll. If everyone wouldn't mind just answering some questions. We have 3 short questions that would really help us to improve the experience and understand how it was for you today. Won't take a moment, and it's all anonymous, so we can't tell how you answered. So don't be frightened, to be honest. If you could just take a moment to answer those 3 questions on there, that would be really good. The first question is, did you take away any useful or actionable insights from today? Please do, think carefully about what you've heard and whether or not you feel empowered to do that. Hopefully you have. We've had a lot of really thought-provoking and courageous conversations today. The second question is, how likely would you be to attend next year on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 5, 1 being not at all and 5 being definitely, or somewhere in between? Would you come back again next year? And third would be, how likely would you be to recommend this conference and this experience to others? So on a scale of 1 to 5 again, 1 being not at all and 5 being definitely. We'd really value your feedback. Please don't be shy. I think the whole team and the organisers have worked very hard, so we'd like to get some feedback on how they've done and how they can make it better and more kind of whatever you feel it needs more of. So before you leave, just as a reminder for the premium and network pass holders, we will have a session afterwards, our second networking session, where you'll jump into small breakout rooms and you'll be able to meet and talk with other people who are still around and wanting to I guess, connect with people who have really enjoyed today and want to find businesses and entrepreneurs and people within academia who are all here, multi-stakeholder here. And they have another Ask Me Anything session. And this session will be with Mr. Charlie Ang. Charlie is a global futurist, innovation strategist, and business transformation coach. So please do stick around if you are a premium or network pass holder. You can navigate back to those rooms again through the reception webpage. And we have one last closing remarks from Mr. Thomas. So please do stick around for that and do join us at the networking in the other rooms, and also for Mr. Charlie Ang's Ask Me Anything session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Thomas.
It had been a very busy day for nearly 600. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying with us till the end of this forum. It had been a very busy day for nearly 600 participants from all the ASEAN countries and beyond. We deliberated on the theme, All In for Digital Transformation, Revolutionizing Your Purpose for Profit in the New Norm. Throughout the day, we heard that digitalization had been beneficial. It solved many ills of society. It made the world better with convenience, access to better ways of working and living. We learned that it can also make problems of inequalities, social divide, environmental challenges worse if not managed well. It can be a destructive force as well. In the post-COVID-19 world, we need to get back economic growth, but not growth at all costs. Building back better is the theme we hear. In the sessions, many ideas were proposed. We heard many good examples. We heard many strong commitments. The challenge will be to convert these words into action, action that will maximize benefits and minimize the downsides. We need to keep on learning to do the right thing and to do it the right way. We have looked at 4 areas of great impact from digitalization and the COVID-19 pandemic trends. Financial inclusion, healthcare, skills and jobs, and sustainability. These are areas that we have been talking about for a very long time. The weaknesses are now more apparent. They have to be acted on now. The business case is clear, the moral case is clear, the call for action is clear. We clearly need to get things done. We have to organize ourselves to get it done. The ASEAN Responsible and Inclusive Business Alliance, ARIBA, gives us a unique opportunity. I thank the members who are part of ARIBA and who have contributed to and who are still contributing and will continue to contribute to develop a better future for all. If you are not yet a member, please join us. Please sign up at our website, www.araiba.org. We need to act fast, we need to act now, and we need to work together. Finally, in closing, I want to thank Senior Minister of State, Ms. Sim An, all our distinguished speakers, panelists, our valuable sponsors, our supporters, and all of you participants, and the many who worked hard and long to make this forum a success. Thank you, and I wish you all a safe and healthy journey for a better, sustainable, and equitable world for ourselves and our future generations. Let's seize the opportunity now. Thank you very much. Have a good day and good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again. And hopefully we will see you again next year at the same event. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry. Okay, so please do feel free to go and join the networking as you wish for this last session. You can access those pages and our sponsors through that link on the reception webpage. And do join the Ask Me Anything with Mr. Charlie Ang, and do take a chance to connect with all the like-minded and not so like-minded people who may have come along to this and been converted to the new way of kind of digital transformation and sustainability. You can. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll just end the session. Thank you so much.
You might want to put the video on, Shaq, if you can, the Brands for Good video.
Yeah, good idea.
For that, honest and selfless. I don't know if this helps it, but good job. You're doing a good job, a good job.
You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, 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 yeah. You're doing a good job, good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, 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 yeah. Shake up on it. As soon as you walk through the door, everyone needs you again. The world's out of order. It's not a sound when you're not around.
Hi to all.
Hey everyone. Hi.
I know we are all in times of troubles in this pandemic.
Our world is not quite the same.
We are the toughest crisis of our generation.
Watchwater knows that it has been hard.
I know it has been hard.
I know it's been hard.
I know it's been a hard period for everyone.
So we want to say to our staff, our partners, our friends, and all our customers.
We just wanted to say this to all our SIP partners, champions, and the team.
We want to encourage our community to stay positive and hang in there.
Thank you everyone for doing good.
Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you for energizing us.
I want to thank all our winners, our partners, our sponsors, and not forgetting the team that worked tirelessly to make this possible.
Watchwater love you.
Good job.
You're doing a good job.
Good job.
You're doing a good job. Don't get too down. World needs you now. Know that you Mothers to fathers, the teachers that reach us, strangers to friends that show our
makes good things happen that on their own would not happen.
What we treasure most is never made with our hands, but through our heart.
Let's build a community that will make the world a better place.